Chapter 376, Blade Scale Whale. Zhao Hai turned to Jinan. We'll be heading to Ape Island. Do you know the way? Jinan nodded. I know. The young master need not worry. But young master, there are a lot of powerful magic beasts on Ape Island and they are very difficult to deal with. I hear that it is dominated by ape-type magic beasts. They are tall, defensively and offensively strong, as well as movement style abilities. Because they have been living on the island, they also know how to swim, very difficult to cope with. Although they are mostly 6th and 7th ranks, they are already comparable to 8th rank beasts. Moreover, they have an 8th rank leader who could very well match a 9th rank, just without the ability to fly. Young master, I suggest that we should change to another island. Zhao Hai smiled as he declined. No need, we'll go head towards Ape Island. I happen to need a lot of magic beasts right now. The more of them there are, the better. How many days will it take before we reach Ape Island? Jinan replied, about 5 days. The island is just a day away from Sea Dweller territory. This made a rare destination for most ships. Zhao Hai nodded. That's even better, just in line with what we want. Let's head there immediately. Jinan complied, then turned around to change the ship's direction. Laura turned to Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, why did you choose that place? It's too close to Sea Dweller territory. If they decide to attack, we'll get hit immediately. Zhao Hai just showed a faint smile and said, no special reason, it's just that it is a good place and fairly close to the deep sea. There may even be some creatures that go close to that place often, that would make it easier for us to upgrade the space. Moreover, the island's topography is very good for a base. As long as we control the route towards the island, then we would be able to claim it for ourselves. Also, after we get the space upgraded, we could try to get in contact with the Sea Dwellers. Didn't you say that they couldn't deal with us since we could just run? Laura smiled and said, then it's good. If we cannot handle them, then we'll run. But from what I heard from Brother Hai, do you intend to capture the magic beasts from the island? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you really understand me. I indeed want those magic beasts. Although we already have a lot of magic beasts inside the space, those beasts' fighting strength aren't that strong. Those ape magic beasts that Jinan described seem to have strong fighting potential. Just what I need right now. Laura nodded. That's also very good. I hope that those magic beasts could upgrade the space as soon as possible. As long as Brother Hai's toxin gets cured, then everything will be fine. Zhao Hai agreed. As long as the toxin is dealt with, my last worry will finally disappear. Now that I have you too, I don't want to die an early death. Laura and Meg's face went red, but their hearts were very happy. They know that Zhao Hai doesn't want to talk nonsense. This was why they were glad. When Zhao Hai saw their faces, he gave a small grin and said, the heavens really does love me, to deliver the two of you to my side. He. It seems like I had done great deeds. I have actually been very blessed. After hearing Zhao Hai, Meg laughed and said, oh, young master, you certainly have done good. Back in the capital, if someone saw you on the street they would actually take the other direction. You have certainly done good things. Laura laughed. She had also heard about Adam's debauchery back at the capital of Xa Empire. Now that she heard Meg tease Zhao Hai, she really found it funny. The group continued to laugh and talk until mealtime arrived. Naturally, what they ate was fish. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of things on hand, they rarely eat fish. This was unjustified for them to do. So Zhao Hai released some swordfishes to get them some fishes from the sea. With this, not only could they eat fish, they could also increase the number of magic beasts inside the space. Zhao Hai didn't know anything about these swordfishes, so he went to Jinan and asked. Jinan told Zhao Hai that these swordfishes are magic beasts from the sea. Usually they only surface to these parts when they wanted to lay their eggs, otherwise they would be swimming deep in the sea. Zhao Hai was glad that he was able to capture these swordfishes at the right time. Because of this, the space had been steadily increasing its number of magic beasts. But since the general level of these beasts were quite low, the ranch didn't level up. Zhao Hai also noticed that the ranch had been harder to upgrade compared to before. After crossing level 10, the ranch's rate of leveling up went the same as when the farm also crossed level 10. Zhao Hai tried to absorb some seawater these past few days, but came with nothing to show. It was obvious that getting some life forms from the shallow seas was a useless venture. It was best to get a lot of organisms at one time from the deep seas. The following days of traveling at sea came uneventfully. This was mostly because of Jinan, who traveled on the seas for 20 years. Starting from his youth, he understood the sea more than anyone. As long as there wasn't a huge storm, he could handle most problems by himself. It was now that Zhao Hai realized the value of the undead that he got from the Poseidon. With Jinan, they wouldn't need to worry much when traveling at sea. Although the Swordfish was a warship, the Haven still came ahead when it comes to practicality. Not only did the Haven have a thick hull, it also had defensive armaments as well as substantial living quarters. More importantly, it was a merchant cargo ship, meant for traveling the sea all year round. The Swordfish, on the other hand, was a warship that was mainly used to defend the Rosen Empire's coastline, not exactly designed for far sea travel. So if we speak about navigation experience and quality, the Swordfish's crew couldn't compare to the Haven's. Just 3 days after Zhao Hai changed their ship's heading, other ships couldn't be commonly seen anymore. It was just like what Jinan said before, there weren't a lot of ships that would venture these parts. Maybe only ships that carry contraband or pirates would come and sail these waters. But these pirates wouldn't dare attack the Haven, even though the Haven was clearly a merchant ship. Just by looking at the ship's thick hull and armaments, the pirates knew that this ship was a hard bone to chew. Even if they were to come and attack, the pirates wouldn't be able to do anything to the ship. Since they were currently nearing the deep sea, the probability of getting attacked by sea dwellers increased. This made it so that common navies wouldn't venture this far. It also made this part of the sea a pirate's heaven. The route that Jinan picked had less pirates wandering on it. Pirates also needed to take a rest, so they generally choose places close to their bases to perform their piracy. Their bases needed to be close to open sea, have acceptable environment while at the same time having little to no aggressive magic beasts. But it was obvious that Ape Island wasn't one of their choices. Moreover, the waters near the island had more likely cases of marine beast attacks, targeting ships that dared came close. Thus, there were a small amount of ships present here. Zhao Hai didn't care about these dangers. If there were beasts that attack, he would just release some arrow turtles to drive them away. If arrow turtles aren't enough, he would just directly capture the beast using the space. Just as he was thinking of this, the Haven suddenly shook. Zhao Hai stared blankly, then he immediately opened the monitor. Currently, there was a huge magic beast underneath the Haven, attacking. The beast was very enormous, almost as large as the Swordfish. Its body was filled with scales, with a full set of canine teeth on its mouth. One could understand at a glance that this was a formidable magic beast. Seeing the ship attack the Haven, Zhao Hai immediately called Jinan. Jinan saw the beast's shape and immediately exclaimed, "Young master, that is a blade-scale whale, a literal headache swimming in the sea. It's water element beast, about 6th rank, with a strong attacking capability. If he were to directly attack, a ship like the Swordfish would certainly get breached. Moreover, Even if its magic attacks cannot penetrate the Haven's thick hull, it still had saw-like scales that could rip it easily. It was an easy task for this beast to rip apart a ship's iron armor. It has a nickname, Iron Armor Assassin. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Can arrow turtles deal with it?" Jinan shook his head and said, "I don't know. My understanding regarding marine magic beasts is not much, like how I have no idea about the weakness of this blade scale whale." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say more. He just released large quantity of arrow turtles and ordered them to attack the whale. Although the blade scale whale was very strong, it couldn't maneuver easily because of its large build. Compared to its size, the arrow turtles were a lot small, but they also had a strong defense. More importantly, attacks from arrow turtles aren't that weak. Zhao Hai released about 200 arrow turtles. When these turtles reached the water, they immediately swarmed toward the blade scale whale and attacked it with the horn on their shells. The whale obviously dreaded the arrow turtles, so it stopped its attacks on the Haven and went to retreat. The arrow turtles wouldn't allow this to happen, so they immediately surrounded the whale and collectively attacked it. Zhao Hai saw that these arrow turtles seemed to be the whale's weakness. When the horns of the turtles pierced the whale's armor, blood spurted out. The whale thrashed about repeatedly, but it couldn't do anything amidst the attacks of the turtles. Zhao Hai looked blankly at what was happening. He didn't think that these arrow turtles would actually best a large beast like this blade scale whale. Laura and the others were also surprised upon seeing this. Before long, the whale succumbed to the attacks and stopped moving. Its body sank towards the seabed. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately opened the space and absorbed both the arrow turtles and the whale's body inside. After the seawater entered the space, a prompt could be suddenly heard: "Wounded whale type variation beast detected." Unable to decide on the level, requesting the host to treat the beast as soon as possible. Zhao Hai immediately had the blade-scaled whale healed, but he didn't expect that the cost of healing the whale actually took up 200,000 gold coins. It made Zhao Hai grieve. Fortunately, he managed to loot tens of millions of coins from Grand Duke Lionheart before, otherwise, he would have to give up on the whale. Chapter 377, Little Monkey. Just after the blade scale whale was cured, the space immediately issued a prompt: "Whale type variation magic beast detected. Strong attack strength, level 30, currently cannot raise inside the space. Digitizing. Can now be purchased in spatial shop." This change in the prompt was caused by the fact that the ranch now turns animals into magic beasts. This was why the prompt said magic beast instead of beast. However, the space was currently unable to raise blade scale whale. It may be because of the lack of a saltwater pool. This aspect was something Zhao Hai didn't understand. He had already absorbed quite a lot of seawater into the space, so why didn't it have a saltwater pool? Zhao Hai wasn't that excited anymore. Since the whale couldn't be bred inside the ranch, there was no point in just storing it inside the space, so Zhao Hai released the whale and had it escort the Haven while they headed towards their destination. This time, the whale didn't attack the Haven. It just guarded the ship like a submarine as it followed. Zhao Hai was finally relieved and had Jinan continue on towards Ape Island. Although the blade scale whale couldn't deal with the arrow turtles, it was still formidable. The whale was still a tyrant at sea. It was just unfortunate for the creature that its weakness was the arrow turtles. While it was helpless against the turtles, the other marine magic beasts generally wouldn't dare attack it. With the whale guarding the Haven, there were no other attacks that came afterwards. 2 days later, Zhao Hai could already see Ape Island from the horizon. It was just like how it was described. You could clearly see from the island's silhouette the shape of a lifelike giant ape with its mouth open and covered with green fur. Zhao Hai made the whale as well as the turtles scout the surroundings. He wanted to know where the route to enter the island was. Although they were still at some distance away from the island, the group was still careful because of the large number of reefs on the seabed as well as rocks that were stretching out. If they didn't choose their route properly, the ship would hit some obstructions and sink. After 2 days of scouting, Zhao Hai finally located the route heading towards the island. However, Jinin's information was incorrect. The route towards Ape Island was not 1, but 3. The first route was relatively wide compared to the other 2, which were quite narrow. A 5-masted ship like Haven could head towards the island using the wide route. Of the other 2 narrow routes, one could accommodate the swordfish, while the other one could only allow smaller boats to pass. At the same time, these routes weren't straight. They were all meandering. Now Zhao Hai understood why Jinin's story told about needing to have a water mage in order to navigate the route. At that time, it was necessary to have a water mage to help turn the bow of the ship, otherwise the ship would certainly hit a reef. Zhao Hai didn't care about any of these. After determining the routes, Zhao Hai immediately commanded Jinin to set sail towards the widest one. While the ship was traveling, Zhao Hai was also paying close attention to his monitor, using water element spells whenever necessary. Along with the ship, the blade scale whale was also closely following behind. If there was an attack, the whale would guard the ship, making the route a lot safer. Although the route was not long, Zhao Hai's group still spent a full day traveling before arriving at the shores of Ape Island. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that there was already a dock present here. Moreover, the dock wasn't small, it could accommodate 10 ships just like the Haven simultaneously. Between the dock and Ape Island, the reefs weren't present anymore. The reef outside seemed to be like a planet's meteorite belt. After passing through that belt, you could then travel safely all around the island. Thinking about those reefs, Zhao Hai felt something very odd. After the Haven stopped, Zhao Hai disembarked from the ship and went to the dock. Zhao Hai examined the dock carefully and saw that the dock was actually formed naturally. There were no traces of artificial construction. This astonishing natural dock seemed to be a structure that was only unique to Ape Island. Around 100 meters away from the dock was a forest. The trees on the forest were very big. Not only are they big, their trunks also looked very solid. On each of the trees hang watermelon-sized fruits, with the green leaves and fruits. The scenery looked quite nice. Laura liked the scenery that she just saw. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Elder brother Hai, it's quite beautiful here. I like it. This place would be a very good location for a base. We also need to make a house. I'd love to stay here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good, we'll settle here. But first, we need to go and take a look around." "Didn't they say that this island had formidable ape-type magic beasts?" Laura nodded. Then Zhao Hai led the group towards the island. Upon reaching the trees, Zhao Hai picked a fruit up using a wind blade before sending it to the space. There were a lot of fauna that could be seen in the island, so Zhao Hai wanted to go around and absorb them into the space, hoping they'll be enough to upgrade it. After the fruit entered the space, a prompt was immediately transmitted. Although the fruit's origin was unique, the farm still needed a lot more plants to level up. Therefore, the fruit wasn't able to upgrade the space. Zhao Hai already expected this to happen, so he wasn't particularly disappointed. He continued on while picking out some local plants. It was not only Zhao Hai who went and grabbed something. Everybody was doing it. At this time, Laura suddenly noticed a small golden figure at a tree in front of her. She looked at it carefully before seeing that it was actually a little ape. The monkey was not tall. It may not even reach a meter in height if it fully stood. With its golden fur, the little ape looked very cute. Laura liked how the little monkey looked, so she quickly pulled Zhao Hai, who was still looking for plants, over and said, "Brother Hai, look, that little monkey is so cute." As the little ape looked at Laura, it revealed a curious look. The ape didn't express fear, but instead a genuine interest. This struck Laura's heart a second time. Zhao Hai looked at the little monkey and couldn't help but feel that this small ape wasn't simple. In the end, he placed that thought to the back of his mind. After all, the little monkey wasn't showing any hostility. Still, because of those feelings, Zhao Hai didn't attempt to capture the monkey, but instead he took out a fruit from the space and threw it towards the creature. Shu was too late to stop Zhao Hai's action. He immediately stood guard in front of Zhao Hai as he said, "Young master, you should be careful. If you just throw things like that, he will think that you are attacking him. He might attack back." But Zhao Hai didn't think that this was the case, and true to Zhao Hai's thoughts, the little monkey understood Zhao Hai's intentions. The monkey seemed to feel that Zhao Hai wasn't hostile, so he caught the fruit and opened its mouth to take a bite. The fruit was an apple gotten from the tree Zhao Hai used to plant in the space. The apples weren't very large, but they taste very good. So after the little monkey took a bite of the apple, he immediately shrieked with excitement. He quickly finished the apple in his hands and stared at Zhao Hai with eyes full of expectation. It came out really cute. Zhao Hai couldn't stand the look on the little monkey's eyes, so he immediately took out a few more apples and threw them towards the monkey one by one. The monkey surprisingly knew how to handle those apples. As it catches an apple, it placed it on a branch before proceeding to catch another one. This cleverness and wit gave Zhao Hai a new understanding towards the monkey. Laura and the other two women saw that the monkey was so smart and became quite happy. So they took some apples from Zhao Hai and threw them non-stop towards the monkey. Soon there were more than 20 apples all around the small ape. Zhao Hai stopped taking the fruits out and looked at the little monkey. He wanted to see what the small ape wanted to do next. Seeing that Zhao Hai and the others weren't throwing any more apples, the monkey gave 2 shrieks before picking up the apples and eating them quickly. Zhao Hai looked at the little animal and couldn't help but laugh. The pile of apples were bigger than its figure. How could it be possible for the little monkey to finish all of it? However, the little monkey made Zhao Hai's group dumbfounded. More than 20 apples were consumed by the monkey in a blink of an eye. The small ape didn't care about Zhao Hai and the others' expression. It just shouted while on top of the tree as if wanting Zhao Hai to throw more fruits upward. Zhao Hai looked at the petite figure of the little monkey. When he thought about the 20+ apples piled together, he couldn't help but stay stunned. Not only him, but Laura and the others as well. They didn't think that this small monkey could eat so much. After a short while, Laura recovered as she turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, am I hallucinating or did that little monkey just eat all those apples by himself?" Zhao Hai gave a dull nod and replied, "You're not hallucinating. All of those apples were truly eaten. But it is strange. Did it really eat those apples? Or was it a strange ability? How could it possibly eat all of those apples?" When the little monkey saw that Zhao Hai and the others didn't respond and just stood there while speaking with each other, it became anxious. It gave a shriek as it jumped repeatedly. Seeing the monkey's behavior, Zhao Hai had no choice but to take out even more apples. But this time, he didn't throw them up into the tree. Zhao Hai just held the apple in his hand and said, "You want to eat? Come and get it." The monkey apparently understood Zhao Hai's words, but it also knew that this was an obvious setup. At the same time, it couldn't bear giving up the apple, so it just held its ear and cheek against the tree's surface anxiously. Seeing the monkey's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Still, he wanted to see if the little monkey was willing to jump down and take the apple. Just as Zhao Hai laughed, a golden shadow was suddenly seen coming straight down from the tree. When Zhao Hai came to his senses, he immediately went to grab the apple in his hand. However, What met Zhao Hai was empty air. This entire event just took place in a blink of an eye. The group was stunned, especially Shun. He had the skills of an assassin, and was also famous for his abilities. But seeing that he was much slower than the little monkey, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. If the little monkey didn't go for the apple but instead went for Zhao Hai, the young master would surely be in grave danger. Zhao Hai stared at his own hand, then he looked up at the proud-looking monkey who was holding the apple as he muttered, "This guy's thieving skills are very good." The little monkey immediately caught Zhao Hai's interest. He immediately took out another apple and held it towards the monkey. Possibly because of its earlier success, the monkey looked more confident his time. After eating the apple that it just grabbed earlier, the monkey stared at the apple on Zhao Hai's hand and prepared itself to snatch the fruit. Laura and the others turned quiet as they stood still and carefully observed the small monkey. This time, another golden light flashed before the apple on Zhao Hai's hand vanished, and as the monkey returned to the tree, Zhao Hai and the others simply couldn't follow the monkey's movements with their eyes. The little monkey shrieked proudly twice while it ate the apple. Afterwards, it gave Zhao Hai another shriek, obviously wanting to have more apples. It seemed like it also liked to play this kind of game. Zhao Hai looked at the little creature and smiled. Once again, he took out another apple and raised his hand towards the monkey. As Zhao Hai held the apple, there was a flash of excitement on his eyes. Just as expected, the little monkey's confidence became bigger and bigger. So just as the monkey was about to snatch the apple Zhao Hai took out, a spatial rift suddenly appeared as it covered both Zhao Hai and the little monkey. Both of them disappeared. When Zhao Hai entered the space with the little monkey, the space immediately gave a prompt: Monkey-type variation magic beast detected. Level 40. Can raise inside the space. Consumes 2 feed per hour. Time of maturation, 20 hours. Can produce 10 times, 5 offspring each time, taking 8 hours of pregnancy. Digitizing. Can now be purchased on the Spatial Shop. Space Ranch reached the requirements for level up. Ranch upgraded to level 16. Congratulations to the host for the effort. Surprise! This was an absolute surprise for Zhao Hai. He didn't expect that when he led the monkey to the space, the ranch would unexpectedly get upgraded. Moreover, the little monkey was actually higher leveled than the blade scale whale. It really did seem like the apes in the island weren't that simple. When the little monkey reached this strange place, it felt quite confused. But because of the space's ability, the little monkey immediately recognized Zhao Hai as a friend. It hopped onto Zhao Hai's shoulder and squeaked. It also took the apple that Zhao Hai was holding before and presented it back to him. Zhao Hai liked this clever little guy. He didn't expect that the monkey would be this adorable, even giving him an apple. This made Zhao Hai surprised. This little guy understood human thoughts too well. Zhao Hai laughed as he carried the little guy and gave him a specially large apple to eat. Chapter 378, Little Jin. The little creature understood Zhao Hai, so it just stayed there on Zhao Hai's bosom while munching on the apple on its hand. At this time, Zhao Hai called Laura and the others in. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai carrying the little monkey like a child, they became excited and immediately came and surrounded the two. Zhao Hai smiled and gave the little monkey to Laura. Laura became excited and hugged the little creature snuggly. The monkey knew about Zhao Hai's relationship with Laura and the others, so he didn't show any hostility. It just lied down peacefully on Laura's bosom while eating his apple. Then Kair came in while flying. She went towards the monkey and gave it a curious look. As the monkey was returning Kair's curious gaze, Kair suddenly extended a vine and snatched the apple that was on the little monkey's hand. The monkey stared blankly. Then it became quite angry. It shrieked as it came down from Laura's arms. It pursued Kare while the other party ran off with a face full of smiles. This event made the space quite lively, Kare laughing, the little monkey shrieking. Zhao Wen also joined the fun. The space expressed a good vitality. This was something Zhao Hai and the others didn't experience before. After a while, Zhao Hai stopped the group and led them back outside. Naturally, the little monkey also came while carrying a big apple on its hand. Zhao Hai also gave the little ape a name. He called it Little Jin. Once they were out of the space, Little Jin looked at his surroundings, then shouted twice and seemed to get excited. He jumped down from Zhao Hai's shoulder and pointed his other hand, which didn't hold an apple. Little Jin pointed forward. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what the little monkey wanted to do. Seeing that the group didn't move, Little Jin kept shrieking and pointing towards a certain direction. Zhao Hai could only proceed towards the direction Little Jin pointed to. The little monkey quieted down and resumed munching on the apple. At this moment, a bang could be heard in some place that the group couldn't see. Zhao Hai and the others stopped their footsteps and looked forward. They remembered that Jinan had told them that this island had fierce magic beasts. Hearing this sound made them think of those magic beasts. When they stopped, Little Jin acted up again and began squeaking. Zhao Hai had no choice but proceed onward. This made Zhao Hai unable to go out to collect some unique fauna, since the little monkey would call him over and over if he stopped. This made Zhao Hai and the others quite speechless. But when Zhao Hai felt that Little Jin was leading them to a certain place, he was both anxious and interested. He wanted to see where Little Jin wanted to take them. Even after walking about 3 li 1.5 kilometers, they didn't encounter any other magic beasts, which surprised Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't expect that there were no other type of tree other than the tall and sturdy bread trees that they had been passing along. This was quite strange for the group. At this moment, a rustling sound could be heard in front of them. Zhao Hai and the other couldn't help but stop. Then they saw several giant shadows approaching from the forest in front of them. When the figures became clear, Zhao Hai saw that they were actually a huge number of apes. They were crawling on all fours, just like ordinary apes. They had shorter hind legs compared to their foreleg. This made look like they were bowing as they moved forward, but they still towered at about 7 to 8 meters high, might even reach 10 meters if they stood up straight. Zhao Hai and the others all stood still. They knew that they had met those magic beasts that Jinan had informed them about. Looking at the apes in front of him, Zhao Hai knew that they should have formidable fighting strength. They looked very much like King Kong that was often seen in movies back on Earth. Looking at their towering bodies as well as their bulging muscles, Zhao Hai didn't doubt even for the moment the formidability of these magic beasts. The gorillas back on Earth weren't as big, but they were still hailed for their strength. So how powerful would these hulking apes in front of them be? Seeing these big fellows, Zhao Hai became alert. While holding on to Little Jin, he held his ghost staff. Shu and Shun also stood at Zhao Hai's side while Laura and the other women stood behind them. When the apes saw Zhao Hai and the others stunned, they screamed out while beating their chests, like how gorillas normally express their fighting stance. At this time, while Zhao Hai and the others were anxious, a golden light suddenly jumped towards the head of an ape. Zhao Hai was surprised. He knew that the golden streak was certainly Little Jin. Sure enough, Little Jin was sitting on the shoulder of another ape, his entire body not even as big as the ape's head. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression changed as he shouted, "Little Jin, come back here." Little Jin didn't listen to him. He reached out his small hand and tapped the head of the ape who was beating its chest. What happened next shocked Zhao Hai's group. When Little Jin tapped the head of the ape, it immediately calmed down and expressed a sad look, like how it looks when an elder disciplines a child. Zhao Hai and the others stared blankly at what was happening. They couldn't make any sense of it. Little Jin was a small golden monkey while the other was a hulking gorilla. Why did a gorilla get obedient when its head was pat by a golden monkey? Are they doing a play? At this time, Zhao Hai noticed that it was not only the gorilla that behaved themselves, all the other apes also calmed down and looked at Little Jin obediently. Zhao Hai just stood there dumbfoundedly looking at the group of apes in front of him. He couldn't believe what he just saw. This made the group's mind quite dizzy. At this time, more apes came out of the forest. Zhao Hai noticed a peculiarity on these apes. They could be currently classified into different types. There were orange gorillas that were giants much like King Kong. Another were those whose fur turned silvery white, with a bit shorter figure, about 5 or 6 meters tall. There were also apes with fur that was entirely silver, with bodies that were even shorter, about 3 or 4 meters. Then there was the last type where the fur was both silver and gold that was even much smaller, about a meter in height. There were 2 of them. The strange part came from the fact that the smaller the ape was, the higher their status seemed to be. When the apes saw Little Jin, they all put out an obedient appearance. It seems like Little Jin held the highest status among the apes present here. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't understand their current power structure. Why did these apes made it this way? Weren't magic beasts supposed to place their strongest member at the top of its hierarchy? Then why was this present scene happening? At this time, Little Jin jumped back to Zhao Hai's shoulder and shrieked as it pointed its finger forward. The other apes immediately gave way to Zhao Hai and the others. Little Jin kept a smug look while standing at Zhao Hai's shoulder, looking quite aloof. Zhao Hai and the others were stumped as they looked at each other. Even though they didn't understand what was going on, they knew that Little Jin wouldn't think of harming them. So since these apes listened to the little monkey, it would be fair to say that they would also refrain from hurting humans. In the end, the group just followed the direction that Little Jin pointed towards. Slowly, the surroundings got higher and higher. Zhao Hai and the others were also putting forth more effort in walking. At this time, Little Jin called over some apes as he tugged on Zhao Hai's clothes and pointed towards the gorillas. Zhao Hai didn't know what his new friend was planning. Seeing that Zhao Hai and the others weren't comprehending, Little Jin jumped on the back of a gorilla and gestured towards Zhao Hai. The other gorillas understood Little Jin's intention and immediately grabbed the humans and effortlessly placed them on their backs. Zhao Hai and the others didn't resist. They knew that they weren't in any danger. The apes' back were very large, about 2 meters wide and 4 meters long, all in all about 8 square meters. Zhao Hai and the others didn't find it hard to find a place to either sit or stand. Although the gorillas were crawling, their backs were extremely steady. Adding on the wool on their backs, the ride was very comfortable. At this time, Laura and the others were also on other apes' backs. Shun and Shu shared an orange-furred ape, and while there were 2 of them on the back of an ape, it wasn't crowded at all. The ape didn't seem to mind some extra weight on its back. It just resumed walking without any indication of slowing down. This gave Zhao Hai a new understanding with regards to the strength of these apes. One must know that the group was currently heading up a mountain. The bodies of Zhao Hai and the others effectively added around 300 jin to the apes' backs. Even third-rank horse magic beasts wouldn't be able to make this kind of trip, but these apes were actually doing it effortlessly. They were quite strong. Their altitude got higher and higher as they quickly approached the summit. What Zhao Hai saw on the top of the mountain was actually a single tree. An especially gargantuan bread tree. The bread tree was so tall that Zhao Hai couldn't see its crown. It was also very thick. Zhao Hai felt that this tree's diameter shouldn't be any smaller than 100 meters. Zhao Hai only saw this kind of tree back at Earth, and it was on the movie Avatar. But this tree was a bit different. It was something that Zhao Hai hadn't seen yet. At the base of the tree was a huge hole, about 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide. The apes carried Zhao Hai's group to enter the hole. After entering the tree hole, Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect to see such a scene upon entering. Chapter 379, Strange Tree. Inside the tree hole were compartments filled with hay, and it was obvious that it wasn't just there naturally. It looks like an ape's bedroom. Moreover, the compartment wasn't unsightly, it was very clean. This compartment might not be very big, maybe only 20 square meters, but all around the tree hole were numerous compartments that belonged to apes. Inside some of those compartments were some small black monkeys as well as female ones. The place looked like an upscale ants nest. It was just that ants weren't the ones living in it but instead apes. Zhao Hai calculated that inside this tree hole alone, there should be around 1,000 apes. It was a very terrifying magic beast tribe. Zhao Hai looked upwards and was shocked about the sheer space inside the tree hole. It was about 100 meters high with compartments all around it. The scene was extremely spectacular. Laura saw the scene and couldn't help but be in awe. This is really quite breathtaking. Brother Hai, couldn't you see? This place looks like a small city. This statement wasn't an exaggeration that Laura just threw out. The place was truly magnificent. The tree could be considered as the capital of Little Jin's kingdom. His constituents should be these apes while the entire island might be their territory. Little Jin gave a few shrieks. Then some apes came to take away the hay on the ground. The revealed surface was very clean. Zhao Hai could even faintly see the wood grains on the floor. Little Jin jumped down from Zhao Hai's body. Then it gave another few shrieks to have the gorillas carrying Zhao Hai's group place them on the ground. Then the apes walked out of the hole while leaving some small apes on the ground. Some were even crawling all over the place. To be honest, these small apes weren't as cute as Little Jin, but they're still quite attractive. This made Laura's, Meg's, and Nier's eyes shine. Women generally have little tolerance towards adorable creatures. Little Jin didn't care about those small apes. He just left those young ones to their own. Zhao Hai didn't understand what Little Jin was intending to do. At this time, some silver apes came while holding some breadfruit in their hands. When they arrived, they presented those fruits in front of Zhao Hai. There were also some apes that held shells with some sort of liquid inside of them. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the liquid in those shells gave off a scent of liquor. Little Jin gave a few shrieks as he took a breadfruit and gave it directly to Zhao Hai, who understood what the little monkey meant. Little Jin wanted Zhao Hai to eat the fruit. Zhao Hai received the basketball-sized fruit. Currently, the skin of the fruit was very hard, so he made an effort to knock it down on the ground before peeling the fruit and revealing the white pulp inside. What surprised Zhao Hai was when the pulp came in contact with the air, it quickly expanded and exhibited the scent of bread. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before placing the fruit near his mouth and took a single bite. The fruit's flesh was very fluffy and it tasted just like bread. This surprised Zhao Hai even more. Zhao Hai had heard of the monkey bread tree on Earth. He heard that it was a type of tree with high yield. For their fruits to be eaten, they needed to be roasted. But this breadfruit that he just ate unexpectedly didn't need roasting. It just inflated itself and gave the appearance of bread, and a big one at that. Zhao Hai feared that he would need to eat for an entire day before he could finish the entire fruit. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai's actions. It was the first time that they had seen such a fruit. At this time, Little Jin also shrieked a few times while pointing towards the shells on the ground. Zhao Hai curiously took the shell and drank the liquid it held inside. Upon entering his stomach, Zhao Hai felt an acidic taste. What made it strange was that the liquor inside those shells had the same flavor as beer. Zhao Hai didn't make beer. Nobody in the continent did. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that he would be able to get the process of fermenting beer after a lot of experiments, but who would have thought that on such an isolated island, a few apes took out a beer-tasting liquid for him to drink. This gave Zhao Hai a surprise. He curiously looked at the liquid. The liquid truly did have a beer's flavor, although it was not very pure. It was genuinely beer. Zhao Hai couldn't help himself and took another drink. Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Laura and the others became curious. They also opened a fruit and ate some before drinking the beer. They felt very good. Zhao Hai placed the shell down and turned to look at Little Jin. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Little Jin, you really are my lucky star, ha ha ha. Fantastic. This thing is fantastic. Seeing Zhao Hai getting excited about the beer, Little Jin also gave a few excited shrieks. On the other hand, Laura and the others were more interested in the bread, not quite so on the beer. Zhao Hai and the others were still hungry, so they continued to eat bread and sip some beer. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out a lot of apples for Little Jin. The small ape was very excited as he distributed the apples to the other apes. However, it became apparent that even though Zhao Hai's apples were quite big, they were insufficient for the hulking apes. When the gorillas opened their mouths and tossed an apple inside, the fruit immediately vanished after only a few chews. Zhao Hai shook his head and felt helpless. Then he gave Little Jin more apples. This time, he took out a lot more apples, about 10,000 jins worth. Little Jin became incomparably excited as he continued to distribute the apples to the apes. Before long, the 10,000 jins of apples disappeared into the mouths of the apes. With an excited face, each and every one of those apes looked at Zhao Hai, clearly expecting more food. Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He turned his head to Little Jin and said, Little Jin, we'll have to eat later. I want to take a look at the entire island. Little Jin probably understood Zhao Hai's words since he gave a set of shrieks to make the group of apes disperse, only leaving a several few. Zhao Hai and the others climbed to the back of the gorillas. Then Little Jin led the group all around the island. When they were coming down from the mountain, Little Jin pointed at some bread trees and gave a few shrieks as the apes climbed the trees. At this time, Zhao Hai could faintly smell the scent of beer coming from those trees. He couldn't believe that there was actually beer inside those bread trees. The apes took Zhao Hai and the others to climb one of the trees. The tree had a hole in it that was blocked tightly by a piece of bark that seemed like cork. The gorilla that Zhao Hai was riding on went forward and turned the wooden cork that was blocking the hole to reveal that there was indeed beer inside. After seeing this, Zhao Hai nodded. Then they continued on to their journey. About halfway down the mountain, they saw a small pool with a spring acting as its source. Obviously this was a place where the apes would get some drinking water. Zhao Hai and the others walked towards other places. The island wasn't that large, only about 10,000 mu. The most common tree present were those bread trees while other types of fauna were quite few. When Zhao Hai thought that there weren't any more interesting places to visit, Little Jin suddenly brought them to a root cavern. This cavern was blocked by a bread tree. If not for Little Jin guiding the group, Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to find this place easily. As soon as the group entered the cavern, they were shocked. This was because the cavern was not in line with their expectations of a moist and narrow cave. This one was unexpectedly quite dry. Moreover, it was very big, about a football field's worth of floor area. The space inside was also about 20 meters high. There was also the passage in front which was 6 meters wide and 20 meters high, which seemed to become higher and higher as they go through. Zhao Hai was curious as he made Little Jin lead the group inside. After crossing the passage, they were met with an even bigger cavern. The cavern was very big and also quite dark. Even though light couldn't reach this part of the cave, the surface of the cave wasn't cold. It instead was very warm. The most important thing about this cavern was the tree growing at the very center. The tree gave off a faint golden radiance. The reason why this cavern was quite dark with only a little bit of light inside was this tree. Although this tree looked like a normal bread tree, it was very short and wasn't very stout. There were also fruits present that were like breadfruit, but these fruits were smaller and were gold-colored. It also seemed to exude a faint light. While Zhao Hai curiously examined the tree, Little Jin jumped down and went directly to the plant. He examined the fruits before picking some from the center of the tree and handed the fruits to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the fruit and carefully looked at it. The fruit looks like a miniaturized version of the breadfruit. It didn't have any other redeeming quality. The fruit was only the same size as Zhao Hai's fist, with the familiar hard skin surrounding it. When Zhao Hai was about to bite into the fruit, Little Jin screamed and seized Zhao Hai's hand with enough strength that Zhao Hai couldn't get it loose. Zhao Hai looked confused at Little Jin. He didn't know why the little monkey gave him the fruit only to prohibit him from eating it. Little Jin looks at Zhao Hai and quickly made some movements. The little ape held its hand and made a blossoming action. Zhao Hai understood the signal. It was possible that Little Jin wasn't describing blossoming but was instead referring to an explosion. Zhao Hai held the fruit and said, "You're saying that this fruit can explode?" Little Jin shook its head. He pointed to the fruit and then to his mouth, then made an explosive expression. Zhao Hai said, "You're saying that the human who eats this fruit will explode?" Little Jin excitedly nodded. He pointed to himself, grasping his fur, then pointed to the other ape's fur, then to the fruit, and lastly back to himself. This made Zhao Hai stare for a while. Seeing Zhao Hai unable to understand, Little Jin gestured a few more times. Finally, Zhao Hai seemed to understand. He looked at Little Jin and said, "You're saying that if they eat this fruit, then eventually they are going to look like you?" he said as he pointed to the gorillas then to Little Jin. Chapter 380, Pirates. Little Jin nodded, then shook his head. He pointed at the gorilla, then outside, then back to himself. Zhao Hai's current understanding was increased. He looked at Little Jin and said, "You're saying that those gorillas will slowly turn into silvery white then semi-gold, and when they eat the fruit, they would become like you. Otherwise, they will explode." Little Jin excitedly nodded. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up and with an intention moved the group to return to the space along with several other apes. The moment they entered the space, a prompt was heard. Special plant fruit detected. Contains metal element energy. After consuming, may develop metal element abilities. Each seed takes up 10 mu of land. 8th rank plant. Ripening time, 36 hours. 10 fruits each time. Interval between fruit production, 12 hours. Space has met upgrade requirements. Space leveled up to level 25. Congratulations for the host's effort. Zhao Hai froze for a moment. Then he looked at the small fruit on his hand with pleasant surprise. He didn't expect the little fruit to have such capabilities. It could actually provide people with abilities. Additionally, what made Zhao Hai even more happy was the fact that the space had risen to level 25, a very huge surprise to Zhao Hai. After a while, Zhao Hai recovered as he laughed and held Little Jin. He felt that the little ape was his lucky star. Not only did it show Zhao Hai beer, he even gave him this kind of fruit. The fruit unexpectedly upgraded the space by 3 levels. 3 levels. How long ago did the space experience this kind of upgrade? This event was extremely beautiful. Laura and the others expressed excitement. They also didn't expect the space to increase by 3 levels. Now they were even close to the goal of level 30. Although Little Jin didn't know why Zhao Hai was very happy, he also expressed his glee when he saw that Zhao Hai was ecstatic. He kept giving happy shrieks while in Zhao Hai's arms. Zhao Hai went out of the space and looked at the tree. He gazed at a tree again and reckoned that it shouldn't have a name. Nobody in the continent should have been able to see this tree. Zai Hai didn't think of moving the tree. The space can already plant the tree by itself, so there was no need to uproot it. Zhao Hai just gave the tree a name. He called it the gold medal tree, while the fruit of the tree was named gold medal fruit. As they walked out of the cavern, Little Jin took them to yet another part of the island. After a short while, they arrived at a cave located at the opposite side of the island. The surroundings were filled with bread trees. Only the entrance to the cavern wasn't blocked by anything. Arriving at the cavern, Zhao Hai and the others stared blankly. It was because this cavern was also a natural harbor, different to the dock outside. The entire cavern was the harbor, but the only kinds of ships that could reach here were 3-masted ships. 5-masted ships were simply unable to enter. This was a harbor, not a dock. Zhao Hai looked at the surroundings with an investigative gaze. It was good that there were no ships here, since this small island was a natural base. The group came out of the cavern and returned to Little Jin's home, the huge bread tree. Zhao Hai put out another huge pile of apples for Little Jin's companions. This was Zhao Hai's way of thanking them. His harvest in this island was simply too big. Not only did the ranch level up twice, the farm also rose by 3. He also found out about the bread tree as well as a possibility to learn how to ferment beer later. These harvests were extremely important to Zhao Hai. After coming out of Little Jin's nest, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the shore. Naturally, Little Jin also came with them. Zhao Hai already decided to use this place as his base, but he scrapped his plan of building some structures here. When he saw Little Jin, he thought that he would be acting in bad faith if he started to cut some bread trees to accommodate some buildings. Those bread trees were the food source of Little Jin's tribe, so instead of constructing some structures at this place, Zhao Hai placed his 5th transmission point on the island. Then he continued on to load his 2 ships with fire fishes, vegetables, grains and other things. The changed swordfish was outfitted and modified to solely transport fire fishes. Fire fishes were very fragile. They needed to have a certain temperature of water to thrive in. This condition fully reflected on how Zhao Hai's swordfish was modified. Firstly, the cabin was changed to accommodate freshwater. The freshwater pool was separated into 2 compartments, enabling the application with fire magic to be used separately. While the fire fishes were staying in one compartment, the other one would be heated up, so when the other pool's temperature gets low, the fire fishes could simply get transferred to maintain the optimum temperature of their surroundings. This method would be used repeatedly to keep the fishes alive. Naturally, this method was just an excuse. Zhao Hai wouldn't actually raise his fire fishes inside those cabins. He just made that to deceive people. Only when he arrives at Skywater City will Zhao Hai place the fishes inside the ship. The modification on his 5-masted ship was more relaxed. The storage for vegetables, grains, fruit oil and other products were already present inside the haven, so they only installed a few additions on the ship. Zhao Hai loaded the ship with 100,000 jins of vegetables, another 50,000 jin of grain, and a varying amount of other products. After taking care of these things, Zhao Hai and the others were ready to leave Ape Island. Originally Zhao Hai wanted to leave Little Jin here. After all, he was the leader of the tribe, and also, Zhao Hai thought that Little Jin would not follow him. However, Little Jin didn't think the same. He confronted Zhao Hai and relayed that he would not stay, so Zhao Hai didn't oppose the little monkey. The transmission point that Zhao Hai placed was directly inside Little Jin's nest. Therefore, if Little Jin wants to return to the island, he could do so anytime. Moreover, there were also some tribesmen that were able to take his place in taking care of the island. Zhao Hai could also monitor the island via the monitor. so he would just send little Jin back if something happened. After a short day inside Ape Island, Zhao Hai's group left. But before he left, he made the blade scale whale look after the wide route while he had the arrow turtles take care of the other two narrower routes. After arranging everything, Zhao Hai's ships departed Ape Island. Zhao Hai was afraid that little Jin wasn't used to traveling by boat, but contrary to his thoughts, the little monkey was running crazily in all directions. It didn't express any feeling of discomfort at all. Thus, Zhao Hai didn't specially take care of him, but he still made sure that the little monkey was able to eat every day as well as return to his tribe to take care of things. 2 days later, when they are fairly at a distance from Ape Island, the ships went on and headed towards Skywater City. On this day, while Zhao Hai and the others were sitting on the deck and having lunch, a voice said loudly, 45 degrees on the starboard side, around 20 nautical miles, pirate ship spotted, heading for us. Unclear intentions, stay alert. After hearing the shouts, the undead on the ship moved. They positioned themselves to the ship's weapons and prepared for battle. Zhao Hai received the food that they were eating and looked at the direction that the sentry described. Little Jin was quite annoyed. He wasn't able to stuff himself full. Zhao Hai can now understood little Jin's appetite, thinking about the size of those gorillas. If they couldn't eat that much, then Zhao Hai would be surprised. At this time, the sentry shouted loudly again, 20 miles, 45 degrees from the starboard of the Starfish. Another pirate ship spotted. The two ships may be part of a fleet, were possibly the targets. Zhao Hai and the others could now see the two ships. They were three-masted battleships. Although the ships looked quite old, they were well maintained and were still very fast. The ships were heading towards them. It looks like they are trying to rob Zhao Hai's group, or maybe occupy their ships. Zhao Hai didn't have any worries. They had two ships, but Zhao Hai also had two ships. Moreover, there were also some undead. This should be a very easy confrontation. At this time, the sentry also reported about two ships that came from behind. It was clear that the ships were part of a single fleet. Zhao Hai and the others readied themselves for the battle. When the four ships came within firing distance, they immediately went to attack Zhao Hai. The undead on Zhao Hai's two ships also immediately launched their counterattack. Loud booms could be heard on the sea. Columns of fire were seen. The scene looked just like it was seen in the movies. Zhao Hai and the others just stayed on the ship and looked at the pirate ships. Simultaneously, Zhao Hai went to observe the might of the magic cannons. To be honest, the magic cannons disappointed Zhao Hai. They weren't that strong. If a 6th-rank warrior were to be hit by the cannon at a certain distance, it was possible for him, her to get away unscathed. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and asked, Laura, do you think that these pirates have gone mad? What advantage will they get by attacking us? We have a 5-masted ironclad ship. Laura smiled and said, then isn't that a big incentive? A 5-masted ironclad battleship is very formidable. Even if these pirates were to lose their 4 ships, it would be worth it in the end if they manage to occupy the haven. The ship is extremely valuable. Look, now that they see that their ballistas and magic cannons were useless, they are preparing themselves to board the ship. It was just like what Laura said. The pirates were already making their ships go closer so that they could board the ships. Before long, the haven and the Swordfish was flanked by the 4 ships. The pirates brought their hooks and girder plates on the sides of their ships and went all out while boarding the ship. The undead on the haven and the Swordfish immediately brandished their weapons to defend. Shouts were now heard on the decks of the 2 ships. The people on Zhao Hai's group didn't attack. Shu and Shun just stayed by Zhao Hai's side and guarded him while Laura and the others stood behind. They didn't exert any effort in fighting. Zhao Hai was holding little Jin on his arms as he calmly looked at the pirates. The pirates' appearance that Zhao Hai had seen on the television was quite similar to the pirates in front of him. They looked very dirty and stank so hard. Their beards were also very unkempt. Each and every one of their faces were fierce, certainly not something a good person would show. But Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them. He saw that the pirates' present strengths were not very strong. Most of them were about 5th rank with a few 6th ranks mixed in between. It was impossible for the pirates to defeat the undead. At this time, the peacefully sitting little Jin on Zhao Hai's arm suddenly jumped down. Zhao Hai froze for a moment before his expression changed. "Little Jin, come back." He wasn't afraid that the little monkey would get injured. It would be very difficult for those pirates to deal a blow to little Jin. It was just that little Jin was too small. Zhao Hai was afraid that the small ape would lose his footing and would fall to the sea. But at this moment, everybody present froze. Little Jin, who jumped down from Zhao Hai's arms, gave 2 shrieks before his body expanded. After a short while, little Jin became a 20-meter-tall giant golden gorilla. Afterwards, they saw him stretch his claw towards the pirates. As soon as his arm reached the pirates, their bones immediately issued a cracking sound. Then little Jin gave out a roar and jumped on top of a ship. He grabbed a mainmast and then yelped and jerked while slamming it. Surprisingly, the mast that was almost as thick as his body was pulled out. The giant gorilla waved the removed mast around, breaking the other 2 masts first before slamming itself on the other pirates. The pirates didn't have any time to run. All of them were swept off the ship. Finally, little Jin used the mast to smash the ship. With a loud crunch, the ship divided into 2 under little Jin's ruthless pounding. At this time, little Jin threw away the mast and jumped towards another ship. But Zhao Hai couldn't let that happen as he hastily yelled, "Little Jin, come back, quickly come back." When little Jin heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment before returning to the haven. But after he returned to the ship, he stood in front of Zhao Hai and complained like a child while pointing on the other pirate ships. He roared a lot. Zhao Hai quickly said, "We're fine, don't worry, I'll immediately deal with them." "All right, I also need those ships for myself." Then he moved his hand as massive numbers of undead came out and stormed the 3 pirate ships. The pirates on board weren't able to run and were killed before Zhao Hai turned them into undead. The battle immediately ended. When little Jin saw this, he gave 2 roars, then shrank his body down and returned to his small monkey form. Then he jumped onto Zhao Hai's arms. Zhao Hai looked at little Jin, who was in his arms and was returning the gaze with its pair of big eyes. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. This cute little Jin was completely different from the massive gorilla from earlier. Laura and the other were also blankly staring at little Jin. They didn't think that the cute and clever kid that they met would unexpectedly be terrifying when angry. Chapter 381. Arriving at the port. Although little Jin's rampage caused Zhao Hai to lose 1 3-masted ship, he didn't mind it. After all of those ships were free. The most important thing about the recent event was that he finally knew about little Jin's strength. Now, Zhao Hai understood why those apes made him their leader. Little Jin was truly the strongest ape of the tribe. While carrying little Jin, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good job, little Jin, but please do remember to refrain from being angry all the time. You're way too terrifying." Little Jin looked at Zhao Hai with doubt. He issued 2 small shrieks, probably asking Zhao Hai why he was not allowed to get angry. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh at the sight of little Jin's cute expression. Laura and the others also recovered and looked at the appearance of little Jin. They couldn't help but feel that something was funny. The current little Jin with its pair of innocent eyes couldn't be any more contrasting to the hulking behemoth of rage earlier. It was quite amusing. At this time, the 3 ships were now under Zhao Hai's complete control and thus belonged to Zhao Hai. He immediately removed the pirate flags on the ships and received the 3 vessels to the space. Currently, He didn't want people to know that he had these many ships. It would be very unfavorable for his future expeditions if his other ships were to attract other people's attention. One shouldn't look at Zhao Hai's smooth progression. The Kelsey family only cooperated with Zhao Hai because they didn't see him as a threat. If at present the Kelsey family were to know that Zhao Hai had the strength to go against them, would they still cooperate with Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai was skeptical about that. China had a nice saying that said, "We should not be harmful to other people, but we should be alert to getting harmed." It encourages people to be both kind and mindful. This was especially true when facing a family as large as the Kelsey family. Zhao Hai couldn't help but defend himself, otherwise, he may be bringing himself into disaster. Great families never believed in sentiment, so you need to place your benefits right beside theirs. Only in this way could the two of you work together. Otherwise, you wouldn't get any support, any sentiment, and would only be used for benefit. Thus, Zhao Hai didn't want to show his entire hand. If he wanted Smith to know about the space, he wouldn't have spent all this time looking for a suitable island for a base. He would have just released the fire fishes then and there. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He just spent a bit of time to make the other people unaware of his hand. Only in this way could Zhao Hai ensure his own security. Also, it was very lucky for him that he had done so, otherwise he wouldn't have met Little Jin. He wouldn't have seen the gold metal tree. For him, this loss would be too great. The pirate incident had closed its curtains. When Zhao Hai turned all of the pirates into advanced level undead, he immediately knew the ins and outs of the attack. The pirates belonged to a pirate group called the Snakehead Pirate Group. The group was composed of the 4 three-masted ships. This time, they attacked Zhao Hai because they saw him go to Ape Island. Although Ape Island wasn't a place that seafarers were willing to go to, the island still had its attractive points. The pirates saw Zhao Hai head towards Ape Island and left completely unscathed. Naturally, they wanted to see what Zhao Hai managed to get from the island. One had to know that sometimes, treasures weren't the most valuable thing in the continent. Sometimes, it would be unique and strange magic beasts. The value on those creatures made the risk extremely worth it. Another important point to the attack was the same as what Laura said. They wanted the haven. An ironclad 5-masted ship was extremely important to a pirate fleet. However, the pirates didn't think that they would annoy a terrifying magic beast, especially Little Jin. When they saw the raging ape, they wanted to offer their surrender. It was just a pity that Zhao Hai didn't give them the opportunity to do so. After dealing with the pirates, the group resumed their sailing, this time without any other attacks. When common pirates saw the pair of a 3-masted ship and an ironclad 5-masted ship, they would instantly take their distance and avoid taking the risk. After a few days of sailing, Zhao Hai's group finally returned to Skywater City. Once they arrived at the city, Zhao Hai immediately sent someone to inform both Smith and Marriott about getting the supplies. Of those supplies, the most precious were of course the firefishes and the liquor. Smith and Marriott were already waiting for this moment for a long time, so they immediately sent their own people to fetch the products. In order to ensure the safety of the firefishes, they used a carriage fitted with a furnace underneath. The carriage was designed to ensure the optimum temperature of water for the firefishes to thrive in. When Smith got on the ship and saw the little fishes swimming around, he reacted as though he saw gold coins were piled in front of him. For the people on the continent, these firefishes were indeed akin to gold coins. The continent's output of firefishes wasn't very high. This was because the environments that allowed these fishes to survive were quite rare. Their food expenses were also quite high. Smith didn't know what Zhao Hai had been feeding these firefish. After unloading the products from the ships, Zhao Hai returned to the city lord's mansion. Smith warmly received Zhao Hai. This time, when Zhao Hai went to the sea, He didn't send anyone to follow him since it would be useless. The sea was so big, but its surface was quite even. If he had sent someone to follow Zhao Hai from afar, it would only raise the other party's vigilance against Smith. This would make both sides unhappy with each other. Because Smith didn't send anyone to track Zhao Hai, this gave Zhao Hai sufficient freedom. This also made Zhao Hai feel that their relationship was quite good. This time, Zhao Hai delivered 50,000 jin of milk wine, 50,000 jin of fire fishes, 100,000 jin of vegetables, 50,000 jin of grain, and some number of rations. When these products reached the harbor, it entered the Kelsey family's storehouses immediately. Afterwards, Marriott would only need to take his share from the family's storehouse. What's more important was the fact that aside from Zhao Hai and those directly involved, nobody knew of the product's arrival. The supplies were unloaded on the Kelsey family's personal dock, so no common person would be able to see the transport of the goods. Naturally, there were no impenetrable walls in this world. Soon enough, various powers came to know what were held inside Zhao Hai's ships. Amongst other things, the most intriguing thing for them were the fire fishes. It definitely attracted the other group's attention. The fire fishes attracted their attention since the continent's output of fire fishes wouldn't reach 100,000 jin in 1 year. But this time, Zhao Hai actually delivered 50,000 jin, which was half of the continent's output. This caused the powers to cause a commotion. However, their commotion didn't do anything. They still didn't manage to get a share. The Kelsey family and the Shelley family already swallowed the entire supply of fire fish. The big families still wanted to find Zhao Hai to see whether they could get a slice of the profitable cake. But when they came to it, they realized how hard it was to meet Zhao Hai. Firstly, Zhao Hai was currently inside the Skywater City, in Kelsey family territory. Furthermore, he was staying inside the city lord's mansion, making meeting him much more difficult. Lastly, Zhao Hai was extremely low-key. He rarely went out. Looking for Zhao Hai for a meeting was not an easy thing to do for these powers. Moreover, they needed to be discreet in wanting to meet Zhao Hai as to not incur the Kelsey family's suspicion. If the Kelsey family were to know, they will certainly not let them off lightly. These days, the Kelsey family was thriving, mainly because of the fact that they had dealt with Grand Duke Lionheart. This made the common people recognize how formidable the Kelsey family was, while the nobles were made aware of other fierce means of the Kelsey family. The propaganda methods that the Kelsey family gave them were very easy to use. Although they couldn't see any difference at first, they slowly found out that things became quite different. In the past, when people talked about the Radiant Church, they would describe them in a good, kind, and warm manner. But now it was not the same. When people mentioned the Radiant Church, their expression would change along with their tone of voice. The nobles were very sensitive about this point, so they immediately knew that the propaganda was working. Upon knowing that it works, the nobles immediately intensified their efforts. They also set up anti-Radiant Church subjects in their schools. A tide of anti-church sentiment spread out to the entire Rosen Empire. At this time, the Kelsey family suddenly sent dark mages to cure people in their territory, as well as establishing a dark mage history subject on their schools. This was done for the purpose of educating their citizens about dark mages. But the other nobles didn't buy into this method of the Kelsey family. They wouldn't just promote dark mages for free. However, they learned from Kelsey family's action, so they immediately made their own history lessons. But it was not about dark mages. Instead, they made curriculums for the mages of other departments such as the fire, wind, water and earth elements. In any case, these mages also had their own faith, so they made use of this opportunity to compete with the Radiant Church. After the Kelsey family were made aware of this situation, not only were they not angry, They were instead extremely delighted. The nobles were pushing the mages of other departments to oppose the Radiant Church. If the Radiant Church were to begin suppressing those mages, it would be equal to making all of the mages in the continent their enemy, and this would put an extreme amount of pressure on the church. In fact, the church was already creating pressure for the other mages. These recent years, the most attractive occupation in the continent was being a light mage. So when the children went to school, they would strive to learn light element magic. But this event on Rosen Empire made the children adore the other mage departments. This was very good for the other mages. Chapter 382 to Fifth Successor enters the stage. The Radiant Church was ill-prepared for the recent actions of the Rosen Empire. Because of this, they didn't know how to make a turnaround. These years they had been sitting comfortably. They didn't think that the empire would raise their hand against the church. In the beginning, they didn't realize how terrifying the empire's actions were, but it was too late when they did. Adding on to the fact that they didn't have a great relationship with the Rosen Empire, the time frame for acting against the empire has already passed. However, the Radiant Church still made its counterattack in the nations aside Rosen Empire. They exerted their influence inside the nation's territories. Of course they didn't act against other mages aside from those who practiced dark magic. But they were destined to be disappointed. The Kelsey family already took into account the retaliation of the church, so they issued a warning to everyone inside the League of Dark Mages. They instructed their members to immediately escape because the Radiant Church may surround and capture dark mages this time. This time, the Radiant Church conducted some operations against dark mages, but their results weren't ideal. They had already tracked the dark mages, but those who weren't captured immediately all ran away. It was too late to capture them right now. Naturally, all of these matters didn't have anything to do with Zhao Hai. This time, the total profit that he gained from his delivery to Skywater City was about 200,000 gold coins. This number wasn't small. One should know that a delivery made by an ordinary 5-masted ship, even if it was delivered to the Beastman Prairie, wouldn't reach this much value. At this point, nobody has quite any idea about the total value of the goods that Zhao Hai brought, but the great nobles already had a ballpark figure, just by judging from the 50,000 jin of fire fishes that were supplied. 100,000 gold coins would suffice. This profit made the other nobles feel giddy, but nobody could really know the exact price that Zhao Hai placed on the fire fishes. But this didn't curb the other nobles' speculation. In their minds, even if it was worth 50,000, not 100,000, gold coins, the value was still not a small number. It was necessary to know that a noble family's annual income came to about 100,000 gold coins, and this was already for large noble families. Small noble families would find it impossible to gain such an amount of money. For the profits gained from the fire fishes to reach half of a large noble family's annual income was something that the nobles were extremely startled about. It was not only the nobles who were surprised by this. Even the Kelsey family weren't expecting such outcome. It was known that the Kelsey family were quite lax in managing their assets. For example, all of the matters in Skywater City were mostly placed on Smith's hands. Only when a major situation happens would the family step in and make the decisions. Smith already reported the firefish business to the family, but they didn't believe that 40,000 firefishes would be supplied each month. This was because, in their opinion, this undertaking was impossible. The continent didn't have a hot spring large enough to satisfy this demand. If hot springs weren't used, the only alternative was to artificially set the temperature where the firefishes were thriving, and this in itself was also impossible since the cost would be too high. One should know that rearing firefishes using hot springs would take a very long time. Generally, Firefishes would take 2 to 3 years to mature. If immature firefishes were served, the taste would be very subpar. Because of all of these reasons, output of firefishes couldn't be consistently measured. But now, someone claimed that they could supply 50,000 firefishes per month. This matter was simply too unbelievable. In any case, this matter wouldn't impact the family negatively. The money would only be paid when the firefishes arrive, and the equipment built to house the firefishes could also be used to hold other types of fish. Thus, the family didn't stop the cooperation. When Zhao Hai finally delivered the firefishes to Skywater City, the Kelsey family was unable to sit still. They couldn't understand how Zhao Hai could produce such numbers of firefishes. This matter was too strange. Naturally, Smith was adamant on not asking about Zhao Hai's methods. He knew that it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to tell him, but the family actually pressured him to get the methods of firefish production from Zhao Hai. This action from the family was extremely disliked by Smith. He thought that the family was acting in bad faith. Zhao Hai was willing to supply the family, but getting the methods from him was already going too far. It was his personal trade secret. In this case, wasn't asking for Zhao Hai's methods the same as digging for his secrets? This was something you do to enemies, not friends. This made Smith strongly oppose the family's decision. Of the Kelsey family, it was Smith who made contact with Zhao Hai the longest. He was very clear about Zhao Hai's disposition. He knew that Zhao Hai would rather die than face humiliation. If the family were really adamant on acquiring Zhao Hai's methods of raising firefishes, it may even turn Zhao Hai into the family's enemy. Smith knew how formidable Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai becoming the family's enemy is no laughing matter. The Kelsey family's power was inferior to the Radiant Church. For Zhao Hai, who offended the church to roam around this freely, was testament to Zhao Hai's personal might. Smith felt that the higher-ups in the family were sometimes quite short-sighted. People like Zhao Hai were more suitable to be befriended, not to used. If they really were to place pressure on Zhao Hai, then someone would certainly suffer. At the same time, this matter made Smith feel strange. Although the family was short-sighted, they were very tolerant towards dark mages. The interests of dark mages were generally left alone by the higher-ups. So what happened this time? Zhao Hai is a member of the League of Dark Mages. Although he wasn't an elder or someone influential, he still provided substantial help to the League. If someone from the family actually went and pressured Zhao Hai, the consequences would certainly be inconceivable. Smith had thought of one possible reason. This may have been something that his fifth brother concocted in order to gain more benefits. Kelsey family, like all other great families, also had a competition for the position of patriarch. Currently, there were 4 suitable candidates for the position inside Kelsey family: the eldest child Peter, second child Smith, fourth child Mike, and the fifth child Juan. Peter was the first-in-line successor of the family. He is continuously present inside the family's headquarters, helping the family with their matters. He is also an important member of the League of Dark Mages. One could even say that almost all of the matters regarding the League was handled by him. The second child Smith governs the family's purse, Skywater City. Although he hasn't been contributing to the matters at the headquarters, he still did a great job managing Skywater City. He had brought tons of gold coins to the family, making his position in the family quite high. The third child Dylan was an abnormality. He was a cultivation freak. Although he was indeed very formidable, he didn't have the qualities to be a good patriarch, since strength wasn't important in such a position. The fourth child, Mike, is the diplomat of the family. He was always present when it came to the family's social obligations. The fact that the Kelsey family didn't have enemies inside the Rosen Empire, as well as the fact that the Radiant Church had a hard time entering the territory, was all due to him. His contributions to the family were quite large. and his network of contacts outside was also extremely wide. The fifth child, Juan, was an attractive straw bag, devoid of wisdom. He only takes into consideration his own personal being, seeks small benefits while forgetting righteousness. But his mouth was quite flowery, gaining his father's favor. Also, he always wanted to be the patriarch. Along with his gang of sleazy villains, they were quite the formidable power inside the family. Smith knew that although Peter was struggling to take the position of patriarch, he would never think of harming the family. He was already managing the family for all these years. He certainly valued it dearly. The only candidate that would force Zhao Hai could only be Juan. Smith was quite annoyed at Juan. He was a typical black sheep. If he wanted to play around, then that's fine, but he always wanted to scramble for power as well as getting in between things. He didn't contribute anything useful to the family, only harm. Smith also knew that this wasn't just about the successorship. It was certain that some people in the family were quite envious. A supply of 50,000 fire fishes could net them at least 200,000 gold coins after further processing, and this was pure profit. All other expenses were already deducted. A minimum of 200,000 per month was about 2 million gold coins in a year. Even if someone chooses to ignore this profit, they wouldn't be able to hold themselves for too long. The elders of the family should have been stunned by such figures, and it was certainly Juan's doing that the family was currently heading the wrong direction. Not only did Smith decline the family's command, he also wrote a strongly worded letter back. He stated that Zhao Hai was better off left alone, otherwise the family would certainly suffer and lose big. However, he didn't feel assured. He knew that the elders back at the headquarters were very stubborn and arrogant. Although they were pressured by the Radiant Church all these years, their old bones didn't give in. To the elders, everyone should clear the way when the Kelsey family name gets mentioned. In reality, Smith also held the pride of an old noble family inside himself, but he wasn't excessive like the family elders. He knew that reputation wasn't enough. The family needed strength. Only strength could decide a clan's future. Pressuring other people with the status of a clan wasn't the right way. The family should be collecting talents. They should find and recruit strong and talented individuals and make them belong to the family. Also, there were people who might fight back when faced with pressure. Zhao Hai was one of those examples. Chapter 383, Learning to Brew from the Apes. Zhao Hai actually knew of these matters. Although he had been staying inside Sweet Plum Courtyard for these past few days while never going out, he still knew what happens inside the city lord's office. Of course he would know. He has the monitor. Although he had been quite low-key, he was very informed about the happenings in the continent. He knew that Smith couldn't be uninformed about the matters of the continent, and when Smith were to know about them, he would discuss it with other people. As long as he talked about it inside the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hai would find about it at the earliest possible time. Zhao Hai was extremely satisfied with Smith's actions but not with the Kelsey family. He didn't think that the family would want to get his methods. This made Zhao Hai quite angry. But hearing from Smith and Phil's conversations, he knew that even though the decision was from the family, not everyone was responsible for this. This made Zhao Hai quite relieved. He was also clear about internal disputes inside these great clans, so the Kelsey family certainly wouldn't be an exception. It was impossible for such a family to not have their own internal power struggle. This made Zhao Hai quite annoyed. He didn't want to get involved in these things, but these matters actually came to find him. Currently, Laura and Megan had been very close these past few days. Lately they had been going around Skywater City to play. On the contrary, since Zhao Hai knew that there were a lot of people who were looking for him, he just stayed inside the city lord's mansion. Laura and the others were walking around the city not just to play, but also to look at the city's situation as well as look for a suitable place to establish their shop. Zhao Hai wanted to look for a good place for a shop inside Skywater City. Although Smith told him that this matter would be taken care of, Zhao Hai didn't place his hopes on it. After all, he couldn't just depend on Smith for everything. He was their partner. If they cannot be in the same position, their partnership wouldn't be solid. The premise of a cooperation was the equality of both sides. If the two parties standing in the partnership wasn't equal, one of them could only be considered as being hired. Now that Zhao Hai was staying inside the city lord's mansion, he felt that he was hiring himself to the Kelsey family. This made Zhao Hai uncomfortable deep inside. One could say that Zhao Hai was a proud person. The more proud a person was about themselves, the less likely they would want to depend on other people. It was even more so when Zhao Hai learned the ins and outs of the situation. He wanted to find a house outside to stay in. Even more, he didn't want the Kelsey family to think that he owed them a favor since he was made to stay in the mansion. While he was thinking about this, Smith's store being opened was seen on the monitor. When Smith saw Phil came in, he immediately said, "Uncle Phil, what's the matter?" Phil looked at Smith and forced a smile. "Fifth young master is coming in 2 days." I think that he didn't come with good intentions. It would be best to tell Mr. Zhao Hai about the situation. Hearing Phil's report, Smith couldn't help but frown. He didn't think that Juan would personally come and meet Zhao Hai. Although Smith didn't fear Juan, it wasn't good if Juan offends Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Smith immediately stood up and said, "Come, let's go see Little Hai." Then he led Phil to walk towards Sweet Plum Courtyard. Seeing the situation, Zhao Hai immediately turned the monitor off. He began to brew a pot of tea and got a book, pretending to have been reading all this time. Although he was pretending, the book that he read was about battle chi. Now that the farm has reached level 25, it only needed 5 levels to reach level 30. When that time arrives, he could both learn magic or battle chi. Zhao Hai was more inclined to learn battle chi since the space already had its own magic system. He could already use magic, but he was clueless about battle chi. Thus, he began educating himself. As long as he learns battle chi, he could effectively become a magic and martial dual cultivation practitioner. This was quite important to him, so he wanted to closely understand battle chi. Just after he had read a single page, Smith arrived. Smith wasn't polite and directly came in. He didn't want anyone to know that he came here. Upon entering and seeing Zhao Hai reading inside, Smith couldn't help but laugh and said, "I must say, Little Hai, you're quite free and unfettered, hiding here and drinking tea. You look quite comfortable." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and replied, "It's quite nice. What's the matter? Why did Big Brother Smith come here today?" Smith nodded then smiled stiffly. "Then I'll leave you to it. But there's something bad, Little Hai. I have something to tell you. Please don't get offended." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Smith continued, "Some elders of the family had been incited by my younger brother to make you hand over the method of raising fire fishes. I refused their decision, but my 5th brother unexpectedly came personally. My brother is quite a conceited person, and sometimes I'm unable to control him. I don't want him to force you, Little Hai. So can you go out and hide for quite some time? Big Brother would certainly find ways to save you." Zhao Hai was surprised. He didn't think Smith would actually say this. He turned to Smith and said, "Brother Smith, what do you mean? Will we not cooperate anymore? If we do, your younger brother can still disrupt our operations later. I can't always be in hiding, am I?" Smith smiled bitterly as he shook his head. "Of course not. I'll solve this matter as soon as possible. But you need to give me some time. What do you think? Your big brother is begging you." Zhao Hai looked at Smith as he calmly nodded. "Very well, I'll leave Skywater City tomorrow. But I hope that Brother Smith could fix this matter as soon as possible. I will leave my phantasmal beast hawk to you so that you can use it to deliver me a letter when the matter is taken care of. Don't worry, as long as you give the letter to the hawk, it will certainly find me." Smith nodded, then forced a smile at Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, this time Big Brother has been unfair to you. I hope that you don't get offended by this." Zhao Hai returned the smile and said, "It don't mind. Everyone has something they can't solve easily, rest assured." Smith nodded and said, "That's good. In a while I will have people prepare the money so that you can bring it with you when you leave. I'll also have the Shelley family notified along the way." Zhao Hai smiled, "Good. Also, you can tell them that if they have any unique plants and animals, I could take those instead of money. I'll pay a high price." Smith already knew of this custom of Zhao Hai, so he wasn't surprised and just nodded. "Very well, feel relieved. I'll take care of it." "Little Hai, you should tidy up. I won't be disturbing you. Have a drink with me in the evening since I won't be able to send you off tomorrow." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to be polite, Brother Smith." "Right. I want to buy slaves. It would be best if they have craftsmanship skills. I don't care about how expensive they are. If they cannot be prepared today, then giving them to me when I return is also good. No matter what kind of craftsmanship skill they have, I'll have them as long as they have the skill." Smith nodded. "All right, don't worry, they'll be waiting for you when you return." "How many do you want?" Zhao Hai replied, "The more the better, except for craftsmanship. It would be better if you could also find me some slaves that are literate. I don't want battle slaves who don't know how to read. I want those who know how to craft and those who know how to read." Although he didn't know why Zhao Hai was so specific about the slaves, Smith didn't ask any further and just nodded. "Okay, the next time you come, I'll promise you that you'll be able to get these slaves." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good." "Then Big Brother, you still need to be busy. You don't have to worry about me anymore." Then Smith stood up and went away. Looking at Smith's departing back, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly to himself. "I just arrived for 2 days, now I need to leave. Well, I happen to need to learn beer brewing from Little Jin. Hi. I didn't think that I would actually need to learn beer making from a monkey. If I tell this to someone, they would certainly laugh at me." After ridiculing himself, Zhao Hai returned his attention to the Battle Chi Fundamentals book. The book's contents were very simple. It teaches you to exercise and steadily improve your body's strength. Time will come when you feel a tingling sensation, and this sensation would be battle chi. It is a mysterious force present in the human body. This theory wasn't new to Zhao Hai. There were various descriptions of chi present in Chinese martial arts. Zhao Hai used to be a nerd, so he read a ton of novels. It wasn't strange for him to have some sort of dream of being a martial artist. He tried to learn some martial arts from the television, but since he didn't have the proper guidance of a master, he didn't have any positive results, so he finally gave up. Although this book has some aspects that were quite different to what he knew, there were common ways in them that would help a person get stronger. In Chinese martial arts, the main points were giving priority to the body's health, paying more attention to breathing and exhalation. Battle Chi was more like external martial arts in Chinese terms. They give main emphasis on the body's strength, circulating external chi rather than internal. Not only did it emphasize having a strong body, it also highlights having strong fighting strength. But this kind of practice method could easily cause internal injuries. When it came to warriors, internal injuries were very difficult to cure. If you were unable to completely heal your internal injuries, they might affect you when you reach old age. This was what most warriors fear. This made Zhao Hai's feelings quite convoluted. He didn't know whether he should practice battle chi or the martial arts that he had tried to learn before. Without knowing, afternoon came. Laura and the others also came back with Megan. When they arrived at Sweet Plum Courtyard, Megan chatted with Laura and the others for a while before leaving. After seeing Megan leave, Laura and the others immediately went to Zhao Hai's room. Seeing that the group had come back, Zhao Hai gave a nod and smiled. "How was it? Did you have fun?" Laura sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. "Quite fun. But there weren't any more things that we find amusing." "How about Brother Hai? Aren't you getting bored with staying with the same people at home all the time?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no other people present here right now. You need to tidy up. We'll head back to Ape Island." Laura stared at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, is there a problem?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he told Laura and the others about the Kelsey family's matter. Laura listened, then calmly said, "Right then, let's leave for a while. This way, we won't be worrying about the Kelsey family's internal matters. At least Brother Smith still cares for us." Zhao Hai agreed. "Of course he would take care of us, otherwise he wouldn't have us leave. If we stay, we'll get embroiled with Juan's schemes. We could have stood right by Brother Smith's side, but he didn't let us do so. This expresses his sincerity towards us. I think it is also good that we head towards Ape Island. It would be best if we learn how to brew those beer made by Little Jin's tribe. This may allow us to add this as one of our products, increasing our income." The little monkey was currently being hugged by Meg. When he heard Zhao Hai mention him, he gave a few happy shrieks as he expressed a proud appearance. Laura smiled towards Little Jin. "What are you so proud for?" "That thing that you brew is very sour. It would be strange if people actually like it." "I actually like the bread tree fruit." "Brother Hai, you said that you aren't planting any bamboo rice this time. How about planting some bread trees?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I actually had the same idea. It seems like the bread tree has more output compared to bamboo rice. But there are also advantages in planting bamboo rice. We have no other choice but continue planting them." "How about this? I'll have Kair leave a piece of land for the bread tree. What do you think?" Meg nodded this time. "It's good. The fruit of the tree can be eaten directly. It also tastes good. Furthermore, a fruit is enough for a beastman to eat. If we save the fruits we harvest, we could sell them to Brother Whales come spring. It will certainly be a huge hit, right Little Jin?" Little Jin shrieked excitedly. He moved his limbs around while in Meg's arms, which made the women smile tenderly. With Little Jin present, they seemed to be laughing a lot more. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Meg's idea is very good. Moreover, the breadfruit could be retained for a long time. Also, we seem to underestimate Little Jin's liquor. Although it seemed to be sour, it was because Little Jin had fermented it for too long. Otherwise the flavor should be very good." "Haven't you experienced the liquor's sweet smell?" "Believe me, that liquor will certainly be the continent's best seller in the future." The reason behind Zhao Hai's confidence stems from the sales volume of beer back on Earth. No matter male or female, almost everybody would drink a few glasses of beer. Of all the liquor sold, beer was considered to be the one with the most volume consumed. If Zhao Hai manages to generate beer, it will surely sell very well in the continent. Also, the reason why Zhao Hai wanted to continue planting bamboo rice was because he wanted to make rice wine. When he manages to make rice wine, it would certainly be popular as well. With these products, they could earn a lot of money. 1. Because Laura and the others didn't like the taste of beer, they didn't drink much when they were still at Ape Island. They just took a little sip and didn't consume much. So when Zhao Hai expressed his thoughts, they didn't believe it. Laura frowned and said, "Really? Is Brother Hai really confident about this?" Zhao Hai nodded. while little Jin shrieked proudly at the side. This brought another round of laughter from the group. 1. Haven Brewery Company coming through. Chapter 384. I'm afraid that you can't handle it. Zhao Hai sat in the Haven while it left Skywater City. Right now, they were already offshore. Although this part of the sea was still under Rosen Empire's region, there weren't a lot of Rosen Empire warships that could be seen. Rosen Empire's sea defense wasn't very strong. Their warships were generally used to keep their maritime territory in order. Those who the Empire sends outwards to pillage and plunder were generally their privateers. It may sound absurd for the Empire to send some pillagers out at sea, but this was the truth. Those privateers wouldn't act inside Rosen Empire waters. Moreover, they won't fly the banner of the Empire. Actually, this matter of nations sending forth privateers was a public secret. Almost all nations in the continent had their own privateers who move on different parts of the sea, flaunting different banners from their host nation, but they were still under some sort of control by the state. However, these privateers generally wouldn't live great lives. If they do a bad job, their host country would deal with them. If they do a good job, the plundered nation would be the ones hunting them down. Since there was still need to control these privateers, an official member of the nation would act at its true core. The other members were generally mercenaries. Take the Rosen Empire's privateer fleet for example. Their fleet commander is a member of the Rosen imperial family, but all other people were mostly mercenaries. When they turn into privateers, their identity would be criminals, pirates. But if they do arrive in Rosen Empire, they would be granted asylum by the Rosen Empire Navy. Zhao Hai and the others were now out at sea, although they still weren't out of the Rosen Empire's waters. The control of the Empire around these parts were quite lax. These parts were the most attractive places for merchants. Although they could travel along the Empire's coastline for safety, they would need to pay taxes. But if they travel along these waters, although they could meet some pirates, there was still the possibility of traveling safely. This way, they didn't need to pay taxes. Since taxes for nautical cargo were very high, Zhao Hai didn't care about any of these cents. Right now, he was carrying the Kelsey family's badge. Having this badge meant that he was exempted from Rosen Empire's taxation. It was the family's privilege. With this privilege, there was no way that Zhao Hai wouldn't make use of it. He didn't want his money to be used for paying Rosen Empire's tax. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't sitting on the deck of his ship while watching the sea. Several small islands pass by leisurely. The scene was quite tranquil and peaceful. Zhao Hai liked the peacefulness of the sea. He thought that the sea is just like a person. Sometimes she would be in a good mood, sometimes in a bad mood. Although both aspects have their own charm, Zhao Hai believes that when the sea is tranquil, that was when it was the most beautiful. It looked and felt like a sleeping beauty. At this moment, a fleet of ships could be seen approaching from the distance. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at the group of ships. Since the ships weren't any ordinary vessels, they were flying the banner of the Rosen Empire. The fleet was led by 3 5-masted ironclad battleships followed by 7 3-masted battleships. A total of 10 ships were heading towards Zhao Hai's location. Zhao Hai stared. It wasn't normal for these ships to reach this part of the sea. The only reason for their appearance here should be Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai frowned. Then he opened the monitor. The ships weren't that far from them. He should be able to see the opposite party at this distance. He knew that the leader of such a show of power should be at one of those 3 ironclad battleships, so he focused his attention to the 3 ships and scoured for possible suspects. Laura and the others were standing on Zhao Hai's side, so they knew what was going on. They were also paying attention to the monitor and wanted to see who was there to block them. Their ship was sporting the Kelsey family's badge. No ordinary ship would dare approach it. Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly shrank. This was because he saw a person, a young person about less than 30 years old wearing noble clothing. He looked very charming while carrying his magic staff. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't notice the young man because of how good-looking he was. On the contrary, he disliked these kinds of men. To Zhao Hai, they looked just like a well-polished egg. The main reason that Zhao Hai was surprised was because the young man looked just like a younger version of Smith, but more charming. Seeing the young man made Zhao Hai think that this man should be Smith's fifth brother, Juan. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand why Juan would appear at this time. Moreover, they seemed to be planning on blocking their ship. Didn't Smith say that this guy will arrive tomorrow at Skywater City, and that he would arrive by Law River? Why would he be here? While thinking of these things, the 10 ships had already surrounded Zhao Hai's group. Juan's ship went to Zhao Hai's ship's side, then while using a springboard, the 2 ships were connected. At this time, Juan came over. Zhao Hai didn't stop him. He knew that there was no use to preventing him from coming. Juan came, so in any case, Zhao Hai had to come and meet him. He wanted to know what kind of person this Juan is, what he wanted, as well as how he will threaten him. Juan arrived on board the Haven and then swept a glance at Zhao Hai. His expression showed that he seemed to see a beggar on the street. But when he saw Laura with Meg and Near, his eyes lit up. This made Zhao Hai's expression sink. He immediately disliked this person. It didn't matter that he was Smith's brother nor that he was a member of Kelsey family. Zhao Hai came to despise him. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just looked at Juan as Juan also looked at him. Juan was waiting for Zhao Hai to speak first, but Zhao Hai didn't do so. It was a competition of silence. Zhao Hai looked at Juan's face. Then he suddenly smiled. He waved his hand and had his undead prepare chairs and tables as well as tea. When Zhao Hai waved his hand, Laura and the others understood what he wanted to do, so they immediately sat on the chairs and poured themselves a cup of tea, ignoring the presence of Juan. Juan was at first dumbfounded about what happened, then a boundless anger came. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would choose to ignore him this way. He completely disregarded his face. When he saw Zhao Hai take an apple to tease the little monkey in his arms, Juan couldn't help it anymore as he roared towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, you dare ignore me? Do you know who I am? You dared act like this to me? Zhao Hai looks at Juan and showed a faint smile. Why don't you ask yourself who you are? Why are asking me? Why would it be ridiculous for me to treat you like this? This is my ship, my private property. It was you guys who actually dared to come aboard my ship without permission. Now what? You want me to invite you for dinner? Juan pointed his finger at Zhao Hai, unable to utter a word. At this time, the person beside Juan yelled and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was already wary of these people. Juan brought some warrior-dressed people with him. These people's strengths weren't great. They have the same standard as dogs. The person who charged towards Zhao Hai obviously wanted to make Zhao Hai look ugly, hoping for Juan to reward him later. However, Zhao Hai didn't mind him. The warrior had the strength of a 5th rank. On this ship, any undead could cut this man in half in a matter of seconds. Zhao Hai didn't bat an eyelid and just gave a look at Shun, who was beside him. Shun immediately appeared at the warrior's side, pointing his dagger at the warrior's neck in a backhand grip. At this point, Zhao Hai calmly said, "That's enough, Shun. I don't want to see blood this day." Shun complied. Although the dagger didn't continue on its path, Shun didn't withdraw it. He just watched the warrior with cold eyes. The man, on the other hand, didn't dare move even a single finger. He saw from Shun's eyes that if he were to even move a little, the other party wouldn't hesitate to pierce his throat. The other people who came on the ship were stunned. Juan didn't think that Zhao Hai would dare to act. The other warriors around Juan immediately went to protect him. Zhao Hai stood up, then he looked at Juan and said, "You should be Juan." "Yes, don't worry, I won't kill you for Brother Smith's sake." "So, what do you want?" Juan looked at Zhao Hai then waved his hand. The warrior immediately returned to his side. Although the warrior was unsuccessful, Juan made sure to remember him. No matter what, this man dared to make the first move. Juan looked at Zhao Hai and calmed his face down, at least on the surface. Then he said with a serious voice, "You really don't know why I came?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "To be honest, I do know why you came, but I want to know what you'll do if I decline." "Will you make these battleships attack me?" Juan coldly snorted. "Perhaps, but I urge you to think carefully. If you refuse, what do you think the family would think of you? I will also make the people from the family refrain from sheltering you." Zhao Hai looked at Juan and smiled faintly. "I'm fine with that, but you also have to think about the consequences if that would happen." "Did you already do that?" Juan gazed at Zhao Hai coldly. "There's no use in frightening me. This will be up to you alone. You won't be able to cause a ruckus since nobody will listen to you." Zhao Hai remained smiling then said, "That's not necessary. I'm not a soft persimmon that you could just pinch. I will resist. And I will be fierce. I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle it." Chapter 385, "I'll accept these ships." Juan didn't believe Zhao Hai's words. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was a dark mage who offended the Radiant Church and was forced to leave his home. He didn't have any other way of surviving. Thus, Juan didn't fear Zhao Hai's threats. Instead he showed a cold smile and said, "No need to frighten me. There's no use in talking big words. You came to seek refuge with our family, but refuses to pay a price. Aren't you being shameful in taking my family's money?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this was what Juan thought of him, but he didn't mind it. He only looked at Juan and said, "Not at all. And why would I be shameless? If I wasn't a dark mage when I came to do business in Skywater City, wouldn't you still settle me? If I came to Skywater City, wouldn't your family still protect me? When I came to Skywater City, I didn't ask your family to guard my well-being. I didn't ask to stay at the city lord's mansion either. It was Smith who made me stay there. It was never in my intention to be there. And now you want to take this into account? You cannot be any more wrong." Juan was brought to silence by Zhao Hai. He was right. Even if he wasn't a dark mage, the family would still protect him inside Skywater City. This was one of the reasons why Skywater City thrived. If they didn't do this, the city wouldn't have reached its present degree. Juan was speechless for quite some time. He didn't know how to reply. He looked at Zhao Hai's face and couldn't help but feel his anger rising up. Then he said loudly, "You're saying that you won't give me the thing that I want? If you don't hand it over, then I'm going to be impolite." Zhao Hai looked interestingly at Juan and said, "Impolite? You want to attack me? Do you have the strength?" Juan looked at Zhao Hai's eyes and couldn't help but feel coldness in his heart. He knew that he went too far in asking and even did it in Zhao Hai's ship. If Zhao Hai wanted to deal with him, it would be very easy. He heard that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't weak. However, Juan gave a look to the person standing behind him and calmed his heart down. This person was someone that was sent by the family to support him and was placed as his housekeeper. Even though this man always said, "We cannot do this, we cannot do that," his strength was actually quite formidable, a 7th-ranked dark mage. When Juan saw this man, he felt relief. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "If you really have the ability to deal with me, then show me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Witness this." Then he waved his hand, covering the skies above the 10 ships with an uncountable number of undead. Soon, The ships were overwhelmed by Zhao Hai's summons. Nobody expected Zhao Hai to deal with the ships instead of Juan. Before long, there were no living persons left on the vessels. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand for a second time, making 10 clumps of black mists head towards the ships. After the mists vanished, all the original crew from those 10 ships were turned into undead. Zhao Hai looked at the dumbfounded Juan and said, "I'll accept these 10 ships while preparing a boat for you. You don't have that much people left anyway. There should be ships that pass by this place, so you should be able to reach Skywater in a few days." Then he waved his hands as the 10 ships were led away by Zhao Hai's newly acquired undead crews. Juan was frozen while all of these happened. He didn't think Zhao Hai would do this. This was completely out of his expectations. The person sent by the family just stood there and sighed in his heart. Zhao Hai's move was very beautiful, only embarrassing Juan while taking into account the Kelsey family's face. With Zhao Hai's strength they wouldn't be able to do anything. The housekeeper looked at the 10 ships that they initially brought and saw that all the crew had become advanced level undead. Turning thousands of people into advanced level undead was not something that was easily done. Not even himself could do this feat. Even if he did so, his lifespan would drastically decrease. This made him have a new understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. At the same time, he also noticed that Zhao Hai's ships were also filled with these advanced level undead. This meant that there were even more advanced undead on Zhao Hai's pockets. Seeing the ships being driven away, Juan was frightened. He got angry as his pale expression turned to Zhao Hai. Then he shouted wildly, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" Just as he said this, a pair of powerful hands held him. Juan turned to look and saw the housekeeper that the family sent. The housekeeper calmly looked at him and said, "Young master, this is no joking matter. Let's leave." Then the housekeeper turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I'll have to ask you to prepare a boat for us. Also, please prepare enough water and food." Zhao Hai looked at the housekeeper and faintly smiled. "No problem. I will also send a letter to Brother Smith so that he would send people to fetch you as soon as possible." "Mr. I must also add that no matter how the Kelsey family deals with this later on, my stance remains the same. I just want you to tell the family to think carefully next time. Tell them to not deceive their minds with the benefits in front of their eyes." Then he waved his hand towards his undead to prepare the things for Juan. Zhao Hai gave a whistle as a blood hawk fell from the space. He wrote a few words as he sent a letter to Smith via the hawk. He didn't ignore Juan. Zhao Hai turned his head and said, "Well, Juan, you can go now. The boat has food and water enough for 7 days. I've placed some wine as well. Although this boat isn't big, it is enough for your group to sit comfortably inside. This is not a sailing ship, so you don't have to do anything, as long as nothing happens. Brother Smith's men should arrive in 3 days. You wouldn't be in any grave danger." Juan wanted to retort, but was instead pulled by his housekeeper. The housekeeper knew that there was no use in talking to Zhao Hai at this point. It would be better if they left early. They truly underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. At the same time, the housekeeper thought about making the family change its approach regarding Zhao Hai. The other party was a man they cannot mess with. His strength is too great. The manager remembered that all of the undead sent by Zhao Hai to attack the 10 ships were all advanced level undead. There were tens of thousands of them, almost equal to the strength of 3 legions. One person controlling 3 legions of those undead who weren't afraid of death. How can anyone mess with this person? This man wasn't just a housekeeper. He was also someone sent by the family to act as surveillance. The Kelsey family sent these housekeepers to each of the successors in order to monitor and evaluate their performance. They were sent to appraise the person as to whether or not they were fit to hold the position of patriarch. They were very essential for the process of selection. Naturally, this matter wasn't made known to the candidates. They only thought that the family was taking good care of them. That's why they sent those housekeepers to help their day-to-day lives. Zhao Hai didn't mind them anymore. He wanted the Kelsey family to learn something from this encounter. He wanted to make them know that he wasn't afraid, while at the same time wanting to find out how the family would continue on with this matter. If they handled it well, then all is good. If they didn't, then Zhao Hai would look at other directions, since the Kelsey family wasn't worthy of his cooperation. Looking at Juan's boat that was slowly turning into a black spot, Laura expressed her worries. "Brother Hai, is this good enough? Are we giving Brother Smith enough face?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I had a blood hawk carry the ghost staff. Also, I had a few of them patrol the surrounding skies for a few days. As long as a situation happens, we would be there to save them. After all, he is still Smith's younger brother. We can't have him face any trouble. We only want to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, we won't be seen highly by the Kelsey family. They will only treat us as servants." "I don't want that," Laura nodded as she sighed. "I didn't think that someone like that existed inside Kelsey family. It was surprising. I hope Brother Smith could find a solution as soon as possible." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if he takes a long time. We could just stay at Little Jin's Island and continue to learn how to make his liquor." At this time, the little monkey expressed his delight, making Zhao Hai and the others laugh. At this time, on the boat, Juan was angry while looking at his housekeeper. "Zach, what are you doing? Why do we have to listen to his words? Why don't we deal with him? Didn't the clan say that you are strong? Why do I see that you're good for nothing right now?" Zach looked at Juan and calmly responded, "Young master, it will be impossible for us to beat Zhao Hai. Didn't you see? He just released tens of thousands of advanced level undead. Tens of thousands. If we fight him, then we're just courting death. Even if he cannot kill us, it would be simple to capture us." This was why I didn't resist. Although Juan was very angry, he was not a fool. After recollecting the situation of Zhao Hai blotting the skies with undead, he couldn't help but feel startled. He knew that what Zach said was right, but he couldn't just swallow this humiliation. From his childhood years to the present, it was only Zhao Hai who treated him like this. Juan gritted his teeth as he sat down. At the same time, he gave an oath in his heart that he would certainly tell this matter to his father. He must return Zhao Hai's actions and wash away this shame. Chapter 386. It's not impossible. It is a certainty. Smith was currently in his own study, writing a letter to his elder brother. He wanted to explain Zhao Hai's situation in detail. He wanted the family to change its ways in approaching Zhao Hai. Smith knew that the most important thing for the family was Zhao Hai. Those firefishes only came second. Money cannot compare to what Zhao Hai could bring. Smith wouldn't even hesitate to exchange the entire Skywater City for Zhao Hai's loyalty. But this was naturally impossible. Smith also knew that Zhao Hai wasn't the type of person that could be lured in with money. Although it seems like Zhao Hai loved money, every single coin he got was rightfully gained. Even when he robbed Grand Duke Lionheart of all his belongings, Zhao Hai did it with his own ability. Smith also knows that Zhao Hai took sentiment heavily into account. This was why Smith has been taking care of Ruian all this time. Although Ruian's family hadn't sent someone to pick her up yet, she was very safe inside Skywater City. She can go around and play without worrying about her own safety. Although Zhao Hai rarely visited Ruian, Smith took care of her very well. He wanted Zhao Hai to know that he had been helping him secretly. This was so that Zhao Hai could develop even a small trace of gratitude towards Kelsey family, which may be taken into account if ever the family would need his skills in the future. but Smith's painstaking efforts were destroyed in this one move by the family. Smith understood that if this matter wasn't handled properly, Zhao Hai wouldn't work with the family anymore. This loss is too great. Smith didn't believe that Zhao Hai was afraid of the Radiant Church. With his attitude towards the church, how could he be afraid of it? In addition, Zhao Hai was a crown prince back at the Beastman Prairie where the Radiant Church couldn't reach their hands. So even if the family didn't place any importance to Zhao Hai, he could still hide inside the prairie. At that time, there would be no way for the church to deal with him. At this moment, Phil came in. Only Phil was able to enter Smith's study without notification. When Smith saw his Phil, he looked at the paper on the other's hand and asked, "Uncle Phil, what's the matter?" Phil calmly gave Smith the paper. Seeing Phil's expression, Smith knew that something must have happened. He immediately received the paper and read its contents. Then his face turned very ugly in an instant. Bang! Smith slapped the surface of his table, then stood up. He walked around the room as he mumbled, "This doesn't make sense. Why would he do this? Why is he making things very difficult for me?" Phil knew that Smith wasn't talking about Zhao Hai, but Juan. Juan almost pushed Zhao Hai to the opposing side. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was patient and just taught Juan a lesson. Otherwise, things would have been very bad for the Kelsey family. Smith wasn't angry about how Zhao Hai treated Juan. On the contrary, he felt relieved. These past few years, Juan had been extremely annoying, but because he needed to consider his father's face, Smith didn't say anything. Juan was getting more and more excessive. It was about time that someone taught him a lesson. At this point, Phil's serious voice can be heard. "I already arranged the people who will meet the fifth young master." "Young master, you must prepare and solve this matter as soon as possible, or else, the fifth young master might create more troubles when he comes back." Smith nodded. "It's not just a possibility, it is certain." With Little Hai giving him a lesson, I think that he will certainly incite the clan to deal with Zhao Hai when he gets back. This matter should be taken care of, otherwise the family would certainly suffer. I always have this feeling that Zhao Hai had a lot of secrets and what he showed us was just the tip of the iceberg. We cannot push him to become our enemy. Phil was in approval with Smith's view. He had quite a lot of interactions with Zhao Hai, so he had made some sort of understanding about their visitor. Just like what Smith said, Phil also thought that there were too many secrets that Zhao Hai has not yet revealed. It was certainly unwise for the family to turn him into an enemy before they knew everything about Zhao Hai. Phil nodded and said, "We still have a few days' time, but I'm currently worried about the fifth young master's safety." Now that the young master had been thrown out at sea by Zhao Hai, there may be some people who'll develop thoughts of attacking him. "Don't forget, we have a lot of enemies." Smith shook his head and smiled. "No need to be worried, Little Hai already had that covered." It can be seen that he still didn't want to have a falling out with us. "I'm sure that he should have sent someone to guard Juan's safety." Phil nodded. Then Smith sighed and said, "Uncle Phil, make sure to get him back safely. There's no other acceptable outcome." At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting on the deck while observing Juan's situation. He couldn't have Juan suffer an accident, otherwise, he wouldn't have anything to say to Smith. He also wouldn't be able to cooperate with the Kelsey family anymore. Thus, he could only ensure Juan's safety. He also wanted to see how the family reacts to this scenario, but he really didn't worry too much. This area was still under Skywater City's domain. The Kelsey family's influence here should still be quite strong, and just like what he expected, a Kelsey family ship came to pick Juan up after 3 days of sending the letter. Zhao Hai felt relieved. Currently, they were now approaching Ape Island. When Zhao Hai returned to Skywater City, he didn't go and see Ruyan. He knew that she didn't want to meet him, and from Laura's inquiry, Ruian was already living happily in the city. Zhao Hai didn't want to disturb her. Naturally, he knew what Smith was secretly doing. Zhao Hai really put to heart what Smith just did. This proved that Smith truthfully regarded him very high deep in his heart. This time, Zhao Hai obtained 10 additional ships, adding on to the 3 he obtained earlier, the Swordfish, and the Haven. He now had a total of 15 ships. 15 ships wasn't a small number. Most clans wouldn't necessarily have this many ships. Although these ships' ability to store cargo wasn't as good as freighters, Zhao Hai still thought that these ships were still useful. In 5 days' time, they finally arrived at Ape Island. They could actually arrive at an earlier time, but Zhao Hai didn't want to be suspicious, so he just went with the normal voyage towards the island. Zhao Hai's purpose in returning to the island was mostly for studying Little Jin's way of brewing beer. For this matter, he brought over a few beastmen. Since these beastmen had a bit of experience in making liquor, they should be able to learn quite easily. Ape Island was still the same. When Zhao Hai and the others came down from the ship, Little Jin's tribe mates were already waiting for them. Zhao Hai and the others weren't polite and immediately rode on the backs of some gorillas as they headed back to the lair. This was the first time that the beastmen came to the island, so they were frozen at the sight of the huge trees. They didn't imagine that there were such huge trees that existed in this world. Then, Zhao Hai introduced them to the breadfruit. He just planted the trees in the space, so there hasn't been any fruits that were produced yet. After staying at Little Jin's place for a while, Zhao Hai took some breadfruit and beer before going back to Iron Mountain Fort. Even though they hadn't returned for quite some time, there were no major changes that occurred on the fort other than the fact that Blockhead and Rockhead recently retired for some time. They were striving hard, hoping to break through their bottleneck. To be honest, Blockhead and Rockhead's aptitudes weren't that great, but they were willing to work hard, which was rarely seen in some people. Zhao Hai adored this quality. When Zhao Hai's group arrived at the fort's living room, Green, Mran and Kun were present. When he saw the group appear, Green smiled and said, "Oh, got bored of playing and decided to come home?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "A bit. Skywater City is very nice. I also went to find us some slaves. I figured that it was time to increase the number of people we have here." "Right, Grandpa Green, I have some good things here." Then he took out a breadfruit and a bottle of beer. Green looked curiously at the breadfruit. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he opened it. When the fruit was opened, the flesh inside immediately inflated. Green was startled when he tasted the fruit. Although it looked strange, it was quite interesting. "It is also very good." Then Zhao Hai made him taste the beer. Although Zhao Hai informed him that he would be taking away some liquor makers, Green wasn't informed about what liquor they would be making. Now that Zhao Hai brought some samples back, Green was curious and tasted it. However, the taste was quite disappointing. And it's true, the state of the beer was very sour because of the current method of fermentation. It was not a very good thing to drink at the moment. Green didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to brew this stuff. Green placed the glass down and turned to Zhao Hai as he said, "Young master, do we really need to make this time?" "To be honest, this is not tasty." Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "It is certainly not tasty at present. This is because Little Jin didn't take good care of it. If we ferment it properly, the flavor will certainly very different, I'm sure." "Also, I'm preparing to start growing some bread trees here. Although it is a tree, it has a higher yield than bamboo rice. What do you think?" Green nodded and said, "This thing is truly good. It might even change the continent's staple food. It is a good thing to plant these." "But young master, this tree grows on an island. Its climate is very different compared to here. I don't think we need to plant them large scale. We should do so in small batches and see if they can survive in this environment. If it can't, then we have no choice than to forget about it." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before nodding. Because of the space, he had forgotten about the effects of the climate. It seems like the situation here was the same as back on Earth. There were some southern fruits that couldn't be planted on northern soil because of the differing climate. But Zhao Hai had already decided to plant some bread trees inside the space. The yield of this tree is too high. If the space grew them, a bread tree's one season of harvest could beat 3 seasons of bamboo rice. When this bread tree produces fruit, he could sell it to the beastmen. Zhao Hai believed that the beastmen would certainly love it very much. The fruit was very convenient to carry and can be instantly eaten after being opened. Moreover, it can be stored for a long time. For beastmen, this was the type of fruit that they wanted to obtain. Mrin happily laughed and said, "Young master, it would certainly be good to plant this tree. It can be prepared very easily. If we plant a large number of it inside the space, we can sell it to the continent as well." "You mentioned that the breadfruit can be substituted with grain to sell to the beastmen, but you don't know how popular this food will be when also sold to humans." "This fruit is just like grain, since it could be easily eaten and prepared." Zhao Hai stared, then he scratched his head. "I actually forgot about this point." "You're right, Grandma Mrin. Come take a few of these fruits and try cooking with them." Mrin nodded. "Very well, I'll give it a try." Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, it's currently winter. You can't do anything here right now. We can't go to the mountains and scour for stones either. How about you go find some islands and see whether you can take some stones there and bring it here. Otherwise, we will have to wait for spring before continuing with our plans, and I think that it would be too late at that point. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought about Green's words then said, "Good, I'll go find some small uninhabited islands and bring its stones right here. Also, this way, we wouldn't have to destroy the back wasteland in the future." Green nodded then asked, "How is the situation at Skywater City?" Zhao Hai told Green and the others about the happenings back at Skywater City. He didn't hide anything from them. This time, the matter with the Kelsey family has two sides. One is good while the other is bad. The good one involves them being able to continue cooperating with the family. The bad thing involves them retreating and making their position on the continent require more firmness. Zhao Hai hopes that Green would prepare for both scenarios. After listening to Zhao Hai's recollection, Kun sighed and said, "No matter where, struggle for power exists. This time, Little Hai did a good job. We should let the Kelsey family know that we are not pushovers, only then will they respect our standing." Chapter 387, Level Up. Telling Green and the others about those matters made Zhao Hai completely relieved. He believed that Green and the others would certainly make appropriate preparations. Actually, they really didn't need to rush those preparations right now. They could wait until the Kelsey family makes its move. As long as the family took a side, no matter good or bad, Zhao Hai would need to act accordingly. Zhao Hai and the others returned to Ape Island, this time with Green, Mren, and Kun. When they first saw the island, they thought that it would be fantastic if they could build a base on top of it. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to destroy anything on the island. This place was Little Jin's domain. They lived for generations here. If Zhao Hai destroys this island, Little Jin's tribe might not be able to cope with it. What they needed to do right now was learn how to brew beer from Little Jin first. Then they would return to Iron Mountain 4 to make their experimentation. Maybe in the future, the group would be able to drink delicious beer. Zhao Hai also had another thing to do, which was to find small islands that they could mine some stones from. This was so that they could prepare some houses for this coming spring. Zhao Hai knew that Little Jin was quite clever. No matter what Zhao Hai says, the little monkey would understand. This would make things extremely easier for Zhao Hai. The liquor that little Jin made actually had a simple process. They would place the ripe breadfruit to the tree hole, pour in some water, then make the natural yeast ferment the liquid until it had this sort of fragrance. Naturally, there were some points that they needed to pay attention in. First was the sealing, second was the degree of ripeness of the fruit, and third was placing the breadfruit along with its shell. This didn't mean that only the shell was used in making the beer, on the contrary, it was the flesh of the fruit that was necessary. However, the shell also played an important role in the brewing process. It provides that beer flavor that Zhao Hai recognized. Without the shell, you would only get a barrel of dirty water with green furs. Zhao Hai didn't know why this happened, so he could only try to use this method at this time. He is hoping that the Beastman liquor makers can improve the process and make a more delicious beer. These Beastman winemakers have been living their life comfortably in the recent times. Their main task was to make milk wine. They didn't need to go do grazing, but they still have enough food to eat, have money to spend, and milk wine to drink. Every aspect of their current life was beautiful. In reality, Beastmen love tranquility, so they deeply desired a peaceful life. However, they needed to survive inside the prairie, so they would migrate all the time and roam to different places. It was very fortunate that right now they need not migrate anymore. They can just stay in one place and live peacefully. Their children were getting educated. They didn't need to worry about food, and the best thing was having enough vegetables to eat. Before, for a group like the giant horned bull clan, it was impossible for them to eat vegetables several times per year since vegetables were very expensive. Currently, in Iron Mountain Fort, vegetables were cheap, so they wanted to eat it as frequently as possible. In addition, they also had blue-eyed rabbit meat, so they didn't lack on that department either. For them, their present life is extremely beautiful. Because of this, the Beastmen felt extremely grateful to Zhao Hai. Beastmen were simple-minded beings. If you're good to them, then they will feel gratitude. They will do anything to pay you back. Otherwise, you are their enemies. It was a very simple philosophy. So when Zhao Hai asked them to study the apes' way of making liquor, they didn't complain. On the contrary, they were very careful in learning, afraid of missing a crucial point in the process. However, their worries were unnecessary. This was because the brewing of beer was very simple. Not only can they learn it quickly, even ordinary humans wouldn't find it hard to learn. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai was already expecting it. In all honesty, he didn't think that the process would be this simple. After learning the process of making beer, Zhao Hai delivered the Beastmen as well as Green's group back to Iron Mountain Fort. He wanted them to learn how to make beer, so that in the future they would have proper insights into making other kinds of liquor, like one made from rice. Naturally, Zhao Hai made Green manage these matters. Currently, Zhao Hai was on his ship which was leaving Ape Island. He wanted to look for small island that contained some stone that they could use. Actually, these few days, Zhao Hai was also waiting for Smith's letter to arrive. He wanted to find out whether the matter was finally solved. To his disappointment, the letter still hasn't arrived. But Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He knew that after Juan returns to the family, he would certainly find ways to deal with Zhao Hai. There are not many things that Smith could do about this. After leaving Ape Island, Zhao Hai and the others were slowly approaching the deep sea. There are numerous islands at the sea, some of them had fresh water in them, becoming supply points for some people. It was on these islands that pirates and great powers built their bases in. The other islands were basically ignored. But these ignored islands were very useful for Zhao Hai. If the island had any fauna, Zhao Hai could use it to hopefully upgrade the space. If they cannot, then it was still fine. It was the same case if there are magic beasts present. If the island didn't have any of those two, Zhao Hai could still mine the island for stone. In any case, Zhao Hai currently looked like a son of a poor household, making use of anything and everything. Moreover, another reason that Zhao Hai sailed this time was to go and absorb massive amounts of seawater into the space. Zhao Hai always wanted to do this, but since they were conscious of the time back then, he wasn't able to do so. 3 days after leaving Ape Island, when Zhao Hai and the others couldn't find a suitable small island, Zhao Hai thought that this was the correct time to move. He immediately had Jinan stop the ship and drop the anchor. Then Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift to absorb massive amounts of seawater into the space. Seeing the seawater entering the space, Zhao Hai became nervous. He finally understood why he was too hasty in absorbing water from the sea in the past. This was not because of the fact that they were hurrying at that time, but because he was too afraid that the seawater couldn't make his space upgrade and disappointing him. Because of the amount of seawater entering the space, a whirlpool was created on the surface of the sea. Zhao Hai was afraid that the seawater was not enough to upgrade the space, so he didn't stop. After half an hour or so, Zhao Hai stopped the spatial rift, making the water's surface normal again. Looking at the whirlpool vanish, Zhao Hai and the others entered the space. After they arrived, a prompt was given. Space has absorbed enough seawater containing various microorganisms to upgrade the farm to level 30 and the ranch to level 20. Congratulations to the host for the effort. Since the ranch has reached level 20, Small World function has been unlocked. The ranch will have the properties of a small world. Limits on animals raised removed. Limits on animal type removed. Added seawater, increasing the amount of fresh water. Added hot spring mountain. Unlocked the background. Since farm has reached level 30, processing factory function unlocked. Background unlocked. Can now use background as arable land. No limit in plant quantity planted. With this level up, prediction for what happens next. When host's farm reaches level 40 and the ranch reaches level 30, both functions will combine, becoming a true small world. When host's farm reaches level 50 and the ranch reaches level 40, host can buy more backgrounds, can plant and rear additional plants and animals on those backgrounds. Other progression paths still locked. Host has insufficient level. Hoping the host to increase his efforts. Zhao Hai was frozen in place. After listening to the prompt up until the end, Zhao Hai yelled in celebration. Laura and the others did the same. The space had finally reached level 30. Zhao Hai can finally create an antidote to cure his toxin. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't think that things would go this smoothly. The most important things were the new functions that the farm and the ranch has unlocked. The ranch can now raise animals as much as it can fit. There's no more limit. The farm can now use the background. Its land area has certainly been increased. They can now plant a lot more crops this time. This function was extremely fantastic. Moreover, the upgrades had allowed the space to predict what happens when it gets upgraded further. It would actually turn into a small world, as well as simultaneously being able to buy more backgrounds. This revelation was too wonderful. At this time, a prompt from the space could be heard again. Detected amount of toxic material on host's body. Space decided to reward the host, providing seeds for the antidote. Host may process medicine in the processing factory to create detoxification potion to remove toxicity. Seed placed in the inventory. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the prompt. Now he really didn't need to worry about dealing with the toxins on his body. The space had conveniently solved it for him. He immediately opened the inventory and found the seeds that were rewarded by the space. Zhao Hai knew why the space rewarded them specifically, These seeds were more than level 40. These were currently out of Zhao Hai's reach. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and turned to Care. Care, after the crops mature, replace them with these seeds. Also, plant bread trees massively on the background. Transform the terrain into about 1,000 mu of planting space. Care complied, then went onwards to control the space and got busy. Chapter 388, Multi-Purpose Processing Machine. At this time, Laura and the others arrived right by Zhao Hai's side. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. The space has finally leveled up. Our biggest worry has been solved. Ha ha ha. Now we don't need to upgrade the space anymore. We've already got what we wanted. Laura smiled as well and said, no, we must still continue on upgrading the space. If we do so, it will become a true separate world. Zhao Hai laughed along with the others. Laura just said what he felt in his heart. Although Zhao Hai said that they didn't need to upgrade the space anymore, he still actually wanted to find out what will happen when it reaches a high level. Now, he only knew what would happen when the space reaches level 50, but what about 60? What about 70? Is there a limit to how many upgrades it could take? What will the space become then? At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered something. He immediately opened the space's interface and saw a small processing factory icon. Zhao Hai immediately selected the processing factory icon. A prompt was then heard that said, "Construction of processing factory selected. Costs 100,000 gold coins. Includes one free multi-purpose processing machine." Zhao Hai immediately pressed confirm as he sat an area not far away from the villa. Suddenly a white light shone before revealing a small workshop-type place. The structure looked like a small house with very ordinary brick construction. Zhao Hai and the others immediately went inside the workshop. Upon entering, what Zhao Hai saw was something that he didn't expect. Inside the more or less 200 square meter workshop, a single machine was present. But this didn't mean that the shop was very spacious. This was because the machine took up almost all of the space inside. The machine looked very simple. You could only see 3 buttons labeled, Material, Process, and Begin. Nothing else. You cannot see any input nor output on the machine. It looks exactly like an iron block with pipes here and there. Zhao Hai looked at the machine and pressed the button labeled as Process. Instantly, a page popped in front of him. The page was divided into several tabs which were categorized as Potions, Food, Items, and Specials. Zhao Hai went to the Potions tab to take a look. What appeared was a dense and numerous pile of potion names. He selected one randomly as information was relayed. Strong Injury Healing Potion. Apply on flesh wound. Can stop bleeding in the shortest possible time. Material needed, 37 wild aconite. It continued to list more medicinal names as well as the amount needed. Seeing this, Zhao Hai understood the general way to use the machine. He went to the Food tab and looked at the list. In the list were the same numerous amount of foods, from staple and non-staple dishes to condiments like jam, salad dressing and so on. It can also process liquor as well as providing the detailed formula. He also looked at the Items tab, and as expected, there were all kinds of tools present, as well as all kinds of weapons. This exhibition lit up a sense of anticipation inside Zhao Hai. Finally, he went to the Special tab and saw varied selections. You could even process a martial arts manual inside, as well as spatial items and other mysterious things. Of course, you also need to provide the materials if you want to acquire those special items. For example, if you want a martial arts manual, you need to provide another manual as well as things like pen and ink. Zhao Hai switched off the interface and sighed. This multi-purpose processing machine is definitely worth its price. This thing is really easy to use. This is an extremely good thing. At this time, Information was presented inside his mind. The information was regarding the processing factory as well as the multi-purpose processing machine. Currently, the processing factory can be upgraded to level 10. Leveling up will increase the number of machines that could be present. Since Zhao Hai could level up the processing factory to level 10, it meant that he could have 10 multi-purpose processing machines. And the machines can make almost anything. As long as you have the proper materials, you can process anything you want. The multi-purpose processing machine's production is very formidable. If it was made to process continuously with enough materials, it would be able to make 100,000 jin of flour per day. Processing rice would yield 500,000 jin per day. For liquor, at least 10,000 jin of fruit wine or white wine. There would be produced at a rate of 50,000 jin per day. If it was made to produce weapons, ordinary blades and swords produced per day would be 1,000. If made to produce spatial equipment, it may only take a few days. However, the machine can only make one product at a time. If it was processing rice, it couldn't make flour and etc. Without thinking, Zhao Hai immediately upgraded the processing factory to level 10. White light flashed and 9 additional workshops appeared in the space. At this time, Zhao Hai remembered that he must have spent quite a bit of money, so he immediately checked his gold coin balance. To his surprise, he was actually deducted 10 million coins. He froze. He didn't know where this much money went. Upon asking Care, Zhao Hai knew that the space charged him 10 million gold coins not just because of the processing factory, but also because of the upgrading of the farm. It was necessary to know that expanding the farm costs a lot of money. Although he initially grieved, Zhao Hai knew that upgrading the space was an overall good thing. At this time, Care also notified Zhao Hai that there weren't enough places inside the farm that could accommodate an additional 1,000 muor land. Only by using the background would the area requirements be satisfied. However, planting in the background didn't have the space's benefit of speeding up the rate of growth. All plants grown in the background would have the same growth time as those grown outside. But fortunately, there was a slight advantage, which was that all the fauna planted in the background wouldn't need to consider the climate. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. So this time, in addition to having Care plant some bread trees, he also had her plant a large number of fruit trees, rice bamboo, oil fruit trees, and a large variety of vegetables. After arranging the matters inside the space, Zhao Hai and the others went outside. Currently it was dusk, and the surface of the sea has turned golden. Zhao Hai stood on the deck and gazed at the golden ocean. Then he suddenly laughed. Starting today, I won't have to worry about the water of nothingness. Between the heaven and the earth, I will now be unstoppable. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. They didn't say anything. They understood Zhao Hai's current mood. In fact, they were actually as excited as Zhao Hai. After quite some time, Zhao Hai calmed down and turned to Laura and the others as he smiled. The seas truly hold innumerable treasures. If we need to upgrade the space in the future, we should just absorb some seawater. If we continue on upgrading the space, a day would come where we wouldn't need to worry about getting a source of products. Our own world will support us. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, what if we bring a lot of grain in the prairie causing its price to drop? What would be your thoughts on that? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that's not good. We can't do that. Otherwise, bankruptcy will be prevalent among the small businessmen in the continent. Those people would be the most affected if we do what you just said. For large businesses, not so much. Laura nodded. Those small-scale merchants who trade in the continent only earn their money through arduous hard work. The ones who truly makes huge profits were those large merchant companies. What seems to be bad luck to small merchants would only be a small dent to these people. Zhao Hai sighed. What we needed to do now was not to decrease the price of grain, but instead, we should just provide enough food for the beastmen so that not a lot of them would starve to death. At this moment, a fluctuation happened on the sea. Zhao Hai felt that the haven just shook. The group was quite familiar with this scenario. This meant that an aquatic magic beast had came to attack them. Zhao Hai immediately opened the monitor. Upon seeing the screen, he couldn't help but stare. Currently, the monitor's range was increased from 2 kilometers to 10, a 5-fold upgrade. However, compared to the changes inside the space, this wasn't that much. Zhao Hai didn't mind it too much and just analyzed the current situation. After seeing the situation under the ship, Zhao Hai stared blankly. This was because what he saw underneath was a person, but he immediately noticed that this wasn't an ordinary person. This was a type of human-shaped aquatic beast. Zhao Hai observed the human-shaped magic beast. Its height was about 3 meters and on its head were 2 antennae. On its torso were 8 tall and slender feet, looking like those limbs that shrimps have. Additionally, it had claws as his 2 hands. However, it didn't have any feet, but instead, it had a tail like a shrimp. Along with the shrimp-shaped person were a group of giant shrimps. Their bodies were about 5 meters long, a pair of big claws, and thick shells on their backs. Those magic beasts looked extremely strong. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. This was because he suddenly remembered a name, Merperson. Zhao Hai didn't understand why the other party decided to attack him as though he was a pirate, but he didn't have any time to think about it. He could see that the power level of those giant shrimps were very high. If those attacked their ship, it wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Zhao Hai waved his hand as waves of seawater came out, then a rush of water came into the air. This water also revealed a shrimp-shaped person. From Zhao Hai's present usage of magic, it seems like it had been improved considerably. Before, his attacks were only equivalent to 7th ranks, but now it seems like it had reached the realm of 8th rank. Chapter 389. First contact with merpeople. It was an unexpected surprise as well as a shock for Zhao Hai that his attack actually didn't do anything but make the seawater rise. The merperson didn't appear on the surface. Zhao Hai stared. He hasn't encountered a situation like this before. His magic attack actually didn't have any effect. He looked at the monitor and saw that the shrimp man seemed to have noticed the situation. It looked at the haven and poised to attack. Zhao Hai snorted. He waved his hand as a white mist came in contact with the water. As soon as the mist and the water came in contact, the seawater immediately froze, enveloping the shrimp man and his entourage of shrimp magic beasts. With a move from Zhao Hai, the group of sea dwellers appeared on the ship, trapped by the frozen ice. Zhao Hai instantly received the shrimps into the space. The space issued a prompt, saying that the shrimps were level 20 magic beasts, equivalent to 4th ranks outside. It can do simple water element attacks, can be raised in seawater, takes 14 hours to mature, can reproduce 5 times and produces 8 offsprings each time. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He already knew that the shrimps weren't enough to upgrade the space. Now that the ranch had reached level 20, it became very difficult to upgrade it. He looked at the shrimp man. He waved his hand and shattered the ice that surrounded the man. The shrimp man fell into the deck, but the sea dweller didn't make a move. Zhao Hai knew that he had been frozen stiff. He didn't worry and just stood there. Before long, the shrimp man finally began to move, albeit breathing extremely faintly. He looked like he would die at any time. Zhao Hai made a ball made of seawater and made it surround the man, making the shrimp man feel much better. The man looked coldly at Zhao Hai and said, "Youngster, you best release me immediately, otherwise, my tribesmen wouldn't let you off easily." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this shrimp man would actually speak human tongue. Although this language was very common in the continent, The other party was a mer person. How could a mer person speak the language? Zhao Hai looked at him and curiously asked, "You can speak our language, are you really a mer person?" The shrimp man looked at Zhao Hai and said with disdain, "HMPH. Speaking the same language isn't strange. Us mer people have already been speaking like this even before humans ever did." Zhao Hai looked at the shrimp man and said, "Really? Also, why did you attack my ship?" The shrimp man said, "The entire deep sea is the domain of us, the sea dwellers, and this part is my shrimp tribe's domain. So why couldn't I attack your ship?" Zhao Hai frowned. "This is your shrimp tribe's domain? Then why didn't you attack us before? Why now?" The shrimp man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Ignorant human, didn't you know that this area belongs entirely to our race? When are you allowed to just make a fuss here?" In the past, your human experts and our merman experts came into an agreement that you humans can only pass by these waters, but earlier, I sensed an unusual in this part of the water, so I came, and when I did, I saw your ship, and now you captured me. Human, know that I've already sent word to my tribe. As soon as you got me, they will certainly come and rescue me." Zhao Hai frowned. He believed this member of the shrimp tribe. There certainly was an agreement between humans and mer people, just like the agreement between humans and the experts inside the carrion swamp. But when he said that he already sent word back to his tribe, Zhao Hai was doubtful. He knew for sure that he captured every single one of the shrimp man's group. So how could he possibly send word back to his people? At this time, Kair came and informed Zhao Hai that there was a group of shrimp tribesmen heading towards here. Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't think that the shrimp man actually said the truth. Since it was certain that the man's tribesmen were heading towards him, Zhao Hai observed the group. The shrimp man looked at Zhao Hai's face without any care. He certainly knew that his tribesmen were indeed coming. Zhao Hai didn't care about the man as well since he was paying attention towards the monitor. They really were shrimp people. They looked exactly like the man on board the Heaven. The group consists of 7 people and were approaching quite fast. Accompanying the 7 people, there were also groups of shrimp-type magic beasts. This matter actually made Zhao Hai embarrassed. He didn't think that he would actually come in conflict with the sea dwellers while at sea. Zhao Hai looked at the shrimp man on his ship and said, "Your tribesmen are coming. I'll go and release you, but you have to promise to not cause me any more trouble." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the shrimp man couldn't help but be smug as he said, "Youngster, no need to waste too much breath. I'll be taking away your ship and make it into my toy. Otherwise, don't ever think of going into the sea ever again." Hearing the shrimp person's words, Zhao Hai's complexion couldn't help but change. He coldly snorted and said, "If you don't want me to go to the sea, then why do I have to comply? Don't think that I am afraid of you and your tribe. Look at this." Then he waved his hand as white mist appeared again and froze the waters surrounding those 7 tribesmen. Upon catching them, Zhao Hai brought them to the ship and placed each of them inside a ball of seawater. The shrimp tribesmen were too cold to talk. Seeing Zhao Hai easily capture his tribesmen, the shrimp man looked flustered as he gave a threat to Zhao Hai. "Youngster, know that if you dare to kill us, all of the sea dwellers will wage war with you. You will certainly end up with a bad ending." Zhao Hai replied with a serious tone, "I don't believe that I would actually suffer a bad ending. I could just stay in the continent and live safely. Even if you sent some 9th ranks after me, they wouldn't be able to threaten me." Zhao Hai knew from Jinan that sea dwellers couldn't survive for a long time when out of the water. Only their 9th ranks were able to survive for a long time out of the water. This was also the reason why the humans and the mer people had stayed being at peace with each other. If this wasn't the case, The Sea Dwellers might have already waged war with the humans long ago. The shrimp tribesman stared as his complexion changed. He knew that their experts wouldn't just be in conflict with the humans, even though they vastly outnumber them. Humans weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, they still had an agreement with each other about human activity in their domains. Finally, this small conflict wouldn't be enough to incite their ninth-rank experts to make a move. Thinking of this, the shrimp man couldn't do anything but accept defeat. Human, I promise to not attack your boat anymore, but you have to let me and my tribe mates go, otherwise a conflict would surely occur. Seeing that the other party has admitted defeat, Zhao Hai also nodded. He didn't want to be in a fight with Sea Dwellers either. I don't have any enmity with you, so as long as you promise to not attack my ship, then I will immediately let you go. Right, perhaps you gentlemen may even want to make business with me. What do merpeople need? I can buy them from the human domain and sell them to you. You can also exchange them with some of your special products. The shrimp man stared. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would suddenly shift into doing business. At this time, he responded, Human, are you sure about what you just said? Are you really willing to do business with us? Zhao Hai turned to look at the other shrimp men and saw that they had regained consciousness. Then he immediately returned his gaze to the shrimp man and said, Absolutely. The shrimp man face elevated as he said, That's fantastic. What do you want? Zhao Hai asked back, What do you have? The man said, Some aquatic magic beasts, some ores, pearls, corals, these things. Zhao Hai nodded. I want those. What do you want from me? The shrimp man said, We want some land magic beasts, some ironworks, also some ceramics. Zhao Hai nodded. Not an issue. I can supply you with these things. I also have some grains, vegetables, and fruits. You just prepare those magic beasts, ores, pearls and corals. The shrimp man nodded excitedly and said, Good. By the way, my name is Crag. If you have your items, you can come straight back in this area. This is our tribe's domain. As soon as you arrive here, we'll immediately trade with you. Zhao Hai agreed. Good. Then I'll head back and return in a few days. When that time comes, we'll trade. Then he waved his hand and returned the shrimp tribesman back to the sea. When the group returned to the sea, Crag looked back at Zhao Hai and said, Make sure to bring a lot of those items. We need a large number of them. Zhao Hai replied with a smile, Okay, then that's settled. Everyone, goodbye. The shrimp tribesman waved at Zhao Hai and then immediately disappeared into the sea. Laura and the others were stunned while all of this was happening. Only when the shrimp people vanished into the sea did Laura recover. She looked at Zhao Hai as though she had seen a monster. Brother Hai, you're too good. You actually made a deal with merpeople? This is the first time that I heard of this. You just made history. Hearing Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Communication, always communicate. Sometimes, the reason why two sides go into war is because they didn't have any proper talks with each other. Look, you can see that merpeople actually do need some human products while we could make use of theirs. With such two-sided benefits, why shouldn't we do it? Laura smiled. We should. With this, not only could we get some valuable pearls and special products, we could also get some magic beasts that could upgrade the space. Maybe we could make the space upgrade quickly with this method. Zhao Hai also smiled as he replied, Moreover, there are too many good things in the deep sea. Cooperating with the sea dwellers could only bring us benefits and no faults. Hee. It seems like we should also go visit the elven forests and the dwarven fortresses. I'm interested in doing business with all of the different races in the continent. Laura and the others smiled. If they could really do business with all of the races in the continent, then they would certainly be the richest people in the future. Meg gave a smile and said, Elder Brother Hai, Today is really our lucky day. Not only did the space explosively level up, we also got in contact with merpeople. I think we should find a place to purchase all their requests. The Ark Continent's day of annual celebration is close by. If we manage to bring these special products to the continent, they will certainly be popular. Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that this annual celebration was Ark Continent's largest day. It was equivalent to Earth's New Year's celebration. It was a holiday of the entire continent. It represented the old year's turnover into the new year. This holiday was extremely important to humans. They would buy new clothes and prepare delicious food in celebration for sending of the old year and welcoming the new year. This was like when China celebrates its Spring Festival. Every great family and clan knew that this day would be where all of their expenses were the greatest. If Zhao Hai and the others reveal these rare merpeople products into the continent at this time, they would certainly earn a fortune. Laura thought for a moment and said, "Since we cannot return to Skywater City, we should go and find some other place." Fortunately, Skywater City isn't the only port city inside Rosen Empire. I believe that as long as we don't go to the ports of the other nations, we should be clear of Radiant Church's interference. The Rosen Empire is currently at its peak of anti-church movement. I think that the Radiant Church wouldn't dare come at this time. Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, "Which city do you propose?" "I know absolutely nothing about the ports of Rosen Empire." Laura shook her head and said, "I also have no idea. But I think Jinan should know." "Jinan, do you know something about the other ports?" Jinan, who was standing nearby, immediately responded, "Besides Skywater City, there are two other famous cities present on the Empire's eastern coastline. They are Jadewater City and Rising Water City. Both of these cities are under the control of the Rosen imperial family. They are very prosperous, but not to the extent of rivaling Skywater City. There are no other places like Skywater City in the continent." Zhao Hai nodded and asked, "Which city is nearer?" Jinan replied, "Rising Water City will take 13 days from our current location. If we go to Jadewater City, it would take us about 17 days. Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, "Very well then, let's head to Rising Water City." Chapter 390, Multi-Purpose Processing Machines Fee. Those who had not sailed the seas wouldn't know how boring and at the same time stressful it was to do so. What seemed like a calm ocean was actually fraught with perils such as undercurrents and sudden storms. This was especially so in a time where radar didn't exist. This made traveling at sea very risky for people in the Ark Continent. Another bad thing was the fact that the ships built on the Ark Continent weren't built with any auxiliary functions. Some of the ships were so boring that sailing on them for months on end would actually make you crazy. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's ships were manned by undead. This made it so that navigating the seas wouldn't actually affect these advanced-level undead who already lost their human emotions. They were actually closer to robots than humans. This time, the group's destination was Rising Water City. Rising Water City and Jadewater City were quite famous port cities on Rosen Empire's eastern coastline. But for other nations, Skywater City was the best port city. It had the best location and routes. Therefore, there were not a lot of people who went to Rising Water City and Jadewater City, making their revenues much less than Skywater City. Although the Rosen Imperial clan was quite envious regarding this situation, they weren't able to do anything about it. This was because in the beginning, Skywater City wasn't this prosperous. Only when the city was handed over to the Kelsey family did it slowly turn to become like what it was in the present. This was mainly due to the successive efforts made by generations of the Kelsey family. Even if both the Rising Water City and Jadewater City were heavily invested upon by the Imperial clan, its management clearly wasn't that good. This was because the clan's internal struggles, compared to the Kelsey family, were much more intense. Therefore, the two cities couldn't catch up to Sky Water City. Yes, the surface revenue of Rising Water City and Jade Water City certainly seemed to be lower than Sky Water City, but when you really get into the hidden profits that the two cities produced, this was not the case. If you calculate the money moving around in the shadows, the revenue produced by each of the two cities were actually bigger than Sky Water City. There was a reason for this. Sky Water City was the purse of the Kelsey family. It provided all the funds that the family needed. On the other hand, Jade Water City and Rising Water City were places that the Rosen imperial clan uses to test their princes. The Rosen emperor would give these two cities, as well as other imperial-controlled cities, to pre-selected candidates for successorship. Then he made them manage these cities and see who could create the most revenue. The one who won this competition would gain big points in the fight for the throne. As you can imagine, the managing of these two parties were clearly very different. On one hand, a family depended on a city for their future expenses. Thus, they would certainly take good care of it. On the other hand, the city was used as a test. After a few years or decades, the city wouldn't have the same owner. In these few years, one would do all that he could to make the most money out of the city. This seemed like two different kinds of investments. One was the type where you invest in something and slowly turning it into a goose that lays golden eggs, and the other one was the type where you always fish for short-term investments, making profits, and then walking away. Two totally different philosophies. Although there was this reason, Zhao Hai and the others must still head to Rising Water City. Not only did they decide to go there because of the purchase of items, they also wanted to establish a storefront. It would also be best if they could get in contact with a businessman to make a partnership with. With this, they wouldn't need to depend too much on the Kelsey family. The action made by the Kelsey family made Zhao Hai's heart sound an alarm. The majority of their operations were actually centered on the Kelsey family. This wasn't a good thing. They should be looking for another cooperation. Otherwise, the people from the family would use this scenario to stick it to Zhao Hai. Although he didn't fear the Kelsey family, the moves that the family could employ would certainly make Zhao Hai suffer some losses. Because of this, Zhao Hai became more adamant on going to Rising Water City. He wanted to see the situation there and see if there was an opportunity to make another partnership. This would make the Kelsey family understand that Zhao Hai would be able to survive without their help. Although Zhao Hai was a member of the League of Dark Mages, he didn't have that huge sense of belonging to the organization. This was because he didn't actually practice magic. The things that Smith did initially made him think of the League quite well, but with the Kelsey family's actions, all of those thoughts were shattered. Zhao Hai sympathizes with the Dark Mages, but he wasn't a saint. In the beginning, when everyone was out to get rid of him, nobody helped other than Grandpa Green and those others who were loyal and devoted to the Buddha clan. Without them, Adam would have already been dead, and Zhao Hai wouldn't exist. At first, Zhao Hai joined the League of Dark Mages since he saw that it was quite free, with only a few rules. He also wanted to make use of the League to deal with the Radiant Church. But if the people of the organization decided to act like this to him, then there was no point in staying there. The ship continued to sail slowly. Today was the third day of their trip. This was also a special day for Zhao Hai. It was because Care will finally plant the medicinal seeds that the space had given to him. The seeds had very high levels, and would take several days to mature. With his calculations, Zhao Hai reckoned that he must wait until they reached Rising Water City before he could make the detoxification potion. Although the seeds were just being planted today, Zhao Hai and the others still stood by and observed. This was because this matter was extremely important for them. Zhao Hai was very clear that these seeds represented hope, a hope that one day he could be normal again. Also, because of this hope, Zhao Hai had been investigating how the multi-purpose processing machine worked. The multi-purpose processing machine was really very mysterious. As long as you have money, it could process everything for you. The amount of money needed depends on what you wanted to process. For example, if Zhao Hai wanted to process his antidote, the processing charge would be 1,000 gold coins. If he wanted to make a spatial equipment, he needs to pay 10,000 gold coins. And if you want advanced level spatial equipment, the charge would increase accordingly, about 1 million gold coins. Naturally, the processing time would also be equally high. However, if you wanted to process unshelled bamboo rice into edible grains, you only need 1 gold coin per day. The same was true for white flour. The price for making liquor also wasn't too high. It wouldn't exceed 50 gold coins. The process was very cost-effective, but this processing fee depended on the fact that you had enough materials to supply. If you don't have materials, like the additives to change the flavor of the liquor that you're making, this would not do. Of course, you can still make it, but you need to purchase those materials from the factory, and its price would certainly hurt your pockets. Moreover, if the space didn't have a kind of plant, the machine could make some seeds for you. You only need to provide some other plant, then some gold coins, and you could receive your seed. Naturally, the charge for this operation isn't cheap. After all, the space hopes that you would provide these plants and upgrade the space by procuring them from outside. Additionally, you shouldn't hope of using the processing machine to upgrade the space, since all of the seeds made by the machine couldn't provide any experience. Because of these peculiarities, Zhao Hai decided to stop planting bamboo rice in Iron Mountain Fort, allowing people to do other things. Also, Zhao Hai didn't use the machine to make milk wine. Currently, he is using the machine to process his food and make fruit oils. Things like wool products and liquor were still made inside the workshops of Iron Mountain Fort. This was because Zhao Hai reckoned that compared to the costs of operating the machine, manpower was still more efficient for those products. Originally, the manpower inside Iron Mountain Fort was insufficient. Although they got several thousand people, there were those who wouldn't be able to handle heavy labor, like the elderly and the children. Only those young men and women were being busy doing a lot of things, and their numbers were still not enough. Because of this, there were a lot of undeads doing jobs inside the fort. But now it was good that Zhao Hai acquired the processing machine. The machine could do all the work, especially for wool products. Zhao Hai tried using the machine to make blankets, and they were very good. You can also choose the style and decorations in them. However, the blankets produced by the machine were different from those produced outside. Also, the processing fee wasn't low, 50 gold coins. For this amount of money, the beastman could produce 20 blankets. So Zhao Hai gave up on using the machine to produce wool products. Zhao Hai also understood that this wasn't a mistake. The value of gold coins inside the space was vastly different from its value outside. There was only one type of currency inside the space, which was exactly the gold coin. A gold coin inside the space was like a copper coin outside. But if you take the same gold coin outside the space, its value would certainly be much higher. The reason why the machine's processing charge for making edible rice and flour were low was because the bamboo rice and wheat value inside the space weren't very high. If Zhao Hai decided to sell the rice and flour to the space, it wouldn't be as profitable as selling it to the continent. This made Zhao Hai know that the values of the currency inside and outside the space was very different. Zhao Hai wasn't a person who was dead set on making profits. If he were, he would have just employed his undead to do all of the jobs needed so that he didn't need to pay for labor. But if he did that, the slave's standard of living will certainly drop. Zhao Hai didn't want to do that. He wanted his people to live a much better life. Chapter 391, 2 days. Zhao Hai dealt with the matters inside the space while also handling the matters back at Iron Mountain Fort. Naturally, the information about the space's upgrades as well as the fact about detoxification was told to Green and the others. Green was very excited that tears streamed down from his face. For him, there was no better news than this. As long as Zhao Hai recovers, they wouldn't need to fear for the scenario where the space would suddenly vanish. Green and the others were extremely glad. Nothing was more important than Zhao Hai recovering. Time passed as the Haven continued on traveling. It was already the 10th day after they met the shrimp tribesmen. The things back in Iron Mountain Fort were almost taken care of, and some of the medicinal herbs were already collected. However, the quantity needed was still not enough, so they need wait for 3 days for the herbs to become fully collected. Zhao Hai could start processing the antidote by then. At this time, the fruit trees as well as the bread trees were already planted, but they didn't yield any fruit yet since their growth rate was the same as outside, so there wasn't anything to see from them right now. The processing factories also weren't idling. They had already processed all of the rice and wheat. Now they were currently processing the fruit oil. This time, a large number of animals could now be raised inside the ranch, so Zhao Hai placed his Argolis inside the space. At this time, Zhao Hai understood that the ranch didn't need to have feed anymore. This was because the animals could now graze from the ground as well as hunt other animals for meat. Herbivores would eat grass while carnivores would eat the herbivores. Because of the recent upgrades, all the grass present in the ranch could now be eaten. This also made the animals undergo migration from time to time. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the ranch would get destroyed. Additionally, Muir was also present, so Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the animals. Zhao Hai also noticed that the grasses inside the ranch grew much faster than those outside. Although it was not as fast as the farm, it was not that much slower either. The reason why Zhao Hai allowed the carnivores to hunt the herbivores was so that the population of herbivores would be controlled. The small world needed to be balanced. If the herbivores were left to their own, they would incessantly multiply, eating all of the grasses in the world and destroying it in the process. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen, so he established a food chain inside the ranch. Obviously, this process certainly made Zhao Hai lose a lot of money. After all, these carnivores must eat meat. But Zhao Hai didn't worry. As long as a stable food chain was created, the ranch wouldn't be destroyed. The ranch had enough food for the numerous herbivores that Zhao Hai released, but the carnivores present weren't a lot. This made it an incomplete food chain. With the number of prey vastly outnumbering the predators, it was an inevitability that the ranch would run out of food. However, this was Zhao Hai's ranch, not nature. Those herbivores would still be killed for meat, not many would be left. Suddenly, Zhao Hai remembered that all of these considerations were of no importance. The ranch indeed became a small world, but the situation still remained unchanged. Like before, the animals present here were all either digitally generated or digitally raised. It was just the way they were raised that was different. Zhao Hai regarded this situation as a serious matter. If he continues with the current model, sooner or later the number of beasts that he would raise could match those that were herded by the beastmen. This was a terrifying thing. When this time comes, he wouldn't be able to sell those beasts outside, because if he does, the continent's economy will certainly collapse, causing chaos all over the place. But it was fortunate that he already had Muir to manage the ranch. Zhao Hai could just give an order to control the number of beasts inside the space so that they wouldn't increase too quickly as well as decrease too quickly. All of these responsibilities were handed over to Muir. Although the ranch had all of those shortcomings, Zhao Hai still thought that it was very useful. With those carnivores constantly hunting inside the space, Their natural instincts would get sharper and sharper as time passed by. This made them true to their wild nature while inside the space. Their fighting strengths would be more formidable. Moreover, they were all completely obedient to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai needed them to fight later on, he could just release them for battle. At this moment, the beasts with the most population were the bulls, argali, and horses. Next in line were bloodhawks and moonlight lions. Bulls and argali were raised for their meat, horses for transportation, while the bloodhawks and moonlight lions were for fighting strength. Aside from these land magic beasts, the ranch was also raising massive amounts of aquatic magic beasts. Also, the aquatic food chain was more complete than the land food chain. After all, Zhao Hai fully absorbed seawater into the space, so naturally, he would be absorbing complete food chains along with it. Zhao Hai now understood why it was still called a small world. It wasn't a mature world since there were still some flaws here and there, thus the title Small World. But generally speaking, Zhao Hai was very satisfied regarding this small world of his. So long as he continues to upgrade the space, then one day it will completely evolve into a complete world. With the matters of the space being good overall, Zhao Hai didn't have much worries. He could just give instructions whenever he felt like changing something. Looking at the space's changes day by day, Zhao Hai became very satisfied. After all, this place was his own personal domain. 3 days went by quickly. Rising Water City was already in sight. As long as they travel for half a day, Zhao Hai and the others would be able to enter Rising Water City's harbor. However, Zhao Hai wasn't paying any attention to the city right now. He was currently in the space, in front of the multi-purpose processing machine. By his side was a pile of medicinal herbs. Laura and the others were also right by his side, anxiously looking at the machine and waiting for Zhao Hai to press the button. Zhao Hai didn't delay. He immediately pressed the button meant for depositing the materials. When the button was pressed, a flash of white light came, then the pile of herbs by Zhao Hai's side disappeared completely. Zhao Hai pressed the process button and selected the item that he wanted, the detoxification potion. Then finally he pressed the begin button. The space deducted his balance by 10,000 gold coins as the machine sprang into action. A projection popped up, showing Zhao Hai digits that were very important to him. The figure showed 48 hours. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be relieved. In 2 days' time, he would forever be cured of his affliction that was caused by the water of nothingness. He can finally go back to being an ordinary person. Laura and the others looked at the numbers that were projected above. They also understood what those numbers represented. Laura sighed with relief as she said, "Brother Hai, in 2 days, 2 days, you can finally get rid of your poison." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he excitedly looked at Laura and Meg as he smiled. "Yes, in 2 days, I can finally restore my body to what it originally was." Meg shed tears as she hugged Zhao Hai. She didn't realize that she was crying. She was too happy. Zhao Hai's poison was always a heavy stone in their hearts. As long as Zhao Hai's poison went unsolved, they wouldn't be able to sleep comfortably. Now that in 2 days, Zhao Hai would be cured, the dark clouds plaguing the Buddha family would finally dissipate. Zhao Hai patted Meg's back gently as he smiled and said, "It's okay, don't cry. Everything will be alright after 2 days. Your young master can finally learn martial arts. We should be happy. We'll show those people who look down on us the fully revived Buddha clan." Meg was still tearing up while she nodded. She believed that Zhao Hai could achieve anything. From the beginning, she had unconditional trust towards Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was her world. Laura's tears were also flowing. She loved Zhao Hai, but his poison was a very big deal to her. This was because Zhao Hai's poison could be inherited. If they had a child in the future, their children would also have this poison inside of them. making them unable to study martial arts as well as magic. In Ark Continent, someone who couldn't practice martial arts or magic was considered a waste. Laura was somewhat of an prideful person. How could she allow her children to be such wastes? But she loved Zhao Hai very much, and she decided to marry him in the future. So she just hoped that Zhao Hai could cure his affliction. Now that the day had come, she was extremely happy. Looking at Laura's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He lifted his arm to create an empty space. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and immediately threw herself into Zhao Hai's arms, still with tears flowing down her cheeks. Green and the others weren't with them today, so the only other people present were Shu and Shun. Regarding Zhao Hai's development, the two of them were also quite happy. They had made a blood oath with Zhao Hai, so naturally they would hope that their master would have a bright future. After they knew Zhao Hai's real identity, they also knew that he drank the water of nothingness. This was the matter that they worried very much about. Ever since the two followed Zhao Hai, their lives had been very comfortable. Zhao Hai put their lives in order, provided them with delicious food, while at the same time taking the two of them away from their previous lives that were full of dangers. This made the two extremely grateful to their young master, so they regarded the matter of his poison very highly. Now that the matter was close to being solved, with Zhao Hai being healthy again, they thought that things couldn't get any better. The return of the Buddha clan was getting closer and closer. After some time, the group calmed their emotions down and went out of the space. The haven was now entering the harbor. They had no choice but disembark from the ship. Chapter 392. Call them. Standing in front of the ship, Zhao Hai gazed at the distant rising water city. The size of the city wasn't as large as Sky Water City, but the traffic of ships present were quite the same. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he turned his head. Looking at the size of Rising Water City, it seems like it is worse than Sky Water City, but it looks like it is just as bustling here. It'll be a good idea to have a shop at this place, right? Is there a Shelly Hotel here? Perhaps we can work together with them. Laura smiled. It has. How could there be no Shelly Hotel in a city such as this? We should find them and get into contact. I believe that they would be happy. Brother Hai, how about we reduce the supply of firefish and milk wine that we are giving to Brother Smith, to give the Kelsey family a warning? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, consider that finished. I will still take into account Brother Smith's face on this matter, but if the Kelsey family continues to push me, then I will end my cooperation with them. Let's see what they're going to do about that. Laura nodded and said, very well, let's give Brother Smith some face and have him speak to the family in our behalf. Let's see Kelsey family's response. If they still go too far, HMPH, then don't blame me. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's appearance and showed a faint smile and said, this is the Laura that I know. Looking like a very capable woman. Haha. Good, if they still dare try to deal with us, then we won't be polite anymore. While they were talking, the ship slowly approached Rising Water City. The harbor of the city was much worse than Sky Water City. The dock looked very messy. Ships could hardly find any place to dock in. Zhao Hai knew that this should be the public pier. There was no need to pay in order to dock here. Thus the numerous ships. But this was also the smallest and most chaotic ship terminal in the city. There were other docks nearby. They were quite large, and they had good security as well. There were even porters present, but one needs to pay money in order to dock on those places. This was Rosen Empire's method. They would lower taxes on some areas to attract people. Upon arriving, one would get exempted from tax. But there were even more places to spend some money. In the end, if you calculate all of your expenses, they would come out to be even greater than what would be if you just paid your tax. Zhao Hai looked at the public harbor and knew that there was no way that they could find their place there. So he had Jinan maneuver the ship towards those paid docks. Paid docks were certainly a lot better. The water were very spacious. The pier was also very clean. There were even specialized people tasked in maintaining public security. All matters on these docks appeared to be in pristine order. When Zhao Hai saw these docks, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought about those big companies back on Earth. The companies would willingly slash their products' prices to the point of suffering losses just to make profits on the extra services. He didn't expect that someone on the Ark continent would actually think of the same method. Zhao Hai's group stopped on a place in the dock. They paid the supervisor for the fee and then got on the carriage to head towards the city. Upon entering Rising Water City, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. They couldn't say that the streets of the city were greater than those of Sky Water City. On the contrary, they were quite awful. However, the shops on both sides of the street were very numerous. They had the same liveliness as Sky Water City. This was a port city, so businesses should be doing very well. Zhao Hai was already used to this fact. He looked at the shops on both sides of the street and turned his head to Shun. Shun, go to those shops and see if there are any products worth noting. Also, take note of the prices of the goods here. Shu, let's go to the hotel and take a rest. The two complied. Shu ushered the carriage to head towards the direction of the Shelley Hotel while Shun went out to get some information. Back at the pier, Zhao Hai had already asked for the directions of the hotel, so they didn't need to worry about getting lost. Zhao Hai and the others quickly arrived at the Shelley Hotel. Although Rising Water City's storefronts didn't look very nice, the Shelley Hotel in this city was not the same. The outside of the hotel was extremely clean along with its front facade. There were also people dedicated to maintaining public security outside, fully exhibiting the quality of the hotel. Just as Zhao Hai's bull-pulled carriage stopped in front of the hotel, a person wearing silk clothes immediately went out to greet them. The man looked over 50 years old with a long and skinny body. With his face full of smiles, one would be able to feel a very kind atmosphere around him. When Zhao Hai disembarked from the carriage, the man went to Zhao Hai and greeted him. This one is Ronaldo, the manager of Rising Water City's Shelley Hotel. This one welcomes Mr. Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared at Ronaldo and said, "You know me?" Ronaldo smiled faintly and said, "I do." There is no Shelley Hotel manager in the continent that doesn't recognize Mr. Zhao Hai. "Mister, please come in. You're always a distinguished guest in our hotels." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I won't be polite then." Seeing the two talking and walking towards the hotel, the guests became quite alarmed. One should know that the hotel was not only for the rich, it was also quite expensive. Adding on to the fact that the Shelley Hotel had recently ousted Grand Duke Lionheart's business, the managers of their hotels had become quite the personalities. They wouldn't generally greet any ordinary person. When the people saw that Ronaldo was extremely courteous towards Zhao Hai, they felt confused. This was because they didn't know if Zhao Hai actually had any status. During that time, when a noble-looking person just went out of the hotel, he actually heard the exchange of dialogue between Ronaldo and Zhao Hai. Upon hearing their words, the person's eyes lit up. He immediately went toward his own carriage and rushed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. After Zhao Hai entered the hotel's reception hall, some people immediately went and served them some tea. Ronaldo and Zhao Hai drank a mouthful as the former said, "When I heard that Mr. came, I initially wanted to come greet Mr. at the pier, but I didn't think that Mr. would actually arrive at the hotel too quickly. This is quite embarrassing." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Manager Ronaldo is too polite. I'm not an influential person, Coming to greet me personally is too much. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Ronaldo smiled and said, "Mr. is also too polite." Mr. offered quite a huge helping hand to the Shelley family. "It should be appropriate for me to personally greet Mr. Anyway, why did Mr. come to Rising Water City? Is there anything we could help you with?" Zhao Hai gave a smile and replied, "There is actually a reason why I came. I want to set up a shop inside Rising Water City. The bigger the shop, the better. I hope the manager could help me with this." Ronaldo returned the smile and nodded. "Mr. is too polite. This matter is no big deal. I'll personally have someone inquire around." "What price would be alright for Mr.?" Zhao Hai replied, "The price isn't an issue. I just want a shop right now and open as soon as possible. It'll handle both wholesale and retail goods. Therefore, the shop's location should be good. It also needed to be able to store goods. Transportation should also be convenient." Ronaldo nodded and said, "Very well, these things are quite easy to do. Mr. can be relieved. I'll certainly go and find the best location as soon as possible." "Right, if Mr. plans to set up shop here, you still have some formalities to do. I don't know if Mr. is already prepared for this. If Mr. isn't, the hotel could lend you a hand." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Thank you, Manager Ronaldo. To be honest, I really don't understand about any of the matters inside Rising Water City. I'll really have to rely on the manager here. How about this? I'll give an additional 5,000 fire fishes to the Shelley family each month. What does manager think about this?" Ronaldo stared. He was pleasantly surprised as he said, "Mr. is too generous. Even if Mr. didn't reward the hotel, we would still help you with this matter. Also, Mr., these fire fishes wouldn't be taken away from the Kelsey family's share, right? Won't Mr. feel awkward?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Not awkward. I reckon you have already heard about the Kelsey family. Now I'm just waiting for the family's next move. If they become too overbearing, then I can only find other people to cooperate with." Ronaldo's eyes lit up brightly. Just like what Zhao Hai said, he already knew about the matter between Zhao Hai and the Kelsey family. Because of this, he acted very enthusiastic towards Zhao Hai. Since if the Kelsey family manages to make the wrong move, there would be some excess of firefishes on Zhao Hai's hands. If the Shelley family could get their hands on these fishes, the family could surely make a ton of money. The Shelley family didn't fear the Kelsey family. Although the Kelsey family was fierce, it was impossible for them to fully uproot the Shelley family. After all, outside of Rosen Empire, the Shelley family had more influence than the Kelsey family. However, merchant clans always wanted to hold on to wealth, so if they could prevent falling out with the Kelsey family, they would. After all, compared to the entire business of the Shelley family, the firefishes were still a small business. But Ronaldo also understood what Zhao Hai was implying. It was just like what Marriott reported. This Zhao Hai wasn't a simple person. At the thought of this, Ronaldo stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Well then, this one will have to busy himself. Mr. Your rooms have already been prepared as well as your meals. Mr. can rest first while I handle the matters that you requested." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I thank the manager for his troubles." Then he walked with Ronaldo outside as the latter arranged someone to lead Zhao Hai's group to their accommodations. Ronaldo had arranged for Zhao Hai's group to have the best rooms of the hotel. He also instructed the attendants to give Zhao Hai the highest level of hospitality. If somebody dared to cause problems, Ronaldo wouldn't express mercy. Just after Zhao Hai and the others were settled inside their room, a knock was suddenly heard on the door. Shu immediately went to the door and opened it, revealing the meal that Ronaldo had prepared for them. The dishes looked very delicious and appetizing. It clearly showed how well regarded they were by the hotel. Zhao Hai and the others didn't become polite. They immediately went and enjoyed the dishes that the hotel prepared for them. At this time, another knock was heard. When Shu went and opened it to take a look, what he saw was Shun. After passing through the door, Shun gave Zhao Hai a bow and said, "Young master, I have asked around. There are quite a lot of goods here. But compared to Skywater City, there are more low-quality goods present. Because of this, the goods sold in this city are much cheaper than those at Skywater City." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, let's eat first. After the meal, we'll go around and scout for good shop locations as well as products that the merpeople wanted. Then we'll go back out at sea as soon as possible to trade with them." Shun gave a nod, then joined the others in the table to eat a meal. Laura, who was sitting, gave a frown and asked, "Brother Hai, did you think about the people that we'll have to hand the shop's management to? The slaves back at Iron Mountain Fort wouldn't do. We can manage them back at the fort but not here. I think we need to recruit a few trustworthy people." Hearing what Laura just said, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smiled and say, "What, didn't you have some good people we can make us of?" "This is also good since we don't need to worry about their loyalty. Those people you have back at the Persal Duchy aren't doing anything anyway. We should call them over." Laura's face lit up. "Right. If we don't get in contact with them for quite some time, they would certainly feel strange. Since we cannot return to Persal Duchy and happen to open a shop, we should bring them over here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "After our meal, you should write a letter for them and have it sent via Bloodhawks from Stony Mountain. Go make them head outside Casa City to gather and I'll go and meet them." Laura nodded and said, "Brother Hai, I think you should also send a letter to Uncle Evan and tell him about this matter and have him prepare." Zhao Hai smiled. "Be relieved, I'll go arrange it. I think Uncle Evan couldn't wait to get rid of your people. This way, Magic Lily's store would be completely under his control." Hearing this, Laura sighed. Magic Lily's store was something she established. It was just a pity that she had to hand it over to someone else. Looking at her appearance, Zhao Hai gave a smile. "Don't be sad. The Magic Lily stores that you built aren't your largest assets anyway. It was those people who were nurtured under your influence. Those people are good resources. We must provide them with a stage to exhibit their talents to the limit. By the way, don't forget to tell them to bring their entire families." Laura gave a smile and replied, "Don't worry, I'll tell them. I shall also inform them that this wouldn't be the only store that we'll open. If the matter back at Skywater City gets resolved, we would need people to manage our shop there as well." "Right, Brother Hai. Don't you think that Iron Mountain Fort needs a bit more managing staff? How about we send some of my people over there as well?" Zhao Hai nodded, but at this time, another knock was heard on the door. Chapter 393, Charlie. Zhao Hai stared blankly when he heard the knock. It was because he already told the hotel attendants to not disturb him if there's nothing important going on. He believed that the hotel attendants wouldn't dare disregard his instructions. When someone knocked on the door the first time, Zhao Hai expected it to be Shun, and it turned out to be him. But who would knock on the door this time? Zhao Hai waved his hand as the monitor appeared. The group immediately saw a man dressed in gorgeous clothes standing outside. What was bizarre about this man was the fact that even though he wore good quality and well-made clothes, the appearance of his garments seemed to be those worn by servants. The clothes of a servant were actually more magnificent than most nobles. When Zhao Hai and the others analyzed the man's clothes, they couldn't help but feel confused. However, Zhao Hai knew that for a servant to be able to dress like this, his master should be anything but simple. Zhao Hai gestured to Shun. Shun gave a nod as he opened the door. Right outside the door was the servant. Although he had magnificent clothes, the servant still acted very humble. When he saw Shun open the door, the man politely gave a small bow and said, "Hello, This one seeks an audience with Mr. Zhao Hai. Looking at the man's very polite attitude, Shun didn't decrease his vigilance even by a bit. He looked at the man and said, "Can I ask why you are here? Why do you need to meet the young master?" The servant showed a faint smile and said, "This one is just a servant, here to convey a message from my master. It's just that the identity of my master is quite special, so this servant was the only one that came to see Mr. Zhao Hai." Just as Shun was facing a dilemma, Zhao Hai's voice came, "Shun, make him enter." After listening to Zhao Hai's instruction, Shun immediately complied, then turned and gave a gesture towards the man. Then the well-dressed servant entered the room. Zhao Hai was now sitting inside the living room. Naturally, the servant recognized Zhao Hai, so he immediately went towards him and gave a bow. "Little Liu has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. My master is currently at his accommodation and is inviting Mr. Zhao Hai over." Although his tone of voice was very polite, the atmosphere around the servant revealed a sort of pressure that seems to don't accept refusal. This made Zhao Hai quite confused. He didn't know what this servant was planning to do. However, Zhao Hai wasn't affected too much. He just looked at the servant and said, "Can you tell me the identity of your master? You should know that I have a lot of enemies in the continent. I wouldn't just accept casual invitations." Liu froze for a moment, but he still continued to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I really can't just say the name of my master. Just know that my master is very sincere this time. I ask you to please accept his invitation." Zhao Hai frowned as he stared at the servant. "The people in this room can certainly be trusted, I'll vouch for it. If you really don't intend to tell me, then I'm sorry. I don't like meeting with people who likes to hide things from me." After listening to Zhao Hai, Liu's expression couldn't help but sink. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, since you really wanted to know, my master who wanted to meet you is His Highness Rosen Empire's third prince." Zhao Hai stared blankly. With a puzzled look he asked, "If His Highness the third prince wanted to meet me, then why does he have to be quite mysterious? Is something wrong?" Looking that Zhao Hai seemed to be confused, the servant said with a light tone, "I didn't realize that Mr. wasn't informed. I have misunderstood Mr. Rising Water City is under the control of the second prince while Jade Water City belonged to the third prince. His Highness' trip this time is a secret matter. He couldn't just go out into the city since he is afraid of alerting the second prince. So this time when His Highness wanted to meet Mr. Zhao Hai, he could only request for a secret meeting." Zhao Hai understood, so he didn't have any more worried. He turned to the servant and said, "Good, lead the way." He stood as he said that. Seeing that Zhao Hai accepted to come with him, Liu finally relaxed. He feared that Zhao Hai would change his mind, so Liu immediately let him out. Zhao Hai and Liu went to the back of the hotel where a carriage was already waiting for them. Inside one of the courtyards, without being polite, Zhao Hai immediately sat inside the vehicle. The carriage looked extremely ordinary. It lacked even a smidgen of special quality material. It was only quite big, can fit about 5 or 6 people. Zhao Hai took Shun and Shu with him. Liu was driving the carriage at front. Zhao Hai initially thought that Liu was just having unnecessary caution. What was the point in being too serious? However, he changed his mind when he thought more deeply about Liu's words and actions. Liu might be afraid because the battle between the princes may have reached quite a heated period. If this was so, there was enough reason for the third prince to be very careful. But Zhao Hai was even more confused when he recalled that the Rosen Empire's king was still quite healthy. Under such circumstance, it was quite confusing for the princes to be this vigorous in their battle. The carriage went out of the hotel and into the busy street outside. They went around quite a few times before stopping at a house. Although this was the backside of the house, The light coming from the door made it look quite unordinary. The look on the door was more intricate than what most people would use. The carriage didn't stop and directly entered the house before completely stopping on a parking space. Laru asked Zhao Hai to disembark. Zhao Hai became curious. He wanted to know why the third prince called him over. Under Laru's guidance, the group passed through several courtyards before arriving at a small courtyard. This courtyard wasn't that large, about the same size as Sweet Plum Courtyard. However, this place didn't have any plum blossoms. Instead, it had some ornamental trees. Zhao Hai couldn't name them, but this made this place even more distinctive. When the group arrived at the courtyard, there were two people already standing at the front door. One looked about 50 years old and wore a magnificent merchant's garment on his fatty body. The fellow looked very big, just like a meat mountain that was standing there. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that even though the man was a literal meatball, he didn't look like he was exerting any effort in staying up. This certainly showed that the man had quite the strength. The other person wore a very ordinary noble's clothing, not looking very magnificent. He was about 30 years old and had a very gentle look. The person was very well groomed, although he was just standing there. The atmosphere around him commanded respect and superiority. Laru went towards the 30-year-old man and said, "Your Highness, this is Mr. Zhao Hai." The man nodded and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Please forgive Charlie for the disrespect, mister. The situation didn't leave me with enough choices." Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said, "This one has seen Prince Charlie. His Highness is too polite. It is my honor to be invited by your Highness." Charlie smiled faintly and said, "Mr. is too courteous. Let me introduce Mr. to Rising Water City's famous sea merchant, Onas." Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Zhao Hai pays his respects to Mr. Onas." Ona's flabby face rippled as he smiled. "Mr. is too kind." "Your Highness, Mr., please." Then he led the two men inside the living room of the house. After settling in the living room, Laru immediately served the group with a cup of tea. When the group already had a few sips of the tea, Charlie opened his mouth. "This time when I came to handle some matters in Rising Water City, I came to hear about Mr.'s arrival, so I took the liberty of inviting Mr. over. I hope you could forgive my disrespect." Zhao Hai gave a smile and said, "Your Highness is too polite. Let's forget about being disrespectful. What did your Highness look for me for?" Charlie stared. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so direct. He could only show a faint smile as he replied, "Mr. is really a straightforward person, not beating around the bush. This time, I asked Mr. to come to discuss whether I could have the honor of having a partnership with Mr. or not." Zhao Hai had already expected this point. Except for the products that he had, there were no other qualities of him that other people could remember. So when Charlie got to the point, Zhao Hai wasn't surprised. He just looked at Charlie and said, "May I know which business your Highness wanted to cooperate with me?" Charlie looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "I know that Mr. is currently working with the Shelley family and the Kelsey family for some business. I'm also interested about your firefishes and milk wine. I just don't know if Mr. can also cooperate with me." Zhao Hai looked at Charlie and said, "Your Highness, to tell you the truth, it isn't impossible to work with you. The products that I supply the Kelsey family and the Shelley family, which were 55,000 gin of firefish and 50,000 gin of milk wine, aren't my limit. I can provide you with 45,000 gin of firefishes as well as 50,000 gin of milk wine per month. Is your Highness satisfied with this?" Zhao Hai's words were actually a probe towards Charlie. He wanted to see whether the prince wanted to snatch both the Kelseys and the Shelleys' share of milk wine and firefish. If he did, then that meant that he didn't care about offending the two families. Zhao Hai also wanted to see whether he would acquiesce if there was a way of avoiding to offend the families. If Charlie really wanted the shares of the two families, then Zhao Hai would have to think twice about their cooperation. This was because it meant that the prince most likely held a grievance towards the two families. When he heard what Zhao Hai just said, Charlie was dumbfounded. He wore a happy expression as he said, "Mr. is really telling the truth." Zhao Hai nodded and replied, "I won't dare deceive your highness. Of course it is real." Seeing Charlie's reaction, Zhao Hai had found his answer. Sure enough, Charlie smiled and said, "Good, good, that is good. Mr. can rest assured that I'll also accept the same price that you give the Kelsey and Shelley families. I certainly wouldn't let Mr. suffer a loss." Chapter 394, Sincerity. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't have to worry about that. But where does your highness want the stuff delivered?" "I think you won't find it comfortable in Skywater City?" Charlie smiled and said, "Naturally not in Skywater City. I'd want Mr. to deliver to my domain, Jadewater City." "I wonder if that is possible?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Of course it's possible. I'll supply you starting next month and pay me whenever the products arrive. How does your highness think about this?" Charlie gave a smile and said, "Thanks for understanding. I really still have a lot to prepare." "Does Mr. have any other products?" "I see that you have milk wine, so I reckoned Mr. should have a good relationship with the beastmen." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's just like what your highness said. I actually have a good relationship with the bull-headed race. Currently, I have some wool products on hand. Is your highness interested in those?" When Charlie heard Zhao Hai's response, he secretly nodded to himself. He commended Zhao Hai for being tactful. He knew what Zhao Hai was getting at. Charlie smiled and responded, "A bit interested. How many blankets does Mr. have right now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Counting both my blankets and carpets, there should be 10,000. This isn't my max production. Come spring they should increase." Charlie nodded. "Good, I'll have those as well." "Is Mr. okay with selling those in market price?" Zhao Hai replied, "Of course. Next month when I deliver the fire fishes, I'll have those blankets and carpets delivered as well." "Is your highness satisfied with this?" Charlie smiled. "Then we're settled." "And Mr., if I may ask, what matter did you come to Rising Water City for?" "If you need any help, Onas can lend you a hand." Onas quickly added, "Yes, I could definitely provide Mr. with help inside Rising Water City. I have a bit of influence here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Nothing big. I just want to buy some things as well as try to open up a shop in this city." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Charlie's eyes lit up. Then he said, "How about Mr. open a shop at my Jadewater City?" The goods and services in Jadewater City are about the same as Rising Water City. Additionally, I could give Mr. an exemption on taxes. What does Mr. think? Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Charlie would be surprisingly enthusiastic. He knew that he might offend Charlie if he refuses. He didn't know what kind of person Charlie was. If the prince was a petty person, he might retaliate in the future. Also, if he agrees and opened up a shop in Jadewater City, he may suffer some problems if Charlie hates him in the future. It would be a risk to his people if he chooses this option. Looking at Zhao Hai, who stayed quiet, Charlie didn't want to be misunderstood, so he immediately added, "Mr., please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to force you. If Mr. wants to go then it's good. But if he disagrees then that's fine as well. This matter wouldn't affect our cooperation." Zhao Hai looked at Charlie and smiled. "Your Highness has also misunderstood. You have given me such a good benefits, so of course I'll have to head towards Jadewater City. This time, I only came to Rising Water City because it was closer. Tomorrow I'll head to Jadewater City. I wonder when your highness will return to Jadewater City? Charlie looked at Zhao Hai and said, I also happen to return to Jadewater City tomorrow. I wonder if Mr. can give this one a ride in your ship. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he gave a smile and nodded. Having your highness as my guest would certainly be an honor. Then we're good. Tomorrow me and my group will be waiting for your highness in my ship. Just head to the docks of the city and look for my ship. It's named Haven. Charlie smiled. Alright, then I won't be bothering Mr. anymore. Mr. should rest when you head back. Tomorrow, we still need to leave the city unnoticed. Zhao Hai stood up while he gave a faint smile. Then Zhao Hai will ask to be excused, Your Highness. Then he bowed to Charlie before being led away from the living room by Liru. Charlie also accompanied Zhao Hai to the entrance, then left Liru to guide Zhao Hai to the carriage. Charlie then returned to the living room. Onaz looked at Charlie and said, Your Highness, why were you too polite to him? Also, why exempt him from tax? Is it because of the firefish and milk wine? Charlie gave a smile and shook his head. No, Onaz, you must understand. When I first heard about Zhao Hai, I didn't think much of him, but after seeing him just now, I suddenly had the inkling to pull this person to my side. This is because this person is terrifying, not because of his schemes nor his temptations. Everything he does is all straightforward. You can clearly see what he is thinking about. This is why I value him too much. For him to refrain from using schemes means that he is confident in his own strength. He disdains beating around the bush. You can also see from his actions and expressions the look of sincerity, something that I rarely see in other people. Onaz looked at Charlie, still confused. Charlie smiled as he added, There are all sorts of plots and schemes in this world that it is very hard to see a sincere person. Why did I cooperate with him? This is because for people like Zhao Hai, if you are good to him and not betray him, he will never ever betray you for the sake of higher benefits. Onaz was still not convinced. He looked at Charlie and said, How did your highness deduce this? How come I am unable to see it? Charlie gave a smile and said, Remember when I offered him a partnership? Most people would immediately agree. After all, as a third prince I have a much higher position than either the Kelsey family or the Shelley family. But instead, he implicitly told me the shares of the two families as he revealed how much supply he can provide. This is a probe. He wanted to see my attitude towards this matter. If I wanted the shares of the two families, then he would definitely not cooperate with me. Onaz, you should know about the recent matter of the Kelsey family. Yes, that waste of a fifth child of the family had his eyes on Zhao Hai, and may have even suffered a loss in Zhao Hai's hands. Despite this, Zhao Hai still didn't give me the share of the Kelsey family. This showed that he is a man of sentiment. If such a person were to join my side, then it would be a great boon for me. Onaz finally understood after hearing Charlie's explanation. He gave a nod and said, Your Highness, when you invited him to Jadewater City, why did he seem to be hesitant? Charlie smiled and said, This is another point that made me like him. Do you think that if he establishes a shop in Jadewater City, he will stay there for a long time? Of course not. He would send his people there. I gave him tax exemptions. Average people will definitely agree. The reason why he hesitated was because if he does send his men to Jadewater City and we happen to fight in the future, he fears that I would act against his men. For someone who cares deeply about his own subordinates, that is a very desirable trait. Onaz looked at Charlie with an admiring look. Your Highness, your eyes are really like blazing torches. But Zhao Hai is really a person of sentiment. Then why didn't he give the Kelsey family all of the shares? I remember that the Kelsey family had helped him a lot. Charlie replied, This is because he is cautious and wants to leave a leeway for himself. I think that Zhao Hai has a lot of subordinates that are counting on him for resources. If he gave all of his products to the Kelsey family, he would certainly suffer big if the family decides to stop cooperating with him. This is understandable. It's basic human nature. I even believe that this overall supply of about 100,000 fire fishes and 100,000 gin of milk wine that he revealed isn't his maximum supply. He will always give himself a way out. Onas nodded. This point of having a backup plan is how things should be. Even he has prepared an escape route for himself. This isn't a strange thing. Charlie looked at Onas and smiled faintly. This Zhao Hai isn't simple. Earlier, he had an enmity with Grand Duke Lionheart, but he still managed to be unscathed. Moreover, I heard that back in Axa Empire, he had offended the Radiant Church as well as Southern King Boris, making him escape towards the Beastman Prairie. Then he used a false identity to escape to Rosen Empire, after which he led the Empire's anti-Radiant Church tide. He is too fierce. This is the most important point. He gave the Kelsey family advice that would hit the Radiant Church in their most vital points. This made me decide to settle in recruiting him. Onas frowned as he asked, "Your Highness, isn't that idea from the Kelsey family? What made you think that it was given by Zhao Hai?" Charlie made a disdainful expression. HMPH, if the Kelsey family already had an idea that great, then they should have already used it a long time ago. They had been pressured by the Radiant Church all these years, and the idea only came out just as Zhao Hai arrived at Skywater City. Isn't his too coincidental? Therefore, I judge that this should be Zhao Hai's doing. Those antiques back at the Kelsey family, it would be impossible for them to come up with this idea. It was good that Smith and his brothers are really talented, and they had good eyes. It was only that fifth child Juan that is a complete waste. If you have the chance, try getting Smith's favor. If we can get their support, then the throne wouldn't be able to escape my grasp. Haha. Onas didn't expect that Charlie would have such high view of Smith, but he didn't get angry. He knew his capabilities, and he was also a merchant. When thinking about Charlie snatching the throne, these few tricks could also be considered good. Charlie turned to Onas. This man is very important to him. Onas' capabilities were formidable, and is loyal to him. It was this point that made Onas incomparable to the other people. Thinking about this, Charlie faintly smiled and said, "Onas, go help me prepare to leave with Zhao Hai's ship tomorrow in returning to Jade Water City. The matters in Rising Water City will be handed over to you. Don't forget, you are now a merchant, except for extremely important matters. Don't contact me. Just go and do your merchant duties." Onas nodded. Chapter 395, Buddha Family's Opportunity to Recover. Zhao Hai returned to the hotel. After saying goodbye to Liru, he immediately found Ronaldo and told him that opening the store would have to wait. Ronaldo knew that Zhao Hai had went out earlier, but he didn't know where he went. He also couldn't ask Zhao Hai. In any case, he already got the family an additional 5,000 fire fishes per month, so he didn't probe further. He just accepted the decision fully. Ronaldo had already been given orders by the family to not be greedy in cooperating with Zhao Hai, otherwise, they would lose everything. This was the reason why Ronaldo didn't request anything from Zhao Hai and just helped him with everything. He believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't leave him unrewarded, and sure enough, he was rewarded with an additional 5,000 fire fishes per month. Although not that much, the Shelley family still regarded it as quite a bit of income. And now that Zhao Hai wanted to leave, Ronaldo didn't stop him. He also didn't inquire Zhao Hai as to why. He knew that further inquiry would only make the other party dislike him. Zhao Hai entered the room and then reiterated what happened with Charlie to Laura and the others. Laura didn't oppose to the cooperation since she trusted the space. If they have a falling out with Charlie in the future, They could just receive the staff and save them. Seeing that Laura didn't oppose to the partnership, Zhao Hai sighed in relief. Truthfully, he still held Laura's opinion in high regards when it comes to business decisions. After all, Laura was a true merchant in the past. This lovely girl's reputation even reached Rosen Empire. She isn't playing around. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and asked, "Why do you think Charlie wanted to go with us to Jadewater City? Is it to recruit me? I don't think that I have any worth for him to be considering me." Laura gave a smile and said, "Who told you that you don't have any worth? You're very exceptional. It is normal for him to be pulling over to his side." Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and said, "In any case, let's prepare ourselves. We'll be leaving Rising Water City tomorrow. Also, Charlie will be coming along with us for cover." I initially didn't want to involve myself in their matters since looking at Charlie's actions today, it seems like the battle for the throne is more intense than I thought. Taking part in their struggle isn't a good idea. Laura forced a smile and said, "We're already involved ever since you met Charlie. It's too late to say anything at this point. From what I can see, we might as well lend Charlie a hand." "Brother Hai, if we can help Charlie get the imperial throne, the Buddha family might see itself re-emerging in the future." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that meeting him is the wrong decision. I'm also afraid that if we relocate the clan to Rosen Empire, the Ixa Empire would take away the Black Wasteland from us. In the end, that place is where we decided to take root." Laura smiled and said, "You think too much, Elder Brother Hai. No matter who wanted to take the Black Wasteland away, they still need to deal with the poisonous fog. Nobody would dare settle there. Rest assured, that place will still be our roots. Also, nobody would think that we stayed there anyway. They might have already thought that we had escaped to the sea or something." Zhao Hai forced a smile. He knew that what Laura said was the truth. There was nobody that would dare settle in the Black Wasteland aside from them. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I think it would be better for us to discuss this matter with Grandpa Green." Laura agreed. "I think that's a good idea. We should tell Grandpa Green about this, but I think he wouldn't agree." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Grandpa Green would certainly agree. He wanted to revive the Buddha clan more than I do." Agree. Of course I agree. "Young master, what are you afraid of? As long as the Black Wasteland is in our hands, we will have a place to return to. If an accident happens outside, the Buddha clan could still return here." Green immediately expressed his thoughts when Zhao Hai told him about the matter. Green continued, "Young master, all great families must start from the bottom and build themselves bit by bit. In the past, the Buddha clan fell into this situation since we didn't have the space. It was impossible for us to retreat immediately back then. But young master, you currently have the space. We don't need to fear about anything. You should grasp this opportunity." Zhao Hai didn't think that Green would say this, but seeing that Green agreed to his plan, Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just nodded as he said, "All right, when I get to the ship tomorrow, I'll go and see Charlie's attitude. If I like his bearing, then I'll go help him." Green nodded. He looked at Zhao Hai with his eyes shining and said, "Young master, tomorrow your poison will get cured." "But what would happen in the ship?" Zhao Hai smiles and said, "It doesn't matter. When the time to detoxify comes tomorrow, I'll just go to the space. Not a huge trouble." Green nodded. "You should be careful with the procedure. This is too important for us, as well as to the future of the Buddha clan." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Grandpa Green, rest assured, there will be no problems. The space has never failed me before. There's no reason for it to fail this time." Green nodded. Next morning, Zhao Hai and the others went out of the hotel early, then they headed straight to the haven. The haven was just moored to the dock without interference. It looks like the fee that they paid was quite worth it. Zhao Hai paid the supervisor before boarding the boat and wait for Charlie. When they docked the ship here, they already paid. Now that they wanted to depart, they need to pay again. This dock is really too black-hearted. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. It was just a small charge. Currently, he wanted to know when Charlie would arrive, and just as he was thinking about this, a very ordinary carriage arrived and went right beside the haven. Then Liu came out of it. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately gave the command to bring the carriage straight into the ship. Liu drove the carriage to the ship, then Zhao Hai immediately set sail. Only after they left the dock and entered the sea did Charlie get out of the carriage and smiled to Zhao Hai as he said, "I don't have any choice in my actions this time. I hope Mr. can forgive me." Zhao Hai smiles and replied, "Not a problem, Your Highness, please." Then he led Charlie to the cabin. After the haven got modified, the cabin of the haven wasn't like those on the other ships anymore. Installed inside was a living room as well as a dining room. When Charlie saw this part of the ship, he was startled. He didn't think that such a scene was possible inside a ship. When he sat down, Meg immediately gave him a cup of tea. After drinking a mouthful, he smiled and said, "Mr.'s ship is very nice. I have been on many ships before. It was only this time that I felt very comfortable." Zhao Hai replied as he gave a smile, "Your Highness praises too much. The ship was only modified like this because I have some undead crew on board. They don't need to rest, so there's no need to have cabins for their use." With that, I had so much free space. Charlie stared blankly. He didn't notice that those crew were unexpectedly undead. After hearing Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "It seems like Mr.'s dark magic has reached a high level. I actually thought that the crew on board were ordinary people." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The undead on the ship are previously the original crew of the ship. In fact, I only had this ship recently. Back when Grand Duke Lionheart was still alive. It was because of him that I had acquired this ship." Charlie was puzzled. He asked, "Grand Duke Lionheart? But why do I see that this ship seems to have the workmanship of the Ocean Waves dynasty? Did Lionheart have some relation to the dynasty?" Zhao Hai smiled, a little bit. When Lionheart ran away from his territory, he wanted to board this ship to run away. In the end, I caught up to him and he couldn't escape anymore. I killed him and his group. Naturally, the ship was turned over to me. Charlie's eyes flashed. "Grand Duke's demise was because of you? I thought that the Kelsey family were the ones responsible for his execution." As it turns out, it was actually Mr. "May I know what rank Mr. is right now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "8th rank. I'm just an 8th rank mage, hee. I hope that Your Highness wouldn't laugh at me." Charlie actually laughed. "Mr. is too polite. I think that the continent hasn't heard of a person as young as Mr. that has reached 8th rank before. Mr. really brings a lot of surprises." Zhao Hai replied, "I'm not counting on that. At least I know of some people in the Radiant Church who had reached that level who aren't older than me." Charlie stared blankly. This was the first time that he had heard of this matter. He couldn't help but change his expression as he asked, "Can Mr. tell me about it in detail?" Mr. should know that because of the current matter, Myrosan Empire and the Radiant Church is not very happy with each other. "I'm afraid that something will happen soon." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness should have heard that I came from Ixa Empire. When I offended the Radiant Church and was forced to run to the Beastman Prairie, I didn't expect that the Radiant Church would send someone to hunt me down, and it was surprisingly a 9th rank expert. Fortunately for me, they violated a Beastman taboo, so the 9th rank was killed by another 9th rank Beastman. After he died, I turned him into an advanced level undead." From his own mouth, I heard of a thing called the Ultimate Weapon Plan that the Radiant Church had been operating these past years. Charlie sternly listened to Zhao Hai's words. Upon hearing Zhao Hai mention the Ultimate Weapon Plan, his expression changed. He looked straight at Zhao Hai and said, "Ultimate Weapon Plan?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Right. The Ultimate Weapon Plan. This plan selects innately talented children from the entire continent. They train these children as well as had the church's potion masters and artisans experiment on them. They plan to develop way to mass-produce 9th rank experts. Those who failed would be at least 7th or 8th rank. Majority of those who failed would end up as crippled. Some would even die from the process." Charlie's expression continued to worsen. He asked further, "Mister, are you really talking about the Radiant Church? Haven't they always said that they are the servants of the Radiant God and thus would save people? Why would they do such a thing?" Zhao Hai gave a bitter smile and answered, "This is only a pretense that they use. The talk about being the servant of the Radiant God and saving people is all nonsense. The bad things that they did are no less than what the Dark Mages did. I'll be open to your highness. A lot of those notorious Dark Mages in the continent are all cultivated by the Radiant Church. They trained those Dark Mages and made them go out into the continent and perform heinous acts to dirty and corrupt the reputation of the other Dark Mages. With this, not only did they make the populace hate the Dark Mages, they also slowly reduced their numbers, and hoping to eventually reach their goal of fully exterminating them." Charlie's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He asked with a deep voice, "Are Mister's words serious?" Zhao Hai nodded. "No statement from them is true." "Your Highness, do you know why I left the prairie and went straight to Rosen Empire?" Charlie replied, "Isn't it because of the Kelsey family?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "That is one reason. The other reason is because compared to all the nations in the continent, the influence of the Radiant Church on the Rosen Empire is the weakest. Rosen Empire is the most powerful nation in the continent. Their own nobles had their own pride. Therefore there would only be a few of them that would join the Radiant Church. Not like other nations where their highest officials are all members of the Radiant Church. Southern King of Ixu Empire is one of the members of the Church's Knights congregation. He held a high status in the Church and thus in other nations. It was because of this that I came to Rosen Empire." Charlie stood up and paced around the room as he muttered, "How could this be? This way? The Church would control the entire continent sooner or later. What fierce move by the Radiant Church." The Empire's anti-Radiant Church movement wasn't taken seriously by Charlie previously. In his view, the Radiant Church can only do so much inside Rosen Empire. But now, it seems like it was a completely different matter. Luckily, they had been suppressing the Church. This thought brought a cold sweat to Charlie's back. Although it can be said that the Empire had been suppressing the Church for many years, they didn't investigate them thoroughly. They were so sure that the Church wouldn't be a threat. Charlie never imagined that the Church had this hidden agenda going on. After walking a few more paces, Charlie turned his head to Zhao Hai. "Mister, who else knows of this information?" Zhao Hai gave a smile. "Your Highness, who do you think hates the Church the most inside the Rosen Empire?" "Of course it is the Kelsey family. Some of these matters were only known to them quite recently, but some was already known by the family for a long time." Chapter 396, Business. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai should have just acquired this information recently. He stared and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and replied, "I have an enmity with the Radiant Church. They wanted me gone as soon as possible. In order to preserve my life, I have to pull more people into going against the Church. I'm telling these information to your Highness in the hopes that you would also help me deal with the Church." Charlie stared at Zhao Hai for a moment. Then he gave a laugh and said, "All right, ha ha. No big deal. Mister can rest assured, If the church is really as overbearing as what you just described, then it is naturally my duty to deal with them. But Mr. should know that I'm just a prince. The things that I can do are quite limited." Zhao Hai looked at Charlie while Charlie also looked at him. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said, "Your Highness, if you need my abilities, I'll try my best to help." When two wise people talk to each other, less words were required to convey a message. Charlie knew what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Charlie thanks Mr. You should know that I need quite a bit of money right now. Do you have any business opportunities that you could provide me?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Your Highness is too polite, haha, but I like your personality, direct and with no false pretenses. What business does your Highness want?" "I'm thinking about cooperating on merfolk products such as magic beasts, pearls and so on. What do you think about this?" Charlie stared blankly before his eyes lit up. One could even see his eyes turn into gold coins. Nobody could blame him. Merfolk products are too valuable in the continent. The continent is very big, making its coastline quite long. However, one could easily forget that there were mages who could use their spells to harvest these marine products by the tons. This made these products as cheap as the price of cabbage. But as time passed, those marine resources were all over-farmed to depletion. The only place that they were available belonged to the sea dwellers, and humans wouldn't dare to approach that part of the sea. Since nobody wanted to go, the scarcity of these marine products made their prices skyrocket. Presently, there were almost no cities in the continent that had a market for these products. People were too reluctant to sell their share. Now that he heard Zhao Hai propose a partnership regarding these products, Charlie immediately understood the amount of wealth involved. But he quickly sobered up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. These merfolk are not fond of playing jokes. You say you got it from the deep seas? You'll scour them yourself?" "Sir, doing that isn't wise. If you anger those merfolk, huge troubles will arise." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "It'll be alright. Be relieved. All of these are legit." "You forgot that I'm a dark mage. Since my crew didn't need to eat food, my food stockpile could last me for about a year and a half. In that time I can go to the deep seas and make my undead dive down for those resources. There's no need for me to find them myself." When heard Zhao Hai, Charlie didn't add more. In the past, those who were willing to scour the coastline for marine products were those weak mages or apprentices. Since they couldn't do anything great with their magic, they would just go to the sea and make some money. But for truly strong mages, they didn't stoop so low. These mages were already invited by nobles to sponsor them. Also, those weak mages would only get cheap products from the sea that weren't that valuable, so they generally won't go into the deep sea. Their ships also couldn't go there. After all, they could still earn some change with the fishes in the coastlines. After a brief pause, Charlie opened his mouth. "Very well, I can cooperate with Mr. in this venture. How do you want our cooperation to be? Will you sell me the products, or would we distribute them together?" "I think it's better if you give me your supply while I sell it. Then we divide the profits. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right. Let's go with the latter. I'll give you my supply, then you sell it." "How do we divide the profits?" "Half," Charlie replied. "I thinks that's no good. You are the one who got them, doing all the hard work. Me having half the profits wouldn't be appropriate." Zhao Hai gave a faint smile and said, "It doesn't matter, then we're all set. Also, Your Highness, I wouldn't be able to give you a lot of fire fishes. Otherwise their value in the continent would drop. I suggest that you place this business on other people's hands. I have a good deal for you in return." Charlie asked, "Other business? What?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Right now I have a lot of grains and vegetables on hand. If you want these, I can supply you." "Of course, I'll sell it in market price, and I swear that their quality is the highest in the continent." Charlie couldn't help but smile faintly. "Mister, my business is mostly wholesale selling. Good quality wouldn't make any difference. If I add my markup price, those merchants wouldn't purchase it." Zhao Hai slapped his head. He actually forgot that the reputation of his high-quality goods could only be used in Persaldacci. For the other people in the continent, they might not have heard of his Haven products. If he wanted to use his brand in Rosen Empire, it obviously wouldn't work. Zhao Hai could only smile bitterly and say, "Your Highness, how about we brand my products with my Haven trademark? This way, the populace would know about my products." Charlie nodded. "I heard about Mr.'s Haven products when you are still in Persaldacci. If we start making the brand known, it would be good for both of us." Zhao Hai agreed. "Then I have no other good business at the moment. Although I have some rations, they are low-end products. They wouldn't be able to make much money." Charlie smiled and said, "That's fine. I heard that rations are quite popular with the mercenaries. How about giving me some?" Zhao Hai looked at Charlie. Seeing the enthusiastic man in front of him, Zhao Hai could only give a forced smile and said, "Your Highness, you've got to be kidding. Rations are very easily produced. Soon the continent would have loads of suppliers. We wouldn't be able to make much profits in them. You won't be able to have good benefits." "Don't worry, I won't hide from you the fact that I'm currently developing a new type of liquor. If the development succeeds, then it will definitely be huge. All hotels in the continent would have it. The price isn't very expensive. It is also very suitable for everyone. When that time comes, I'll have this as an exclusive business with you. What do you think?" Charlie's eyes widened as he said, "Really? You have this kind of liquor?" Zhao Hai smiles, "Of course I do. This liquor is just as fragrant as milk wine, but has a higher yield. This makes it quite cheap. If we make this, it would certainly be popular." "Laura, please get a glass of beer for His Highness." Laura calmly nodded as she prepared a glass of beer for Charlie. Charlie looked at the glass in front of him. The color was so bizarre that he had the thought of not drinking it. But to show that he trusts Zhao Hai, he could only lift the glass and took a sip with his eyes closed. When the beer reached his mouth, Charlie felt a strange sour taste. He didn't want to swallow it, but for the sake of politeness, he gulped the liquid down. After the beer was drank, Charlie noticed a strange smell. The smell was quite peculiar. It wasn't a good smell, but it definitely made you want to take a second drink. Without thinking about it, Charlie took another sip. Then the smell came again. Charlie could only stop himself as he placed the glass down and said, "It really has a special taste, but I'm afraid that common people wouldn't like it." Zhao Hai only smiles and said, "This is because it is still in development. The acidic flavor is still there. Upon completion, that flavor would not be there anymore." When Charlie heard Zhao Hai's assurance, he became more interested. "If that is so, then this business would definitely be very good. But I seem to feel that this liquor wouldn't survive long times in storage." Zhao Hai shook his head. "Your Majesty is half wrong. Preserving this liquor is both easy and difficult. If this is stored in a tightly sealed container, then it could be preserved for a long time. If the seal is faulty, then the flavor wouldn't be good." Charlie nodded. "So that's how it is. Then that's good. Sealing a container isn't a difficult thing. Then I will be anticipating Mr.'s good news." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right. If the research succeeds, I will immediately supply you." Charlie smiled. "I'll have to thank Mr. for today. All these money-making businesses will be very helpful to me." Zhao Hai gave a slight chuckle and said, "It's no big deal. After all, I still have to sell them somewhere, right?" "Haha." Charlie returned the smile and said, "No matter what, Mr. has my gratitude." Zhao Hai laughed as he said, "I could also supply your highness with some bulls and argali." but those still have to wait until spring. Charlie smiled. Good. Although bulls and argali aren't in very high demand, their sales are still very good. As long as we have supply, we won't worry about selling them. Zhao Hai nodded. These businesses are enough for some people to be green with envy. I advise your highness to be careful. Make sure that people wouldn't group up against you, or else you're going to be in deep trouble. Charlie frowned, but he couldn't help but agree to Zhao Hai's suggestion. That situation can be very easily reached. Chapter 397, Second Prince. What Zhao Hai said was true. All of those businesses that he proposed were indeed subject to envy. At present, all of the candidates for the throne had the same strengths and position. Nobody was particularly superior to the others. But if Charlie were to start these businesses, his position would certainly surpass his other brothers. This may force the others to group up to keep him in check. It would be troublesome. However, Zhao Hai's businesses were really lucrative. Letting these benefits go would truly be a waste. This placed Charlie in a dilemma. Zhao Hai looked at Charlie and smiled. Your Highness doesn't need to think about it too much. In the end, the final result isn't up to you. You should just go about your own matters. Charlie nodded then sighed. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. The outcome of the struggle for the throne was indeed not up to the candidates. His father was still not old. He could still continue to become emperor for 20 years. In 20 years, nobody can really know what will happen, so there's no particular forecast that can be made. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Your Highness, when we reach Jade Water City, I might need your help in opening my shop. Charlie smiled. Mr. Can rest assured, I got you covered. As he said this, an alarm could be heard outside. Zhao Hai turned his head to his side as Shun immediately ran out. Charlie just calmly sat there. After a short while Shun came back and reported, Young master, there are several ships from the harbor approaching as they look to be pursuing our ship, possibly wanting to surround it. Zhao Hai nodded. So the alarm was for us. Let's go see who it is. After he stood up, Charlie followed suit and also stood up. Zhao Hai turned his head and said, Your Highness, you should stay in the cabin this time. This may not be necessarily because of you. You will get exposed if you show yourself. Charlie nodded as he sat back down. Then Zhao Hai led Laura and the others outside, leaving Charlie behind. Laru frowned and asked, Your Highness, do you think we're in danger? Charlie shook his head. I'm not sure. We could only know later. I believe that Mr.'s strength is enough to ensure our safety. Although Laru was worried, he didn't talk anymore and just nodded. He didn't know that because of the upgrades in the space, a lot of Zhao Hai's undead already had the strength of 8th rank. Also, Zhao Hai still had Kair and Zhao Wen. With all of these added together, there weren't a lot of people that could deal with Zhao Hai in this world. When Zhao Hai came out of the living room, he calmly stared at the ships that had encircled the haven. The ships weren't battleships, just 5-masted ironclad cargo ships, like Zhao Hai's haven. For someone to be able to mobilize this number of ships made Zhao Hai quite surprised. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. Even if these ships were armed, they were useless. Zhao Hai's undead had already reached 9th rank because of the space. With these undead on hand, Zhao Hai could even destroy a small kingdom. Not to say these ships. Zhao Hai didn't move. He waited the other party to approach him. He just stood calmly as he had the haven's sails taken down. Before long, the closest ship in the encirclement went towards the haven. Zhao Hai observed the vessel. On its deck were a group of people. The most noticeable person was 30-year-old man with a face closely resembling Charlie. Their figures were very similar with each other. He had ordinary clothes on but feels very different when he wore it. And most importantly, the commanding aura that this person had wasn't any less than Charlie's. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai knew that the man didn't come for them, but instead for Charlie. This man was possibly Charlie's second brother, the Rosen Empire's second prince. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and bowed towards the man who he suspected to be the second prince. May I know who Mr. is? Why did you surround my ship? Didn't you know that this is Rosen Empire's waters? The supposedly second prince revealed a curious look when he heard Zhao Hai. After some time, he replied, "Are you Zhao Hai? You're quite brave. Nobody asks me for explanations while inside Rosen Empire, but feel relieved. I did not come for you today." When Zhao Hai heard the other party's words, his suspicions were confirmed. He couldn't help but smile faintly and say, "I really don't know why I need to be relieved. I'm just an ordinary merchant doing proper business. I didn't skip on taxes, nor have I become a spy. I didn't kill people and burn places. I really don't understand what merits me to be afraid." The second prince looked at Zhao Hai's eyes and said seriously, "Boy, I'm not here to find you today. Go and make little three come out immediately. He came to my Rising Waters city without meeting me. Isn't he being impolite?" Just as Zhao Hai was about to reply, Charlie walked out from the ship. He showed a faint smile and bowed. "I've seen second brother. I just went for a short visit in the city. I didn't want to disturb you." The second prince looked at Charlie and laughed. "Is it really just a short visit and nothing else? Then why did Mr. Zhao Hai immediately leave Rising Water City and head towards Jade Water City?" Charlie gave a smile and said, "I just unintentionally met Mr. Zhao Hai and invited him to do business in my Jade Water City. For convenience, I rode on his ship." "What's wrong about that? Is it worth second brother dragging all of these people here?" The second prince coldly snorted and retorted, "Little three, your words are useless." Without even looking into Mr. Zhao Hai, I could tell at a glance that you just took him from me. This seems very insincere. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but force a smile and said, "Mr. should be the second prince, right?" "Your Highness, I am a merchant, and isn't it up to me where I do my business?" "By your words, it seems like if I go to Rising Water City, then I am obligated to do business there, and not head to other places. With this logic, since I came to Skywater City first, then should I do business there forever?" "Where did the second prince get the fact that I was stolen?" The second prince looked at Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, there's no use to keep speaking. Behave yourself and stay in Rising Water City. I promise to not take action then. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do business in the Rosen Empire anymore. Believe me." Zhao Hai just smiled slightly and replied, "I don't believe you." Very simple words, but they made the second highness' heart explode with rage. He looked at Zhao Hai with a reddened face. Charlie didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually go against the second prince. This moved him a bit. At the same time, he was scared. He knew that he wanted to get Zhao Hai's support. He didn't want him to suffer an accident. Charlie immediately inserted, "Second brother, speak straight. Why did you come today?" This matter had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. "What do you really want from me?" The second prince coldly replied, "Little three, don't be too complacent. I know that you're the favorite. I won't touch you, since if you let father know, I'm finished." "But no matter what, Zhao Hai must go back to Rising Water City with me." Charlie replied, "Impossible. I don't have a deep influence on Mr. Zhao Hai. Going with me is his own decision. I didn't pressure him." The second prince snorted, "HMPH, if you're not pressuring Zhao Hai, then why are you riding his ship towards Jade Water City? Why did he leave Rising Water City when he had just arrived there? Who doesn't know that he just had a falling out with the Kelsey family?" This time, when he came to Rising Water City, it was definitely to establish business. But now you're pulling him towards Jade Water City. Who wouldn't see that you're in the wrong? Charlie just showed a faint smile. There are a lot of people doing business between Rising Water City and Jade Water City. Can't you think that this is the situation this time, second brother? Also, you're talking about being wrong? I don't know why Mr. Zhao Hai wanted to leave Rising Water City, but you stopping him is something that you shouldn't be doing. The second prince looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, do you really want to side with little three? Zhao Hai looked at the second prince and smiled. Your Highness, I'm just a merchant. Chasing benefits is my job. When I looked at Rising Water City's atmosphere, I decided that it isn't suitable for my business. Therefore I want to head towards Jade Water City to take a look. Why am I unable to do this? Also, what's wrong with the third prince riding my ship? The second prince clenched his teeth when he heard Zhao Hai. Good, Zhao Hai, good. You actually said that my Rising Water City isn't suitable for business? What benefits did little three give you? I can give you the same conditions. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head secretly. The second prince is much worse than Charlie. He just knew about Charlie when he embarked on the ship. Only then did he give chase. This meant that he wasn't Charlie's match. Such person wasn't an opponent for Charlie. Zhao Hai bowed to the second prince and said, Your Highness second prince, I just want to look at Jade Water City. Just like you said, me and the Kelsey family currently have problems with each other. Thus, I want to choose another place to do business. However, I have not been to both Rising Water City and Jade Water City. This time, I only came to Rising Water City because it was the closest location. I didn't intend to do business there. There was no need for the second highness to amass such show of force. The second prince looked at Zhao Hai while having a pale expression. Good, good. I'll let you go Zhao Hai, but just know whose territory Rosen Empire belongs to. Then he waved his hand as he departed to his ship. Seeing the second prince leave, Zhao Hai gave a sigh. He was utterly disappointed with the second prince. Chapter 398, Attitude. After Zhao Hai and Charlie returned to the ship's living room, Charlie smiled apologetically to Zhao Hai. Mister, what you just did placed you on the opposite side of my second brother. Second brother isn't that broad-minded. You need to watch out in the future. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, This is how people are. Some of them you become friends with, while some become your enemies. A truly friendly person only exists in stories. Hearing Zhao Hai, Charlie understood that Zhao Hai was showing his faith on him. Although Zhao Hai promised to help him, he wouldn't be the same as his other people. Zhao Hai wants to have a degree of freedom in his actions as well as weight to his words. He wanted to be treated like equals. Charlie also knew that people with Zhao Hai's capabilities have their own pride. They will not accept being slaves that will be on other people's beck and call. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai said those words. Charlie nodded. Mr. can feel relieved. I will guarantee Mr.'s safety. My second brother has underestimated by strength. Mr. can rest assured. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm not that worried, to be honest. With the second prince's current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything that could harm me. Your Highness need not worry himself over my well-being. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Charlie couldn't help but knit his brows. Mister, you need to be careful in not underestimating my second brother too much. The cards on his hand aren't weak. He isn't any weaker than Grand Duke Lionheart. Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said, It doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't send a 9th rank expert to deal with me, then there's no problem. Your Highness shouldn't worry. When Charlie heard Zhao Hai, he nodded. In truth, it wasn't easy to request something from a 9th rank expert. When Grand Duke Lionheart was being hunted, the Kelsey and Shelley families sent 4 9th rank experts to kill Lionheart's 2 9th rank experts. Naturally, the two families paid a huge price. Seeing Zhao Hai's confidence, Charlie didn't say anything more. He could see Zhao Hai's strength with this point. Actually, by looking at the undead on the ship, Charlie wanted to gauge Zhao Hai's strength. Unfortunately, the undead didn't have any chance to exhibit their capabilities. But judging by their outer appearance, Charlie decided to not underestimate Zhao Hai. Looking at the skies, it seems like lunchtime has arrived, so Zhao Hai invited Charlie to the dining area for a meal. Naturally, what they ate were nice meals: beef, mutton, firefishes and various vegetables. Charlie looked at the table and saw some dishes that he hadn't eaten before. This made him curious. Rosen Empire was the largest nation in the continent, so there were a lot of dishes that was served at the capital. But now, seeing that there were unique dishes in front of him, it touched the third prince's curiosity. Of course, there were also fruit wine and milk wine served. On the other hand, the staple food was replaced with breadfruit. Zhao Hai wanted Charlie to taste food he hadn't tasted before. Charlie was very curious of the breadfruit. When he started eating the delicacies, he was very startled since they were actually quite delicious. It was especially so for the breadfruit. Charlie saw that this was from a fruit tree, but for the specific tree, Charlie didn't know. After eating some fruit, Charlie placed it down and looked at Zhao Hai. "Mister, what is this fruit? Why does it change like this?" Zhao Hai smiled. "This thing is called a breadfruit. I named it myself. Hee hee. Currently, only I have these on hand. However, I don't have enough output for now, so I cannot sell these wholesale. What is more important about the fruit is that it is the main component for the beer that I am fermenting. This is also the reason why I am not preparing to push this product on the continent." Charlie didn't expect that the breadfruit was actually a component for brewing beer. He nodded and said, "It really can't be sold. It would be more valuable if made into beer." Zhao Hai faintly smiled. "Actually, the tree's yield is very high, not slightly inferior to bamboo rice, but the tree is very demanding in regards to climate. It couldn't just be grown anywhere. This makes its output very hard to increase." Charlie gave a nod then frowned. "Mister, wouldn't this affect the beer's output?" Zhao Hai shook his head and replied, "It shouldn't. I'm also researching about alternative materials to replace the breadfruit, and if we manage to do so, the breadfruit wouldn't be wasted. We could just sell it since it is also quite a good product." Charlie nodded. "Truly a pity. This thing would be a fantastic thing to be made into army provisions. Not only could it increase the marching pace, it also tastes good." Zhao Hai smiled but didn't agree. People's mindsets are truly quite different. He didn't think of using the breadfruit as army provision, and thinking of its advantages to the army, but Charlie did. After finishing their lunch, Zhao Hai returned to his own room. Naturally, he gave Charlie a good room, one of the best rooms in the ship. Upon entering his room, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the space and went to the processing factory. He surveyed the situation and felt good. In a dozen or so hours, the detoxification potion would finally be done. Zhao Hai sat in the villa's living room with Laura and the others by his side. When Zhao Hai took a sip from his cup of tea, Laura looked at him and said, "Brother Hai, we have already sided ourselves with Charlie. Wouldn't he be angry with your actions today?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I just did that to judge his attitude. I want to see what would make him angry. If he became angry because of my intentions, then it meant that he isn't that broad-minded. Even if I volunteered to help him, I would only do so sparingly. But if he was fine by it, then I'll fully support him in ascending the throne." Zhao Hai placed his teacup and sighed. "A superior person who isn't broad-minded is no good. This also applies for those who always strive for control. I could only gauge him because of this." Laura nodded and didn't say anything. What Zhao Hai said was reasonable. If Charlie as a higher-up didn't have a broad mind, like the second prince, then supporting him was not a good idea. At this time, Meg stared towards the processing factory and sighed. It is too slow. Still more than 10 hours left. Why does time seem to flow too slowly? A minute feels like 10 years. Zhao Hai can only smile faintly as he said, "You're over-exaggerating. It's fine. We have the afternoon, then dinner, then sleep. After waking up, the potion should be ready." Meg pouted her mouth. "That's easy to say, young master. Go look at what the third prince is talking about." Zhao Hai smiled and opened the monitor. The screen immediately turned to the third prince's room. Charlie was sitting inside while drinking. Liru was beside him. Charlie looked somewhat thirsty. At the same time, he relaxed himself. He didn't think that the second prince would be alerted to his presence in Rising Waters City. This was not good news for him. Looking at Charlie's appearance, Liru knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but whispered, "Your Highness, now that the second prince has found out about us, we should inform Onus. He may be in a dangerous situation." Charlie placed his cup down and shook his head. "No, this time we went to the city to do about 10 actions. Second brother shouldn't have known about Onus." Liru nodded, then looked at Charlie. "Your Highness, wasn't Zhao Hai being too unreasonable today? He clearly expressed his intent to side with you, but his tone seems to be negotiating. He didn't put himself into a subordinate's position. It seems like he sees himself as your partner." At this point, Charlie showed a faint smile. "Isn't his quite good?" "Liru, remember that people with ability would certainly hold a degree of pride. I couldn't do anything to Mr. Zhao Hai's arrogance. He didn't need me to survive in the first place. Although he is currently in a sort of conflict with the Kelsey family, I am quite sure that they wouldn't let go of him. The benefits that Zhao Hai brings are certainly too good. Also, even if he loses the Kelsey family's backing, the Shelley family is still extremely friendly with him. With such a continent-spanning family in good relationship with him, why would Zhao Hai care about a nation's prince like me?" Liru thought for a moment and had to agree with Charlie. The Shelley family was a powerhouse whose influence has reached the entire continent. The family was quite formidable. Zhao Hai maintains his friendly ties with the Shelley family. Even if he were to be ousted from the Rosen Empire, he wouldn't worry about surviving on other nations. So long as he has the Shelley family on his back, he wouldn't have any problems. No matter how powerful the Radiant Church was, it would be impossible for them to exterminate all dark mages. Additionally, they were currently going after famous and notorious dark mages. They didn't have the time to deal with the mysterious Zhao Hai. Charlie breathed out a sigh and leaned his body on the chair. "Having Zhao Hai help me should be the most correct decision I could make. Have you seen second brother's attitude? This meant that he has some people supporting his back. Poor brother, why couldn't you realize that father is still very much alive and kicking? You will only get farther and farther away from the throne." After he said that, he slowly closed his eyes. Before long, a windy sound could be heard. Charlie surprisingly fell asleep. Liru immediately placed a blanket over the third prince's body. After Zhao Hai saw the scene, he immediately turned off the monitor. He took a deep breath and turned to Laura. "I didn't think that Charlie would have such high view of me." "But Laura, why did he say that if the second prince had a faction behind him, the Emperor would see him as a threat? Aren't they father and son?" Laura gave a stiff smile and said, "So what if they are father and son?" Fathers and sons killing each other is very common in royal clans. Not to mention royal clans, even noble houses have these situations happening all the time. People would go crazy for a high position. Even if the Rosen Emperor is a father, he wouldn't forgive those who threaten his position, no matter they be his brothers or sons. All of them would be dealt with. Zhao Hai sighed, then nodded. It really is very stressful when one is a ruler. I believe that there are a lot of monarchs that hadn't left their castle for their entire life. Their subordinates would just report about the happenings outside, not requiring them to check for it themselves. Who would have expected that the most pitiable people in the continent were actually the rulers? Laura smiled and said, if others were to hear you, they would die laughing. Even if the king couldn't go out of his palace, don't forget that the entire kingdom belongs to him. Every single life inside it is in his hands. He gives life as well as takes it. Having the authority over a person's life would make anyone intoxicated. Otherwise, why do you think a lot of people wanted to be a monarch? Zhao Hai chuckled and said, who knows? I don't want to be like that anyway. I want my future situation to be just like now, free to walk around and wander about. We can just drink wine and sit while chatting. Isn't his a better situation? Laura smiles. Only you would think about this kind of life. There are a lot of people in the continent that don't want that. But this is also good. I used to be busy with my business every day in the past, but now, I didn't need to worry about a lot of things. Zhao Hai gave a forced smile and replied, that may not be true for long. We already strive to have our own kingdom. My head couldn't help but ache when thinking about the day that will be realized. Sigh. Anyway, Laura, when can your subordinates gather so that we could fetch them? Laura thought for a moment then said, I have given them 10 days to prepare. This time, I had almost all of them come. Some are very far while some are just nearby. They still need some time together. Right. How is Uncle Evan doing? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, he told me that he didn't want those people to leave. But he is still the Purcell family's patriarch. He needed to take the family into account. Thus, he had no choice but call the elders' assembly, and they agreed on letting your people go. I reckon Uncle Evan isn't very happy right now. Laura could only smile. Of course he is not happy. Uncle Evan's temperament is just like a warrior. He wanted to place loyalty first, but he is currently shackled by the family's interests, which completely contradicts his character. It would be strange if he would be happy. On the other hand, when will he take Ruian away? Zhao Hai forced a smile. Ruian is already on a ship. I really find Ruian's situation quite funny. Back when I was Adam, she ruthlessly wanted to end her engagement with me. Now that I'm Zhao Hai, she did her best to avoid me. It really is interesting. Chapter 399, Waiting. Upon listening to Zhao Hai, Laura and the others laughed. They knew that Zhao Hai was just talking casually and didn't express that he had any interest in Ruian. Just like what Zhao Hai told them before, Ruian wasn't worth Zhao Hai's attention. However, Laura asked, who did Uncle Evan send to get her? We still need to take care of her well-being. She should arrive in perfect condition. If anything happens to her, it wouldn't be good for us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it'll be fine. I will send some blood hawks to follow her. If there's anything wrong, we can immediately help. Laura smiled. I think there's no need for elder brother Hai to go. We can just send the swordfish. Swordfish ships were even used to escort the emperor. I think there won't be any problems with it. This way we can sort of help with their situation. Having blood hawks carry your ghost staff around is very inconvenient for us. What do you think? Zhao Hai agreed. This is a good idea. We have a lot of ships in our hands, and some of them would be rarely used. It should be a good idea to use them this time around. Laura smiled and said, if you send that many ships, the Ixa Empire would get nervous. They might think that a princess from Rosen Empire had come to visit Ixa Empire. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. They couldn't blame him. Currently, he has 11 3-masted ships and 4 5-masted ships on hand. This number is too astonishing. Although the 3-masted battleships were only the most common type, they were still battleships. Also, The 5-masted ironclad merchant ships aren't easily bought and used by just anyone. The cost of iron armor is too high. Moreover, they needed to be serviced every year. It was the same scenario if they underwent a battle, they would have to be serviced again. Because of this, no average person can take care of these ironclad ships. Even if you didn't use your ship, the maintenance cost of the ship was still very high. Therefore, most 5-masted ironclad ships are in the possessions of great families. Eva Zhao Hai's Haven ship once belonged to a great family in Ocean Waves dynasty before it changed hands. If he sent all these ships to escort Ruian, the Ixa Empire would certainly think that a princess had just come for a visit, and this is not an exaggeration. After speaking of this, Zhao Hai immediately called over a blood hawk and released it to find Ruian's ship. The hawk was very fast. They didn't need to wait for the evening to find Ruian's vessel. Although Ruian rode on a ship, the vessel was just an ordinary 3-masted cargo ship. It didn't have any special features. Aside from Ruian, there were also some guards and servants that came along to meet her. When Zhao Hai looked closely, he could notice some Persal family elders that were 8th rank. All of them were warriors. Such strength wasn't bad. 8th ranks were already considered to be experts on the continent. Only an anomaly like Zhao Hai would consider them as subpar. Now that they spotted Ruian, Zhao Hai didn't make his move immediately. He would wait until dark before he'll release the swordfish to catch up to Ruian's ship so nobody would notice. Seeing that it was already late, Zhao Hai and the others came out of the space. Not long after Zhao Hai went out, Charlie also came out of his room looking very well rested. Zhao Hai immediately had some chairs brought to the deck. The group sat on down and chatted with each other while enjoying the seascape. At the same time, they also ate dinner. After having their dinner, Charlie returned to his room to rest. Zhao Hai also returned to his room, and since it was currently dark, he needed to find an appropriate time to release the swordfish that would escort Ruian. Since the skies were still turning dark, Zhao Hai didn't hurry. He observed the situation on Ruian's ship. It may have been because of her recent experiences, but Ruian had become more mature. Her change was too noticeable that the servants who came for her immediately felt it. She is much quieter than before. She also became more considerate. She was very polite to the servants, which made them quite flattered. But Zhao Hai didn't care about these changes. He only cared about Ruian's security. As long as Ruian didn't suffer an accident, then all is good. After the skies turned pitch black, Zhao Hai looked for an area not too far from Ruian's ship and released the swordfish. He also called out a blood hawk and sent it towards Persal Duchy. In a few days, Laura's people would arrive and they needed to be transported using the ghost staff. After doing all of these, Zhao Hai didn't know what else to do. Even if it was already dark, he didn't have the urge to sleep. This applied to Laura and the others as well. This was because they were waiting for the sun to rise in the morning. By then the detoxification potion would be finished. While thinking of these, the group just sat on the living room and looked at each other. They couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai opened his mouth. "We shouldn't be waiting for the result in here. Let's go to our rooms and rest. When we wake up tomorrow morning, the detoxification potion should be finished." Laura nodded and stood up. "We cannot just sit here the entire evening. We need to rest. Also, Brother Hai, when you consume the potion tomorrow, you should call Grandpa Green's group over, otherwise they wouldn't forgive you." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that Laura was speaking the truth. If he didn't call Green and the others over, they would certainly complain to him for their entire lifetime. The group returned to their respective rooms and the space became peaceful. Zhao Hai was lying on his bed and thinking about all of what happened when he arrived at Ark Continent. Before long, he fell asleep. For who knows how long, Zhao Hai suddenly woke up. He looked out of the window and saw a bright sky. Zhao Hai went out of his room and turned the monitor on. The outside sky was also bright, but not that much. It seems like it was still very early morning. He immediately went outside and walked towards the processing factory. Surprisingly, Shun was already standing there, looking at the digits that were constantly changing. It was obvious that the potion was still not ready. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Shun immediately bowed and said, "Young master." Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and asked, "You didn't rest?" He looked at the digits that showed 2 hours. With an embarrassed face, Shun replied, "I couldn't fall asleep, so I came out to have a look. I hope I didn't disturb young master's rest." Zhao Hai shook his head with a smile. At this time, footsteps could be heard. Zhao Hai turned his head to see Laura and the others approaching. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile upon looking at their appearance. Laura and Meg also smiled towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Well, we still have 2 hours. Let's go to Iron Mountain Fort and wake up Grandpa Green and the others." The group nodded, and with a thought, Zhao Hai moved them to Iron Mountain Fort. Upon arriving at the fort's living room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Aside from Green and the 2 elders, Karen was also present. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others arrive, Karen stared before he opened his mouth. "Why did you just arrive now? We had been waiting for the whole evening." Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled, "It's nothing. I just went to bed. I just happened to wake up early today." "Grandma Mren, please whip up something to eat. After breakfast, we'll head back to the space." Mren nodded with a smile on her face. Then she called Meg and Laura over to the kitchen. Laura was currently studying how to prepare food, even though she had no talent, and the food that she made were mostly inedible. She still studied diligently. Looking at Mren and the others preparing the food, Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, how is the beer's progress doing?" Green smiled and said, "The time is too short. The liquor needs to be fermented for a while. This time, we did a few experiments to find out which materials are useful. We tried bamboo rice, barley, breadfruit, spatial water, ordinary water, cold water, as well as warm water. I believe there should be at least one of those that will succeed." Zhao Hai smiled, "That's good. As long as we succeed, then it's fine. Also, what container do you plan on storing the beer in? We should make sure to seal the beer properly. Otherwise we would only be selling low-quality beer." Little Jin wasn't present at this time. Because of the transmission point on Ape Island, Zhao Hai would know what Little Jin was doing. Green replied, "Rest assured, we will not have any issues with this. At first, we wanted to use a wooden barrel, but there seems to be some issues with the lid. Now we're currently finding ways to improve it. You don't have to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then sighed, "As long as we make this beer properly, it could certainly be our Buddha clan's biggest source of income. The future demand for this thing wouldn't be any less than that of grain." Karen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you really sure?" "I've tasted that thing. It is too acidic, not really tasty." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "When the beer ferments properly, you'll be convinced." There are only a few people who could resist the temptation of beer. After the group chatted for a while, Mren brought the dishes. Zhao Hai and the others immediately went to the dining hall. Upon finishing their breakfast, they went to the space and gathered around the processing factory. In the multi-purpose processing machine, the digits shown had become 20 minutes. The group couldn't sit well inside the villa, so they just stood inside the processing factory and waited. They waited for the countdown to reach 0. Laura's father, Chapter 400, Pleasantly Surprised. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heartbeat of all those present synchronized with the ticking down of the timer. When the number turned to 0, They even felt as though their hearts have stopped. A white light flashed inside the processing factory, then a small bottle appeared on the ground. The bottle was quite small, about the size of a palm. It had a flat bottom. Seeing through its transparent body, one could see a blue liquid. At this time, a prompt was heard: special purpose detoxification potion for the water of nothingness completed. Administer orally. One-time use. After ingestion, toxin shall be removed, impurities will be discharged. At the same time, host's body will be strengthened. Advised to take the potion along with a gold medal fruit. The effects will be better. Zhao Hai stared, but he immediately took the small bottle and gazed at the blue liquid inside it. Green and the others also stared at the liquid with bated breath, probably afraid that the bottle would disappear if they breathed strongly. Zhao Hao turned his head to look at the others. He showed a faint smile. I think that the space wouldn't deceive me. I should go buy a gold metal fruit. Then I will go consume the two of them together. What does Grandpa Green think? Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, Young master, what are you planning on practicing? Magic or battle chi? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Battle chi, of course. Now that I can use 8th rank magic by using the space, it would be redundant to learn magic. I seem to remember about you saying that our family has the wild dragon battle chi being passed down. I hear that it's very famous in the continent. I'll train hard using that. Green's eyes became wet as he laughed and said, Good. Good. Young master is certainly worthy to be a Buddha clan member. I can teach you the true version of the wild dragon battle chi that our Buddha family has been secretly passing on. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he asked Green, Grandpa Green, what did you say? What do you mean true version of the wild dragon battle chi? You mean that there's another version that isn't genuine? Green smiled faintly. Right. Our Buddha clan's battle chi technique can be said to be one of the most famous techniques in the continent. Not only is the way it is practiced different, the attack strength of our technique is leagues better than most. Because of this, a lot of people became jealous. Thus, our clan's wild dragon battle chi has been divided into two versions. The first version is the simplified one. It has a weaker attack strength as well as a slow rate of practice. That version couldn't compare to the true version of our wild dragon battle chi manual. Zhao Hai smiled. That's good to hear, but we still need to wait until my toxin gets removed. Teaching me when that time arrives wouldn't be too late. Then he took the bottle and headed to the villa's living room along with the others following behind him. Inside the living room, Zhao Hai placed the small bottle on the table first before opening the spatial store and buying a gold medal fruit. Now that the gold medal fruit has been digitized, it could now be bought in the shop. However, its price wasn't that cheap. At this moment, it was the most expensive thing in the shop, costing 10,000 gold coins per fruit. But Zhao Hai didn't care about the price. He immediately bought the fruit and placed it beside bottle. He took the bottle and removed the cork. He looked at the liquid inside before raising his head and downing the liquid into his mouth. It wasn't until the bottle was empty before he placed it down. He flapped his lips but couldn't taste any residual flavor. Then he took the gold metal fruit and took several bites one after another. Every single person in the room looked at Zhao Hai eating the gold metal fruit. They just stayed in their place and stared at him. Zhao Hai licked his lip. The fruit's flavor was extremely good. It had a cool feeling as well as a sweet and sour flavor. This made Zhao Hai secretly want to eat another one. Zhao Hai looked at the other's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that the taste of this fruit would actually be very pleasant. After he finished talking, he suddenly felt a rumbling sensation in his belly. Zhao Hai's face changed before he charged towards the toilet while holding onto his stomach. Inside the toilet, Zhao Hai immediately unbuttoned his pants and sat down. The stench that emanated from the toilet almost made Zhao Hai faint. After working hard for about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai was about to collapse. This wasn't what he expected to happen. He immediately got some tissue paper from the space and cleaned himself up. When he stared at what he just left behind, he felt very disgusted. What he saw was something black, akin to asphalt. It dispersed waves of gut-wrenching odor. Zhao Hai could even swear that he just saw insects flying around the toilet. Zhao Hai quickly covered the toilet and pressed the flush button. He also turned the exhaust fan on. When he felt that the air inside the restroom became better, he immediately walked out. Although Zhao Hai felt that he was on the verge of collapsing, there was a sense of extreme relief that came about him. This weird feeling made him both uncomfortable and glad. When he came out of the restroom, he saw Green and the others waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Green immediately inquired, "Young master, how are you feeling? Are you alright?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm fine, I feel good, but I'm feeling very weak." Meg immediately went forward to support Zhao Hai as they headed back to the living room. After Zhao Hai sat down, a glass of water was given to him. After drinking the glass of water, Zhao Hai felt a bit better. Scratch that, it was a lot better. He felt that he was full of strength, something he never felt before. Green and the others stared at Zhao Hai. He placed his glass down and smiled. "I'm feeling so much better." That feeling earlier must have been the potion's side effect. "Now I feel that my body is overflowing in strength." Green's heart was moved. He immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, I think the things that the space produces are all very special. How about I impart the Wild Dragon Battle Chi technique to you right now? Let's see what results come up." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Green quickly told Zhao Hai the instructions to practice the Wild Dragon Battle Chi technique. Upon hearing the instructions, Zhao Hai was surprised. This was because this technique was unexpectedly quite the same as Earth's internal strength techniques. Just like how it was described in martial arts novels, the technique practices the body through the various acupoints inside. In our continent, before one practices their battle chi through the acupoints, one needed to train their bodies first. Once their bodies have reached a certain rank, then they could train their battle chi. As long as they establish a minor cycle of chi within their bodies, then they would have reached minor mastery. This rank gives the person close to 5th rank in strength. However, the Wild Dragon Battle Chi was different. This technique didn't need you to train your body first. Everybody was able to practice this technique. Naturally, those who had innate talent in cultivation would have much faster progress than those who had worse. Zhao Hai had read a lot of battle chi techniques these past few days, so one could say that he had a bit of understanding about battle chi. Simultaneously, he had already memorized all of the acupoints inside a human's body. This was because knowing those points were tantamount to cultivating battle chi. Now that Green imparted the technique to him, he immediately understood it. He remembered the route according to the technique and started to try to probe for the sensation that one needed to feel. In practicing battle chi, the most difficult part wasn't advancement, but this sensation that one must acquire so that they could embark on their cultivation journey. This sensation was nothing but ethereal. It relied completely on your internal senses. After many years of experimentation on the continent, they had found out that those who had good body strength were able to achieve this feeling easier. This was also the reason why most train their bodies before starting to train in battle chi. Zhao Hai expected to have difficulties in feeling out the sensation, but he didn't think that when he just started the process. Something like ants crawling in his meridians were immediately felt. It evolved into a torrential flow before completing the first rank of the Wild Dragon Battle Chi technique. Then, the second rank was attained, then the third, the fourth, the fifth, and it stopped at the 6th rank. Zhao Hai felt that he was being excessive and stopped advancing. Then he continued to operate the 6 ranks of the technique. Every time the technique made a revolution, Zhao Hai felt that his body's battle chi increased by a point. He slowly felt the battle chi in his body becoming like a river that rushed along his meridians. The river was golden in color, with a few black, blue, cyan, and red colors mixed in. The movement of this river became quicker and quicker, and when Zhao Hai felt that the river could break through his meridian's limitation, he immediately attacked the 7th rank. Looking as though the river had found an exit, it immediately rushed into the meridians and immediately broke through the 7th rank. When he broke through the 7th rank, the river began to calm down. However, Zhao Hai still felt that there was still enough power to go on, so he continued to circulate his battle chi along the 7th rank and slowly accumulated the quantity of chi inside his body. Before long, when he felt like his limits were about to be broken through, Zhao Hai immediately started to attack the 8th rank. The operation was very smooth as he quickly broke through to the 8th rank. Then the river of battle chi calmed down. Zhao Hai felt his own veins become sturdy, his skeleton hard, his muscles powerful, and his skin durable. However, this time, he felt that he could no longer continue on. Zhao Hai was very confused. He didn't know why all of these happened. Then suddenly, he thought about the magic brought by the space. The magic of the space had already reached 8th rank. Now, his battle chi has also reached the 8th rank. It seems like all of these were a link to the space. Upon thinking about this, Zhao Hai stopped his cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Green and the group looking at him anxiously. Zhao Hai couldn't help but show a faint smile and said, "What happened?" "I'm fine. I just circulated my battle chi. Everyone doesn't need to be so nervous." Green forced a smile and asked, "Young master, you didn't just practice battle chi, you've been doing it for a full day and night." "Young master, what battle chi rank